Ah ha ha ha. Hello, hello. Good Saturday to you all. Good Saturday. How's everybody doing? Tell me if you can hear me properly. Hope audio and everything is alright. I am hungry as fuck. I just got through eating before I started this. Okay, if everything is fine, because I have air conditioning unit here. It's like this box that blows out air, because it's 91 right now, and it's gonna be like 100 and all that and stuff. What's my streaming setup? It's pretty much just this. I turn on a game and I stream. I don't have anything really fancy and stuff. I stream through my console, through the PS5. So yeah, headphones are in a bad, sorry state. They've been broken for quite some time. Few months, actually. Fahim Mia says, "Are you making money off YouTube yet?" Yeah, of course. I get money. I mean, what's the word? It's so hot I can't think properly. Demonetization and stuff aside, because some videos get some penalties a little bit later and all that. Yeah, it's just YouTube typically pays a specific day of a month, like mostly on the 21st, but it falls on a weekend now, so payment and all that has not come in yet. But yes, thanks to everyone who watches and stuff. Yes, it's nothing that you can get by on just doing it and not have a job and do other things. But would not have been able to make it as far as I did on the channel or anything regarding the channel without everybody tuning in, watching, and support. Desmond Summers. Oh, okay, you just hooked up the face cam to appear. Yeah, that's all. It's not. Eventually, I'm gonna have a proper, or I want to have a proper streaming setup where it'll be through a laptop, and then I do it so then it's just not. Because I think sometimes people just don't tune in just because the quality isn't all that great, and just how stuff looks isn't. This is very unprofessional, but it's only just I deal with a lot of things that take priority in real life, and I haven't been able to invest as much as I'd like into my own YouTube platform and things like that. And when this broke, this just really made me angry because my head is big. So I put this on and it just snapped. I keep everything in good condition, and then this just happened. I had a pair of Dre Beats that broke that way before some years ago. I just put it on, just snaps in half. Big-headed individuals such as myself, it's not opportune. They don't make a lot of things for us. Look how beautiful my city is. Look at my society. Yet another reason why I need to be in charge. You see that sprawl? You see how I orchestrate everything? That's me. That's all me. From out of this head and put onto the game. You ever do multiplayer on Civ? I'm game for a team up. Yeah, that would be nice. I haven't done multiplayer on this one yet. because I typically don't play Civilization for multiplayer. I could care less for multiplayer. And there were some features missing, like hot seat, some other things people requested. But since a single player individual such as myself, I look at that and be like, not my problem. Still, but those things should have been in the game for people to play extensively. Reborn, excellent question. That was one of the things I was going to talk about. Pusha T and Travis. I love what Pusha T said. It was dope. Both of those tracks so far, dope, immaculate. I put them both in my playlist. I don't necessarily like the way Pusha T has gone about this, because I know this for album promo. And holding on to something that's a few years removed and then just outing it about someone, even though Travis, he do play both sides. Like, he doesn't, like Pusha T said, he doesn't just pick a side. He has no picks at all. He'll antagonize passively sometimes and just do things like and when you playing songs for people that are in beef with one another and like they don't like each other, and then you should know that. So you may rub people the wrong way. But I don't really like the way that Pusha T is going about this. It'd be different if this happened this year. If this happened this year and this was a few months ago. Let's say this happened in January. And now you want to talk about it here. Yeah, it's still relevant. It's been a few years. So it feels more just forced. I gotta get people talking about the album, so this is the best way to do it. Even though he is right, I think he's right with what he's saying, but the way he went about it, it's a little Drake-ish to me, because Drake be doing some stuff like that. Drake will bring something up that happened some years ago, and he'll just bring something up, and he's like some tea sipping thing, and I'm like, I don't like that. Handle Highlight says, what are you going to do for your 100K subscriber special? I can't even really comprehend such a thing. And I normally plan ahead for a lot of things, but that just seems so far on the horizon, if there's even a horizon for that anyway. But it would have to be something special. I'd have to I can't just be at home for that. That'd have to be something big. I don't know. If such a thing, like the hopeful me, the hopeless romantic me, is wishing that such a thing occurs before this year is out. But with how numbers have been, very unlikely. Very unlikely. Unless something, it would have to be multiple videos would have to blow up, kind of similar to that last Zion video that did. For what reason, I don't know why. It just kind of happened. I would need maybe 20 of those or more. Or I'd need like 5 videos that just randomly got 1 million views or something in order for that to happen. And even though that still doesn't mean that'll happen, because views mean one thing, but subscribers is something else. If people can really like the video and then not subscribe, it's all about piling on. You need continued success and all that in order to see some fruit of your labor be born. Let me see. I don't really like the way. Let me turn this off for a second. It's kind of loud. I'll burn up a little bit, but turn it down some. See if that improves sound quality. Let me turn that down some too. Hopefully that helps get hear me better. Yeah, King of Monsters, I agree. If you party with my ops, you a op too. you, I do, like, I agree with what you're saying. And Travis, he has a history of playing both sides or just not kind of just being indifferent or this neutral body. And you going and around people that got issues with another, you got to expect they're going to feel some type of way. They're going to feel like, what are you doing? And you fooling around with them, and then you go come over here like, no, look who you hang out with. I don't like that person, but don't come over here with that. So I get why Pusha T is doing it. It's just the way he's gone about it. That's got nothing to do with the two songs in particular, like especially the one that bit. That great. Both of those songs are great. He's 2 for 2 now, and that album hasn't even come out. That album is going to be great. At least I hope it is. Unlike Lil Wayne's Carter 6, which I haven't made a video on, but I hope to make one in the next couple days on that. Have a great day, Sammy Dre, if you're still here before you left. I didn't get to see your message soon enough. Fahim, for 100K special, we need to see you hoop in real life. Yeah, that would be that's something else that I want to eventually showcase, because it has been quite some time. I used to be somewhat decent. I'm never gonna pretend as though I was very good. I'd say above average. I'd say a little bit above average, because the average hooper or the average person that plays basketball is pretty bad. So that's not saying too much anything. But I used to be a little above average, because that comes from growing up where I did, at least initially, because I didn't stay in inner city of Detroit or near inner city for too long. It was only, I say, like up until 4th grade, maybe 4th, 5th grade, but bunch of playing against other kids in the neighborhood, and then still having family there and stuff. Like, people would be getting up at like 9 in the morning, coming out there playing basketball and be playing all day. That's just the culture that happens there. But what was good and enjoyable was that after I went to suburban schools, I was automatically the best person there, for obvious reasons. They see a black person, they just assume you're good at basketball. And I said, yes, your stereotype would be right in this point, but that is still bad. You shouldn't just automatically assume that. So I was like, everybody be like, oh, I want, get him on my team, and get him on my team. There was only one other black person in school, and he, ironically too, was pretty good at basketball. And then he and I became friends. I still got his number, but it irritated me that there was somebody else. I was like, I don't like that. Ryukin Chaos, thank you very much for becoming a member. I'm going to be making way more member content as well, since now after this Game 7 I'll be able to free up more, make a more versatile set of uploads. Basically, there'll be way more skits. There'll be some long form, well, more than some. There'll be a lot more long form skits, NBA shorts, and more hip hop videos. Of course, with basketball being the primary focus, because the off season, I think this off season per Shams is going to be pretty wild. So there'll be plenty things to talk about. Well, there's always stuff to talk about, how crazy the NBA is, good or bad. And I'll be making way more, like I said, members content, and uploading on my other channel too, for my anime/movie channel. Way more uploads for that. I haven't been able to focus on that at all. With as many videos, I think, I won't say this, not this month, but last month, I uploaded a video every single day. Didn't miss a day, even if it was a short or something. And it showed me 40 videos uploaded over the course of a month. So in being that dialed into the playoffs, I haven't been able to make videos for that other channel, but that's going to be my more than primary focus along with stuff here. Caleb says, did you see Kai Cenat introduce LeBron to Cash Nasty? Yeah, long time coming. He finished his story finally. LeBron, he went to different events where I know for a fact LeBron heard him calling his name. And LeBron just is just Hollywood. He just kind of acts divish. And he didn't direct no attention to him. So then the only thing before this was he dapped up Cash Nasty, or he just high-fived him or something. For the amount of tricks that Cash Nasty do on LePecker, you would expect that he would have met him way sooner by now, just way, way sooner. Years and years ago. King of Monsters 2K. I never seen music discourse ever be this dead. This whole Drake beef almost made me quit listening to hip hop due to how irritating the stands are. The stands are pretty disgusting. The stands are horrible. I don't like either of them. They mimic and mirror LeBron and Kendrick stands so great. And it's almost as if you can't enjoy both of what both give you, and then you could have your own favorite. Because I said in maybe the first or second hip hop video I did on this channel, I said I do actually listen to Drake more, only because I'm very big on instrumentals and background and some things, and there's some songs that have more replayability, or just I can turn my brain off more and listen to it at the time. And then I start listening to Kendrick more and more. So if I had to give a percentage, I'd say like I listen to Drake 55% of the time. And then Kendrick would be that 45%. Only because of the instrumental. Now, if Kendrick had albums that he had the instrumental was kind of, or just the production was like Good Kid, Mad City, or GNX. If he had more music that he made like that, then yeah, that's the perfect marriage of greatness. And To Pimp a Butterfly is still it's my favorite project from him, but the replayability isn't the same for To Pimp a Butterfly as it is for some other things. Because that's broccoli. That music is food for the soul. That music is something lofty. And your average person isn't going to put To Pimp a Butterfly on day to day, hour to hour. It's just not that type of album, and that's okay. Not every album has to be that way. Music doesn't have to be that way. But the way people act, and I'm seeing people on Twitter with thousands and thousands of tweets, tens of thousands of tweets. On just this beef alone, I look at their profile, 10, 20,000 tweets. That means you tweet on average maybe 40 to 50 times a day. Could never be me. Will never be me. I think the most tweets I've done so far is like 308. Out of 2 years to having a Twitter, I just can't in good cut. What possibly do I have to say over and over? That means you arguing with people. And you care so much about what random people who you'll never see or meet, what they have to say. It's too much. Giving your thoughts and opinions on all these millionaires that don't not go think about you one way or another. I appreciate the artistry, but these people go to war for them. And I know that's going to come with any type of fandom, hence fanatic. But these people be going crazy. Like they really give a sour background or just sour aftermath to how this beef turned out, because they've made the aftermath of this beef very annoying. WTF Dave says, everyone complains about hip hop but don't want to listen to new artists. Just keep waiting for Twitter to tell what's good. Then you got to look for good music. Yeah, everybody wants to. They want. RDC World had a skit that they had done about that. They let other people dictate their enjoyment of music and media in general now. If something is considered valid, then, oh yeah, it's cool for me to listen to this. Let me go and tell you how much I love this and that. But if the consensus isn't that, they'll do like one or two things. They'll wait for other people to say this is good. They don't want to be the first, because if they give their true feelings on something and then let's say the consensus or the general population doesn't agree, oh, look at you, bro. What are you talking about? They don't want that. And they don't want to be caught listening to something that isn't important enough or deemed important enough by people. And that RDC World skit, they had him, he was listening to some new music, and then he was nodding his head. He's like, hey, this is the hardest shit I ever heard. How many would he sell first week? And I think he said 10,000. And time he heard 10,000, he just didn't want to listen to it no more. And then he see a car pulls up, and you got the other people, RDC. He gets in the car, and it was all like, man, you bumping that nigga with 10,000 or something. I'm like, come, that's really how we, and it didn't used to be that way. That's social media. That's one of the many negatives and cons of social media now. Social media has done more harm than good, in my opinion. For every pro of social media, there's 3 cons to it. And it's ruined entertainment. The internet in general has ruined entertainment. I know it's not, you can't remove one and then have it with that. But I remember how people used to go to the theater and enjoy movies and enjoy music before we had to go and pick and choose what it is that we want to do because others on the internet who live on Twitter decide this and that. And the internet in general was more versatile back then. It was more of an ecosystem. There were individual sites people had. People would go all over the place, like this city or something. Like, there's all types of buildings here. That's what the internet used to be. Now the internet is something like the internet is this now. Like look, it's just this. There's 3 apps. There's 3 to 4 apps. 80% of everybody who uses the internet is on. There's just this island. We went from having an internet that looked like this to look like that. Everybody is on Facebook. I mean, it's like older people that's on Facebook. Everybody, they be on IG, they be on Twitter, or they be on YouTube. Maybe one other one, and that's it. Twitter is a pretty god-awful place. Twitter's a cesspool, too. Unregulated garbage with just in there. I can look at anything that has anything to do with anything, and one scroll away from somebody promoting their OnlyFans. And it won't just be them in a picture promoting it. It'll just be straight up clapping and stuff in the porn. I'd sign up to see that every single time. Elon is trash. I hate Elon. That name is garbage for Twitter. He himself, a pretty shitty human being. Literally, Katie. Also, the replayability of Mr. Morale and Big Steppers is decent to good. Yeah, replayability of that is good. Damien says, that's how I feel about Mr. Morale and Big Steppers. Love the album. It's helped me deal with things, but I can't play it all the time. Yeah, that's fine. There's a time and place for some music. There's party music and all that. Like, if you're feeling down, you're not gonna want to listen to talk about somebody popping tags in the club or drinking Ciroc with some girls. You don't want to hear that. Some people do, and how they deal with bad times or troubles. When I'm in a bad mood, which is most of the time, another bastard, loud ass bastard with a motorcycle. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll be listening to more heavy handed music, not upbeat. And I don't want to feel upbeat. Feel angry right now. I feel horrible. So then I say, let me turn this on. Or if I'm feeling a little bit elevated, and then I say, oh yeah, me listen to like, I wish music was appreciated more. It seems like music is being devalued more and more. It'll never not be very important for people. It's the soundtrack to people's lives, but how people disrespect it now is just very annoying. Like even when something's bad and they like mid, for example, I like I like the terminology of mid, but mid is the new bad. I remember the world before the term mid existed. When something's mid now, there is no trash. I don't even see people say trash about, oh, this album is trash. It's just mid, which is technically worse than trash and bad. Because you apply that thinking to a WWE wrestler. When you're on the WWE, what's the worst thing that can happen to you as a wrestler and garnering people's attention? Nobody cares about you. That's the very definition of mid. I don't care. It's mid. It's lukewarm. Room temperature. People don't care. They don't even have it in them to hate you. At least if they hate you, that means they actually had to have paid attention. Mid just means, oh, that happened? Oh, I forgot. Anyway, back to what I was saying. That's what mid is. I hate that. Every other thing that comes out, mid. And I know some people, they like to troll. There's plenty of trolls and all that, but there's genuinely people that see a bunch of things that's mid, but then like the most garbage things themselves. Lil Prince CJ, how are you doing today? I use mid to say it's not bad, but it's not good. Yeah. But most of the time, mid is just used now in a negative connotation. They can't even be bothered to say the sentence you just said. It's just. And most of the time, it's not even them that have come to this conclusion. The internet did, so they just piggyback and hop on to what the internet said. And then there's people that will call something mid and don't even watch or listen to it. Movies will come out and the Rotten Tomato score, people look at that or the audience score and then decide not to see the movie. But then we're hyped all year to see it. Oh, Rotten Tomato scores, let me not go see it. Ugh. Fritz Cotto, yeah, mid wrestler equals jobber. Jobber is funny. That's such a funny term. They were mad how when John Cena a couple years ago, they were just saying Cena's a jobber now. Why not have him go and beat Ric Flair's record? And it did kind of feel that way because Cena, every other time I'd see Cena, he was getting his ass whooped. He just putting somebody over. I said, why give Cena some love? Why can't Cena ever do something? Now though, I think his heel run could have been better, but some of the promos he's done during his heel run has been incredible. Like the one he just did last night, phenomenal. What the fuck is a jobber? For me, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, some people in here, because I only just got back into wrestling. But I think a jobber is just somebody being like, your job, J-O-B, is to come in here and get your ass kicked and to make me look good. That's your job. Is just get hands put on you, nothing else. And that's what I think jobber is defined as now. Just a punching bag. You just come in here a punching bag and then, yay, aren't I great? Look how I did him. And then I leave and you just stay there, mangled mess. Who you got, Commissioner Nas or Jim Jones? Jim Jones is out of his mind for what he said. Not by Jim Jones's own definition. Nas has a better discography and entries on the Billboard than damn Jim Jones, and more impactful ones. People just love to disrespect people for no reason. Just say wrong things. just to say them. Did you watch the Stanley Cup Finals? No, I only saw a little highlight or two because I've never been too big into hockey. But I did see them. Was it the Panthers back to back? Phenomenal win for them. That's great. If I got the name right, I'm very far removed from hockey. I think the most I was ever into hockey was when the Red Wings were doing real good, and we Detroit Red Wings won Stanley Cup, I think. But then look at when that was. That was like late 2000s, I think. Pedro, internet wrestling community, nuclear waste of toxicity. Yeah, there's so many bad communities now. It's like just people just so negative. I myself have been negative. I've been negative about the NBA. I started the channel being that. Well, not I didn't start it exactly because I started it covering the playoffs. The 2023 playoffs is when the channel started. But then after that is when I made some of those videos that did really well being negative. But most of the stuff in there, I say, like, even if there's still discourse and argument to be had, the fact that this is even an argument shows you there's something there. And the NBA has run itself in a very just comical, unserious way to me. And I had only gotten back into the NBA, I'd say around 2015, because there were some years I was just out of it. There was like a good 5 years or more straight. I just wasn't watching or anything. And then I got back into it, and then I had been watching a decent to great amount ever since. But the way the NBA runs itself, when compared to some of the other leagues, you can see some clear and definable flaws or things that just don't make sense, where it's hard for me to take the league seriously or some of the players seriously because of what goes on. Dexter Morgan, do you even watch your chat? Yeah, I'm looking down. I've been responding to everyone. Civ 5 or Civ 6 deleted forever. Which one and why? And Marshall says, Civ 6 was my first Civ, so I can't answer that as in the way I'd like to. This is my second Civ game. And the only reason Civ 6 was my first one was just I never had a PC or anything. I was just a console gamer, and that's it. So once they brought it to console, I was like, oh, I thought that was strictly something that would never come this way. On my other channel, I want to make a review of the game so far, as I think Civ 7, for right reasons, it has been hated on, but then there's some other ones that people, they just go leaps and bounds to ignore what's here and to not give this game second consideration. That Do you believe WNBA deserves the trolling and dislike for more attention and engagement to the female basketball game? They deserve it. I think it's both. They haven't really done any favors for themselves. Because the WNBA and how like Angel Reese and some of them, they talk, but then they don't consider enough of how dependent their league is on the NBA and how dependent it is on fans like anything. All celebrities and anyone of importance does not get anywhere without other people. And if you aren't entertaining, how the hell do you expect me to want to tune in and buy a ticket or sit down? It's just not. I was almost going to make a WNBA video the other day because that fight Caitlin Clark got in. Caitlin Clark been getting her ass whooped by people. They've been whooping on her. They've been turning her. They doing her like Pistons did Jordan in the 80s. But other than that, I mean, and a few other players, like there's Paige Buchers, I think is her name, and then there's the other one, Cunningham something. It's funny, not Cade, but there's another one. Like they've been bringing a lot of interest. And the fights alone, I've seen some people show the fights that happen, and they're getting 2-3 million views and all that. You would a WNBA video having to do with anything WNBA would never scratch 1 million views a few years before this. The interest is there. It's growing audience and things, but at the same time, it's only a few players, really, if we're being honest. To sit and watch a whole WNBA game, that's a chore. That's damn near cruel and unusual punishment. And I've been around different women that don't themselves want to watch WNBA because of how bad it looks. I'm seeing them play like last year middle schoolers, some of them. But you've got some that are different, like Paige Buchers and Caitlin Clark, that certified ballers. But for every baller, there's about 40 different players that you just don't look good to watch. And I mean by their play, they just don't look good. Like their play is just not pleasing to look at. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I forgot I'm at war. This bastard, Napoleon, going declare war on me. Reese needs to learn to finish at the rim. Yeah, her and that rim, they don't get along. Her and that rim. It seemed like is she trying to trademark that me bounds thing, which wouldn't even exist if you. It's like how she plays. It just doesn't. It doesn't look professional enough in what she's doing. Frame by Frame says, love your videos, man, but is your headphones supposed to be like that? No, they actually got broken. This isn't, I wish this was a gag or something, but no, they legit broken, bad condition. Been meaning to get new ones, but there hasn't been any room in the budget for things of this nature. What was a... Why does it say this? Didn't I just do it? I can't do anything, so... Moving from Europe to Detroit to work. Thoughts? Any good areas to live? Tried to avoid. Downtown Detroit is great. It's only the outskirts that you run into problems, and if you looking for trouble or something, yeah, trouble will find you. But downtown Detroit is, in my opinion, as good as any other city in America. And it's gotten even better in recent years. Mr. Jones, sorry I missed a few of your questions. How do you find inspiration, and when did you realize how creative you were? How do I find inspiration? It just kind of the channel has made me better in a way, because with how quick I have to make some videos, and I try to get out there when the story is its most relevant. I've gotten better at being able to think on the fly and do some things to where I don't use a script for any of my videos. The only time I write stuff down to be used for the video is if it's meaningful stats that I just kind of put as a little quickie note thing, or if it's a big time skit or a rap. Sometimes there have been a couple of the raps I put in videos I just thought of right. I'm like, let me see. I just do like Lil Wayne does. Lil Wayne, he punches in. I think of a line. Okay, what's the next line? Maybe like 20 seconds. Like, oh yeah, let me do that. And then, but when it comes to when did you find how creative you were? I'd say middle school. And that was ironically the time where my career path shifted, where I wanted to, so I want to be an actor. I want to go into entertainment and things. Prior to that, I wanted to join the Navy or be a construction worker. I did at one point want to be a basketball player, but I be wondering sometimes, some people, if you grow up wanting to be a basketball player and the height never comes, what do you then do? And let's say you're serious about it. I never got serious about it, but there was a multi-year period where that was the thing I wanted to be. Watching Space Jam and all that. And then it just never got there. Because it's just like, what if you become really good? Like you practice, you do all that, but you don't get an NBA player's height. Kevin Lai. Dojo is his imaginary friend. Sir, I'll have to ask you to spell her name correctly. And when I make the next video I may include a clip of her again, because she showed a little snippet on Twitter today, and she had a video. She was twerking out the window, or she was shaking like, oh my god, oh, glorious. The things I would do, the people I would kill for Doja. Oh, the countries I would nuke. What game is this, Michael says? Yeah, this is Civilization 7. Lil Prince CJ said, I'll lock your shit commit. Yeah, probably is. What skill I did have at basketball when it was never that great, but I'd say like above average, got lost when I got obsessed with foursquare and kickball and running, because I used to be really good at running. I was going to I did join a track team at one point, but then that's when I first became aware of my foot issues, and then it became too painful to want to keep doing it. But I thought it was just something that would go away until I found out later in school, around high school, going from middle school and then to high school, and then school is a lot bigger. So you're doing a lot of walking in between classes, and then we were walking outside to get to some classes. I said, my feet are really hurting. Like, this isn't going away. This is an actual problem. So I started to have to get custom insoles and things like it. And I said, yeah, it's just sports is just not going to be something, which is a shame, because there were things like kickball and everything else I used to love to play. Basketball especially. Orion the Gemini. Yo, one Gemini to another. How are you doing? Doja Cat is his imaginary friend. See, y'all, one day, one of these days, if I that's going to be such a glorious if I can get to where I want to go, and then years from now, they look back and they say, not only did he's just NBA YouTuber. He went from that to a full on and acting like a celebrity, and he acquired Doja. He may just be the main character. It's better that it's probably best for me that things have taken longer than faster. Because if I were to snap my fingers and let's say multiple things go viral tomorrow and then life changes in a blink of an eye, and then let's say I were to be in the throes of a Doja, I would not know how to act right. I would not know how to go about my day. I would forget to eat. I would forget to sleep. Do you know how many? No less than 5 kids. 5. I said all these things before at one time or another, but I feel the need to repeat myself. 5. All of them going to Harvard. All of them going to Ivy League schools. Bro, I don't think she likes us chocolate folk. We working on that. We working on that. I didn't say what once she hasn't met me. Once that happens, that will change. That'll be just a bad dream. That chat room incident she did, that was garbage. I don't know what the hell that was. If I were there and I were in charge, that wouldn't have happened. I would have walked in Ross. I turned the computer off immediately. Get right with God. Find something better to do with your time. Unless she had said no. If she had told me, she was like, no, I don't think I will. And I'd say like, yes, queen. And I would walk out the room. Can't argue with Doja. Frame by frame. Oh, thank you very much for the donation. Keep up the good work with your channel, and I wish you and Doja happily ever after. See, thank you. Because you typed it, the possibility of it happening is only that much greater. It's gotten even hotter in here. I'm gonna turn this back on. I hope it's not too loud. I need this air conditioner in here. Terrible. Kendrick fan need to move on. See, I'm looking at somebody left a comment on the recent Kendrick video and stuff I did. They were like, Kendrick fans need to move on from this beef. But that's the problem. You see, they can't move on when one of the individuals in particular is egging it on and making it longer. Drake has egged it on longer more so than Kendrick. Kendrick is performing songs. You don't see Kendrick tweeting or making Instagram handles or stories about anything on a beat. He ain't saying nothing outside of just performing the songs. Drake has done a ton of different things egging on the beef. Like the Great Gatsby. Yes. Trying to be like the Great Gatsby for Doja Cat. Yes! And you know Ball. That was a great movie. I hate the way that ended, by the way. Well, I already was familiar with the story before it was like bastard, damn thing. I would be just like that. And everything, all of this is secretly for her. But don't let other people know that. I turn around just like Leo too, with the martini. It's like, I'm Commissioner Dynamo. And then the music like that, like that's just everything. Yeah, Drake spent 3 years shitting on Meek. Yes. Oh, look, I'm about to build a wonder. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. After I move the ship. She's beautiful. Name the ship Doja. Look, I'm about to finish a wonder. The Brandenburg Gate. Watch this.
Not through speeches will the great questions of the day be decided, but by iron and blood.
Ugh, that is beautiful. Look at how that looks. That's beautiful, magnifique. Thank you, Eddie. At Doja Gate. Yeah, it was just named that there. That is magnificent. The graphics in this game are beautiful.
We feel free.
You know damn well Drake trying to find some way to regain consciousness. His next album, it's funny how he can just come out with this collab album with Party Next Door, and then people in Drake's campers, like, and his fandom is like, when Drake's next album comes out, this, as if he didn't just come out with one. But that's how fast that album came and went. The only song that people have been talking about a lot is Nokia. And Nokia for me is just whatever, but it is a little bit catchy, but it's just kind of like, eh. I do like the first song under the CN Tower. I like that one, but overall that album is pretty meh. Drake just makes very synthetic music with occasional highs that aren't. It was just like a business as usual music. That's what Drake does. And there's a lot of business as usual people. There's over 8 billion people on Earth, and of those 8 billion, pretty much I say like nearly all of the 8 billion are business as usual listeners. They like business as usual stuff. Challenging music and all of that, like, that's never going to be the majority. So there's always this disconnect between them. Nobody's gonna ever just sit and say, oh yeah, Kendrick is a bigger artist than Drake. No, Drake's been running stuff for 10 years. He said in his song, he's like, how y'all let me run it down here? I ain't even from around here. That highly disrespectful. Highly. And he knows it. He's self-aware. It's just the idea you have this Canadian man running the hip-hop world for this extensive amount of time he's been doing, and there has been no real response other than Kendrick, but he's done so in a critically acclaimed way in terms of the albums being what they are. But numbers-wise, there hasn't been anybody there's nobody over here other than Kendrick did it once with Damn. When Damn came out in the same month as More Life, and More Life was a very mid album. Very meh. But there's nobody going on a Lil Wayne run, selling 1 million and putting Drake in second position every single time and just, but you know, it's just, but that Drake, I give him credit for keeping himself relevant and leeching on other people's sound. Anytime there's a new act in hip hop, there comes Drake. When Fetty Wap first got big, here comes Drake. All I gotta do is put my mind to this shit. There go Drake. Was Black Boy JB, he was like, look alive, look alive. There he always there. He keeps himself. He's Cell from Dragon Ball. He goes and sucks the life energy, pause, out of everybody to keep himself nourished. Yeah, this is Civ 7. Okay. Yeah, this is Civ 7. Got more love in the city where you from. That was another outrageous statement. That's bad. As bad as and you know something, as much as because Drake has behaved and acted very much like a batch. But as bad as he has been, there's levels to bad. Kanye is way worse. What Kanye has done in the past few years, it makes me dislike Drake less. Because there's a Kanye out there. I have varying degrees of levels of my hatred for people. Like Draymond, for example. I despise Draymond. Loathe him. But that's the NBA criteria. There are people I hate infinitesimally more than Draymond. That Draymond could never even sniff with the amount of hatred I have for them. That's just on NBA planet. You are the most hated individual here on NBA planet. But in the outer reaches of the universe and space, there are those that eclipse you way more. Logan Paul, for example. I hate that man's soul. That man is a garbage individual. Trash, terrible, filthy, conniving, swindling fuck. And how he has a platform, it befuddles me. How somebody like Logan Paul can continue to have fans. People like Neon, again, I don't care that Neon changed his whole platform. It's fuck Neon tomorrow, today, 24/7. We don't fucks with Neon here. Anytime you fake your death twice and fake having cancer, I'm never going to look at you as a serious individual. I will never treat you anything more than the conniving fib that you are. All these idiots, these trash individuals got platforms. People be making the dumbest people, so like just the most subhuman crustaceans famous, giving them all this money for to do what? Black Lightning says, what's your opinion on PS5 generation compared to previous one? The generation is really, it's went by so fast, but I don't think it's hit the same way as PS4 generation and PS3 generation did before, because they released so many different games for PS4 and PS5. Brother, have some V-Bucks to get Bruno Mars. You have to wait. Close the door. It's not. Close it properly. No, close the door. Oh my God. Oh my God. PS5 dang. Yeah, that was my little brother asking for V-Bucks to get Bruno Mars skin. I don't have the facilities to give him said V-Bucks at the moment. He has to wait. Hopefully that skin will still be there in 2 days. Thank you very much, REC. Get that man Bruno Mars. Yeah, I still have to wait. Thank you very much for the donation. To you and everybody else, as well as for watching. I can't some people, it's like to any of you may have channels or do whatever. I think some people kind of misunderstand, or not misunderstand, but they just think if somebody gets a donation, they can just use that automatically. But with the way YouTube is set up, you don't see that until the time comes for everything gets processed and then sent to you. So technically anything that gets sent to me now, I won't see until a month from now, this time a month from now, because that'll be on the next amount that YouTube gives me. But without it, I wouldn't have. I've had all sorts of issues and stuff. And without people like you and everyone else donating, I would have long have been very familiar with the street and living there. Because despite working and trying to do other things as well as have the channel, supporting myself and my little brother, he's over his deadbeat father's house more often than not, because we lost that custody thing. I said that before, but supporting myself, him, and grandmother and 3 people, it's been in the way things are and just the economy and stuff, it's been very difficult. So but I manage and I keep going. And everybody tuning in, sharing their thoughts and ways in which I can improve and keep doing better. It helps me get through it. It's been annoying. Like that, we had a tornado warning just the other day, and now we have a tree in the back of the backyard that's leaning on the house, So now that's something else that I have to worry about. It's like a paranoid thing. Like pieces of the tree are falling off onto the house. And now I'm like, oh, look, now the house may fall. The house may get caved in by the tree. That's nice. Let's just keep adding problems. Never gets any better, it seems. Future Hall of Fame process. Yeah, I gotta see if he likes basketball, get him into basketball and things. Which he said he's been open to, but he hasn't really developed a thing that he thinks most of and what he wants to do with his life. Which there's no rush for him. He only just turned 14 a few months ago. But usually at this stage and period, sometimes you hear an idea floated around by a kid, one or two things. I want to be this. He never really talks about any of that. So, but I know there's a variety of things been working on, issues and all that involving medical stuff that he's just, it's different for him than most other kids. You lost custody of him? Yes, I don't have custody over him. His father, who isn't my father, he's my half brother. So his father comes out of nowhere, and it's hard for me to even say this without getting angry and not really getting upset, this is something that I want to, if I were to be lucky enough to blow up or to be in the luxury of having a certain platform, one of the main issues of that I would make it a point to use my platform for would be to have some of these laws get reformed or bring more awareness or do everything that I can to bring more attention to some of these things need to be fixed. I don't believe in any way, shape, or form it makes logical sense for you to have a family and you lose somebody in your family. In my case being my mother, when she passed away, for someone who's had nothing to do with his life to come out of nowhere and then claim him and then the courts just give him to him. You've done nothing. You've given nothing. You are nothing. But in the eyes of the court, you're the father. So yeah, they just give him to him and we lose custody. Spent thousands and thousands of dollars of money that we wouldn't have even had if not for mom's life insurance. And I think in total, nearly $30,000 to lose custody to a man that wanted him aborted. I don't often like talking about personal life and some things, but sometimes it's like it's bled over into some of the content that I've done, and it's just make things very, it's hard to be creative and to be funny and to think of things when you got bullshit like this happening. And then he gets paid nearly $2,000 a month for doing nothing. And I can't do anything about it because that's the law. Because these judges don't care. They just look at things like a robot. They see, kid, where's parents? Oh, one of the parents passed away. Put kid with other parent. Why is this even a court case? That's what we had to sit through. And that was in the middle of COVID. And lawyers ripped us off, the whole process and everything. And they had the nerve to tell, like, my grandmother, she was getting worked up and she started crying just because of the way the case was going or the way the proceedings were going. It was very obvious that he's going to end up getting everything, and she's starting to break down. And the judge over the little Zoom meeting has the nerve to tell her, well, ma'am, please get yourself together, or ma'am, that's enough of that. I wish you would. It took everything in my power to not just lash out and be disrespectful. I wish you would tell me to act a certain way in my house. You got a virtual gavel and you go tell me how to act on a certain thing? When you over here passing bullshit legislation, you and others like you, like, that's why I don't take any of that seriously anymore. These people ruin happy homes every single day because we're following the law, and the law itself is written by idiots who can care less because they don't live it. Makes no sense for something like that to happen. And then having to kiss ass to an individual like that who goes and he can just show up whenever he wants to get him, no prior warning, no anything, doesn't do anything for him, doesn't all that, but yet leaves him here and we got to do all the other things, as in helping him with his homework, putting clothes on his back, doing all the things that a father should be doing, but they aren't. But this issue, it's divided a lot between men and women, because I know how men will a lot of different times they'll see, because it's things is just bullshit on both sides. It'll be set up in a way where the woman gets a bunch of things that she doesn't necessarily have the rights to or is entitled to. But when you fall into the cracks of society in a certain way that I have in miscellaneous issues, and you see something like that happen, you being a man and being whatever is irrelevant. Or it can very easily go this other way. Because we had everything going for us, even when we had to call the police on that idiot because he came here, start banging down the door, wanting to take him out of nowhere by force and stuff. They had to call the police on him to get him out of here. The police showed up and said, oh yeah, he'll get his ass kicked in court. No, we got our asses kicked. And we had everything that he did. He literally had nothing other than being a father. I was working at the bank at the time. Far better job than him. He cuts hair, and he cuts hair in a very shit way. That's all he's been most of his life. A shitty ass barber. He doesn't cut hair well. I worked at a damn bank. I was an associate banker. Grandmother doing what she's doing. She was a substitute teacher and all that. Living with somebody for years. He grew up in this house. He was practically born in this house. We take him to school. We do all that, all these things in general, and we still lose. And then Child Protective Services get sent to our house, not his house, our house, to see if this is a appropriate living situation. He's only been living here his whole life. Meanwhile, he goes to his father's house to sleep on the floor. They don't even care about that. He has a bed, he has a room, he has everything here. He had none of those things here. He sleeps on the damn floor on a cot. And they looked at this and said, it's fine. He has autism. Doesn't matter. Just put him over there. This Civilization 7. And the only reason the cops got called because he has a history of, like, he's been arrested different times for domestic abuse and stuff. And you over here about to break our damn door? Like, you show up and you just imagine that somebody show up and then they hitting on your door about to break the door down. It's like, man, get your ass out of here. Gotta call the police, then he go run away. Got no choice. This is why this is also something that it gets lost a lot in politics, because people will see things one way, but they themselves haven't lived it, so they're only going by their narrow view because they haven't experienced it. When you deal with situations like this is what makes people want to get a gun and shoot somebody. Because when they take everything from you and then they come out of nowhere and destroying your property, disrespecting you to your face, disrespecting a past relative that you've lost, go take everything from you, take your kid, go take all this other stuff and say, so somebody's like, I mean, if the law isn't helping me and this person's clearly bad and he's a net negative to not only my life and the kid's life in question, he needs to get out of here. And then when this happens on the news or someone sees something, it doesn't make it good, but you can understand why that person did it. You try to go to the police and you call them and all that, and stuff just doesn't work because you've fallen into this specific crack of society that rules don't really persist here, or laws and all that don't cover your situation. It's a very miscellaneous situation. Yeah, no, it's hard to be happy. That's some of what I said. Like it's hard to make things and to talk about things in a way like you talk about people putting a basketball into a hoop getting paid millions of dollars, and then it's like meanwhile your life is on fire. And I could go on and on about stuff, but I try not to go. I try to go like I deal with the medical stuff, I having seizures, I have to deal with the fact I almost got deported and sent somewhere, who knows what, where, because of a computer issue, and they can't verify me as having been born in this country. And it gets worse. It only gets worse. There's way worse things than that. And then try to make a video, and then you got to be happy about what's going on, and then it's like it's hard to do that sometimes. Because for other people, you watch it and you get entertained and you leave. But meanwhile, it's like if I do it, it's like, yeah, I get some comfort from being able to brighten everyone's day. But the dismal feelings, they don't go anywhere. You got to go back to living it every single day. But that's ultimately what one of the things I want to use my platform for. I want to bring more attention to some things, try to help those in similar situations. Try to leave the world in a better place than when I arrived in it. Because I don't think that's something a lot of people now, I think, a failure to listen and just not empathizing with one another. Trying to make things better for the collective, not just yourself. Yeah, I've been hearing all the ICE stuff and said like the politics too is something. I miss the days when we used to vote for a president and it wasn't the most important election of our lifetime. I swear the past 3 elections have been the most important election of our life. I miss and very much just lament those days not being here anymore, where somebody can win the presidency and then everybody just goes back to work, be like, oh yeah, so and so won, I didn't vote for him, I wanted so and so to win, I want his opponent to win, but oh whatever, it's a new day, we don't treat each other as enemies, everybody's working towards one specific thing. Now it's none of that, it's just non-stop fuckery 24/7. And we can't even take anything serious anymore. It's so impressively hilarious in a way how bad things have gotten. And it's not due to any one person. It's also both parties. The two-party system in general is garbage. Because no matter what happens, and the celebrities too, when COVID happened and the celebrities, and you had all the dumb little celebrities in their mansions singing John Lennon's Imagine. If only there was no this, if only you could shut up. Nothing that happens in the office is going to affect them. You had all these millionaires and stuff like George Clooney and everyone else saying, oh, he's not going to win, that's not going to happen and all that. There's some celebrities talking about they'd move. Why? Nothing he does is going to affect you. Nothing anyone does affects you. You live in a different world. That's when I think the ground or just the floor fell out of a lot of celebrities. People stop taking them serious. You aren't going to sit here and tell me who to vote for, and I'm a normal ass civilian. And you live up here in Hollywood Hills, you live on Mount Olympus. You go come down here to the peasants and say, you want this? Hey, you're going to want this because that's what's best for you. How do you know what's best for me? That's where the disconnect came from. And Democrats and them relying on celebrities to get people's vote. They had damn Eminem out there. Eminem went on Kamala's campaign. I'm like, no, Eminem, don't do that. I wouldn't involve myself with any of it unless you truly feel you got something you want to say and you're willing to lose money for, you're willing to put your career in jeopardy for, don't come out here and be used as a puppet for them. Don't come out here and do that. Good on Kendrick, because I didn't see him involved in anything involving Kamala. I didn't see anybody involved anything with Trump. Even if they were a Trump supporter secretly or something, just stay the hell away from that circus. Just mind your own business. If it isn't approaching policies or legislation from the viewpoint of the individual that's voting for it as it affects their life, don't even speak upon it. You're a millionaire. Nothing you say matters. Kevin Lai, Commissioner, are you close with your father? Absolutely not. That's also bad stories and all that get into that, but try to lighten the mood some more. But no, awful, terrible relationship. Typical, and to just lightly say some things, nowhere to be seen, didn't really do anything. I've lived more of my life without him than with him. So if somebody's just not there, like you get, and you know those really crucial periods in people's life in general. It's like you get in the teenage years. So you get preteen, teenage years and all that, he's nowhere. He's two-timing and doing other stuff, not nowhere to be seen, and then he just cuts off all communication. But then years later, somehow it's my fault for not keeping in touch with him and not doing this and that. It's like, and when I was younger, I would be defending him a lot and stuff, because I remember grandmother and mom would be making jokes at his expense. And I'd be like, stop, no, don't do that. Like, not getting angry at him, but just they be teasing and stuff. But then you grow up and you're like, wow, he really doesn't do shit. I did not know this. I mean, I'm just now fit. Doesn't do anything. It's nowhere to be seen. And that's a common thread amongst a lot of different. It's like you grow up in the black neighborhoods and all that, and just the black community. That's been an issue. But then, ultimately, what do you do with that? Are you going to be the change you want to see? When I have kids one day, I will do all the things he didn't do for them. Learn from that and try to apply that to your own situation. Not go keep thinking about him and just think, oh, what could have been, and what is like. You got to go and make your kids know they had a father that was worth something. Their father was in their life. Even if you don't like the woman you had them with, or you two had a falling out, don't let the kids suffer because of it. Insist on being in their life. Like Eminem had a line where he said, Marshall Mathers LP2, which I really liked that album. At least most of it. Some songs on there was like, ugh. He said he would flip every rock and desert cactus, own a collection of maps, and follow his kids to the edge of the atlas if somebody removed them from him. That's the way it should be. If anything, that's what you do. If you don't do some of these things, the kid can grow up a certain way, and then he can end up becoming the very thing you are, which is nothing. And then the problem persists, cycle continues until somebody breaks the cycle. It's too much of that. Orion the Gemini. Yeah, I talked about the Travis Scott thing already. I don't know if you were here when I did it, but it was cool what he said. Those two tracks are great. I put them in my playlist. It's just the way he says it and just how it's kind of like using it specifically for album promo. I don't necessarily like Travis, but he is right about Travis. It's just the way he's done it. It's a little bit. a little corny, a little bit, like, kind of just out of nowhere. I'm like, where's all of this tea coming from? Where was this when it happened? They're talking about that Drake meltdown verse, and that was a great verse that Drake did. But never forget, how are you doing today? Have you ever ascended an arc? I was playing that a good amount with friends, but then I became more in the throes of NBA-dom and making content. So playing games in general is taking a back seat. This is the first time I've played a game all month. And before that, it was... No, I play... Whenever I'm not doing anything, I play Civ 7. But it's hard for me to focus on it. There's a big update supposed to come for this too next week, which they delayed it. It was supposed to be this past Tuesday, but it's going to... I think it's good. Yeah, it's going to be the biggest update they've had for the game so far, and it's going to fundamentally change the way that it's played, because a lot of people have been complaining about the ages system and some things, so they're going to address all of that in the next update, as well as add on things that have been lacking, like large to huge maps, which I really like, because I don't like this bull crap here. Like what is this? Look at this trash. Like, what is that? You put this bullshit ass rinky dink ice cap city up here right next to all of mine. Like, the AI is annoying. Like, any little space, any space on the map, they'll come over there and try to put something there. I go to war with him specifically just to burn this crap down. You can't even go nowhere. Where you go? You got 2 places to go to in this whole area. You go to work and you go home. There ain't nowhere else to go. Would you go come out here and cut some trees down for fun? You go try to fish? Ain't no fish here. Can't do shit up here. Garbage ass city. Applied buckets. You gonna cop a Switch 2? No, that's not in the budget. I can't afford that. And I've taken a back seat, like I said, to games in general, so it's not a priority. I haven't seriously bought... I think Civ 7 was the last purchase I've made game-wise. And that came out February. So this has been the only game I've bought all year. The game before this I got was Sparking... Did I get Sparking Zero as a game share? Because I game share a lot of my friends. Well, one of them in particular, to where I don't have to. These games keep getting expensive, and with the way games release now, they'll release broken, unfinished. So it almost makes it's like you have to find a way to cut corners. It's like with the NBA, for example, with blackouts and all these other things. Like, you make the consumer want to illegally do things to consume your product, instead of going through the right channels, because the right channels are too expensive or they're unfair. They're just very unfriendly. Anti-consumer, in a way. You should have another Fortnite stream during the NBA draft. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be, not just with Fortnite, but I'll be playing Call of Duty and all that with people. Or any multiplayer games that I have, I'll be with subs, not just like my own friends, but just any of you who want to turn the game on, add me and things, and when we will play and acquire dubs. Yeah, play Call of Duty. I haven't played It's been like 8 months since I last played Call of Duty though, but yeah. Kamish, would you turn to the dark side for Doja the same way Anakin did for Padme? Pfft, better than he did it. He didn't even simp properly. He doesn't know what he's doing. He should have... If anything, that whole Jedi Temple would have been nuked for Doja. Let's get that out the way. I wouldn't even have to physically step into the building. Nuke. For Doja, please. Padme wishes she had somebody dying for her over here killing younglings the same way Anakin was doing that for her. I rewatched the prequels too, since my little brother has finally gotten into Star Wars, and he got into Star Wars because of Fortnite. I rewatched them. The prequels are just like the new movies of Star Wars are so aggressively awful, just unmitigated disaster levels of nuclear waste and radiation, that it makes the prequels look better than they actually are. I really don't like the prequels have not aged well. I grew up during the prequels though, and I liked them better. Well, no, I liked Phantom Menace better than when I got older. When I got older, I started like, there's still stuff I like about Phantom Menace, but in general, the prequels are just, But these three new ones are so much worse that everyone's just like, maybe the prequels weren't so bad. No, the prequels weren't good. Don't do that. George Lucas sniffing paint and eating asbestos and stuff. He was high off himself. He didn't know when to stop. How many re-releases of Star Wars has there been? You look at the current iteration of Star Wars on Disney Plus, it's this new inserted garbage that he put in there that just ruins the movie. Like Han shooting second. Everybody, now I had the original VCR. I had the 1977 VCR copy. Everybody knows Han shot first. Han was supposed to be a shit piece. His character gets better. That's character development. No, let me change it where Greedo shoots first. Then let me go and have Darth Vader say no when he picks Sidious up and throws him on a garbage. And then the weird special effects that haven't aged well, just keep adding things. Stop it. When you create something, and there are so many times I've uploaded a video and I made a mistake or messed up and done whatever. I'm like, I was like hovering over that thing. I was like, let me delete the video. No, once you release art is forever. Deal with it. Do better next time. Learn from that. Don't go back in there and start to re-edit things. It's supposed to be a product of that time. When you go in there and try to update it, now you make it askew. That's especially, I at least see more of a reason of doing that in filmmaking than music, because Kanye is the one that I think he started that whole let me patch the song after release. Trash. This man releasing microtransaction songs, unpatched songs, DLC package songs, season pass songs, and people got nerve to say, oh, Kanye, he's still legit. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're still a genius, but people lose their ear. People just lose what made them great in the first place, and you're one of them. You make unfinished music. By default, that album is trash. Vultures 1 and 2 are garbage. I can't even grade. How do you even grade something that was fixed after the fact? That's cheating. Since when did we go through school turning in assignments and then after we get an F, we take it from the teacher and say, let me change it to where I get an A? No, you failed. Repeat the term. Ye should have retired after Donda. I didn't really like Donda all that much. And that's when he started. No, he started doing that with Life of Pablo. That's when he started doing that. But he did it on multiple songs on Donda. Donda wasn't a bad album. It's just for Kanye, that album was but Donda was better than I think that was one of his, like, that was better than that, and that was better than the other one that he had. He just be releasing stuff just to release it. There's no care and consideration to the same level that he had with previous projects. because I don't think his heart has been in music anymore. He gets inspiration now from Dave Blunt's. Dave Blunt's writes his records. Damn, unlike that, that's how bad that is. And Kanye, he overrates himself, if we're being very honest. Like, Kanye himself, as much of a genius as he is, he shifted the culture 3 different times. He changed the sound of hip hop 2 or 3 different times. But 808s would not be in existence without Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi did that first. You went and latched on to that and you made that. He talks so high, like lofty about himself. A lot of his most famous songs, he didn't even write them. Rhyme Fest and other people wrote them. So you can't, like, he goes out here and be like, oh, he's a so-and-so's a better rapper. He said, like, one tweet, he washed Kendrick. You don't write your own lyrics. Whoever wrote that verse washed him. And that wasn't true. He didn't really wash him there. I do think Kanye had the more interesting verse. But there's a lot that Kanye does not do with his own music. He's not a Prince. Prince played every instrument. Prince wrote his own music. Prince danced. Prince did all these things to his own album. Produced, written, set, and everything. Kanye doesn't write. Kanye don't even be orchestrating his beats half the time no more. And he put AI. He's using AI on his songs. It's like, you're not that guy anymore. Sorry. And you're not as good as you think you are right now. But he's surrounded by yes people and nobody tells him that to his face. I'd be damned if I had to sit in a room and he go chew me out like he did Chance the Rapper. I didn't told you about putting them drums. Who do you think you are talking to me like that? Is this the same man that said that Amber Rose was saying she was playing around in his booty? Playing around in his West? This is the same man that's yelling at me right now? The same man that said he was doing some vacuum cleaner suction to his cousin and all that. Nobody asked. But you just feel the need to tell us this information. Cardi is overrated too. I appreciate the creativity of Cardi though, when he changes his sound every single album. Or he's never just stayed really one way. Like, he's changing things, he's pushing things forward. There's a lot of other people in his bracket that have kind of stayed the same. Like Lil Uzi has stayed the same. Kodak and some of them have stayed the same. Cardi kind of keeps doing stuff. It's like, creatively, I like that. I like how he changes his voice too. Ye should be nowhere near or talk about Kendrick. Yeah, it's just disrespectful. Just very. Mind you, do some of you even know the reason why? There's another reason why 808s, because 808s, as big of an album as that was, that literally that changed the sound, the current sound of hip hop and stuff. It can all be traced back to 808s. The only reason 808s even became a thing in the first place is for 2 reasons. One, because Kid Cudi existed, and Kid Cudi extensively helped him make that album. You can make an argument Kid Cudi made more of 808s than The Weeknd did more of Take Care for Drake. And the second reason is because Michael Jackson told Kanye he liked his singing, or he's like, oh, I like the melodies. If 2 of those things don't happen, you don't get 808s, none of which are because of Kanye. Yeah, he does need help. Kodak needs help too. He's been seeing Kodak recently. Like, there's a bunch of people need help. Too many people assume once you get to the level of these people that everything's just going to be great and everything is just, no, you could become, well, I think money, and it's been said before, money makes you more of who you actually are. And if you already had issues and problems, all it's going to do is just accentuate them. It's going to make what's bad worse. And it's not always simple. It's just fixing this, that, and the other. Sometimes these are long-term issues dealing with the soul. And the only way to get right is to have people around you that give a damn about you. Because money does not guarantee happiness or anything. And I, myself, personally, got to experience what having money is like and not being happy, and then not having it, then not being happy. It just allows you to be comfortable. So it's like if you were miserable and depressed and broke before, now you can be miserable, depressed, and wealthy, or miserable, depressed, and rich. But a good amount of people's problems do stem from just not having a certain amount of money. Because then you'd be like, oh, I got all these problems. It's like, you really just got one problem. You just don't have enough money. Once you solve that, then you get different problems. Or they say like more money, more problems. I just think you get different problems, really, not more problems. Or probably, man, I say maybe you could get more problems, because you could have 8 to 10 things wrong with you in your life, and 9 of those 10 things all having to do with you just don't have enough to fix this. And then that one thing being left over is just something with your own personal mental. Where do you think KD will end up? Kamish. I don't know. I need to make a video. I've been meaning to make a video about him too. He's KD. KD is just he's such an NBA slut. He's a slutty mercenary. He just be going places. It's more so about going somewhere, because he's everything that, like, the people who truly hate LeBron and despise LeBron and get to the point that the hatred for him, it gets into just weird territory. A lot of the things KD does when it comes to ring chasing is way worse than anything LeBron has ever done. Because at least you could say LeBron, everywhere he went, he got a ring. Everywhere he went, the highest levels of success being a championship has been acquired. KD is like a yin-yang version of LeBron. He's LeBron in the dark universe. Imagine LeBron went to all these teams and just didn't win nothing. And specifically telling people, trade me here because they have A, B, and C. LeBron has never done that. He plays out his contract. He's never been traded for anything. He just leaves and then he goes and makes something. KD explicitly told them before he even went to the Suns, he wanted to go somewhere that was a contender. Same way Jimmy Butler said. And to me, that's just weak. That's really weak to me. To just outright say it, it turns into a game of 2K. I only want to be on these two teams because these two teams have the best chances of winning. You can think it, just don't say it. DJ says, will you do a video collab with Awful Coaching one day? I don't know. Doing a collab with anyone, period, is more fantasy than reality for me because of how bad my schedule is and how unreliable I am in just maintaining things. Because there's too many things that have gone wrong. Power going out and like my internet messing up, and it makes collabing with someone, I don't want it to adversely affect whoever it is I'm collabing with because my life is just not together. So I don't want any of that to affect them. Same thing as having any relationship or something. Yeah, it would be nice. Go out, get a girlfriend. It's like your life is on fire. Why would I want her to be burnt too? It'd just be me affecting her with too many of my problems. So collabing with anyone, that's off the table till things get right. Mostly off the table. Relationships and all that, nothing to be had or said about any of that. Just not right at all to be in proper vehicle for that to happen. Do you think LeBron will retire a Laker? It would be smart if he did that. If he doesn't, then having one more year where he leaves and goes to Cleveland would be nice. But if he isn't going to do that, then just retire as a Laker. What is that? Said F, marry, or kill. Why are men in the question? I can't answer that. You had me at Doja, but everything else is like, can't even. What are your expectations for the Pistons next season? Ethan asks. Continuing to build on what's here and to be an even better position. Smart acquisitions without giving too much up, which I think Trajan Langdon, I always confused on his name, our GM has done a great job of so far. He's been able to acquire things and accumulate draft capital without giving things up. And another star of some sort to go with Cade. Shooting is something that, if anything, if nothing else improves, I hope the shooting improves, because we were still near bottom of the league when it came to 3-point shooting. So just more shooting, and hopefully we get an even better position next season. With how the CBA has been, it'd be really something if Pistons turn into one of those teams that a year or two from now we're contending to go to the finals, or maybe we're the Pacers of the future. Nobody's really thinking about us, but then we go and surprise a bunch of people in the postseason and we make a big run. Very possible with how things are now. I still just can't believe we were in the playoffs. Had I been in a better frame of thinking, I would have. There are things I believe I should have done better for this playoff coverage, but real life and other things affected me to where I wasn't my most creative as I could have been. I should have had more videos on the Pistons, even being in the playoffs. We were the worst team of all time last season. And to go from that to be here, remarkable, sensational, awe-inspiring. I should have had a video where I said, the Pistons are in the playoffs, guys. Do you hear me? We are in the playoffs. If I had said that, people would say, I'm zooted, I'm on something. Yeah, we are a better shooting team than them, but we didn't have the discipline the same way. There's some loose ends. Rockets are more complete.
What's the name of those blue things in Minecraft called? Last of Lizzie's?
That flower?
No, not the flower. They're in a cave.
All of the stuff that you mine?
Yeah. Is it Last of Lizzie's?
I forgot.
What was the point of me asking you?
I don't play that like that anymore. Hello there, Jacob M. Lapis Lazuli. Yeah, there we go. See that? Damn it. Now he's gone now. Oh, thank you very much for that. Do you think Embiid should retire? If things are just gonna continue this way, then yeah. But then I had made a video, I think I think I said he should have, him and Kawhi, but then Kawhi turned things around. If things continue or were to continue like that, then yeah, I would say, of course. Famous playwrights and defendant. Yeah. It's been some time since I called him in brittle. It's been a while. Defensive.
Hey, what's the name of this game called?
Civilization 7.
Civilization what?
7.
Oh, he's playing.
No, somebody said the name that you were looking for.
Oh, really?
Is it Lapis Lazuli?
Oh yeah, Lapis Lazuli. I thought it was named Lapis Lizzie's.
Yeah, someone typed that in here.
Oh,
I told them thank you because I couldn't remember what that was called.
Wait, what was the person's name that figured it out?
Person I saw say it first, Silent G.
Oh, tell Silent G I said thank you.
The door. I gotta switch this. Hey, let me see. Damn remote. This room is so unorganized. There's stuff all over the place. Sat on a remote, then some failed, and all this. Been taking me years to clean up. Worship. What's up for me? Hope you have a good day. Is it Unitant? Hope I'm not mispronouncing. Hope you have a good day. How are we feeling for Game 7? Who takes it? I'd want Pacers to take it, but this is going to be it can go either way in my opinion, but I want Pacers to. Whether they do or not, or they have the ability to, it's another question. Because there's been, if they can play as dominant as they did last game, but to do that against the Thunder, that's a lot. I really don't know. I don't know. It could go either way. It should be. If it goes down to the wire, then Charles Nala, Dynamo, I love you so much. I love you as well. Yes, you are watching a Dynamo stream. Something that he does not do very often, but has been trying his damnedest to do more of. How are you doing today? Rush Stampede, thank you very much for becoming a member. Peruse through the members only videos I've done so far and be prepared for many, many more. For if everybody could be blunt with me for one moment and tell it like it is, don't mince words or try to make me feel better. If you were to give a letter grade for my coverage of these playoffs, what would you give it? Mhm. Yeah, get that tank out of here. Yeah. Unlimited liquid. I haven't seen a single vid of yours for the playoffs. What? How? How is this possible? Because okay, this I say like the average I've seen is B to B plus. The average, couple A's in there. Yeah, in terms of the for me personally, the production value or the editing, I feel I did better this year's playoffs, but there were some things I wish I could have done better. Like the first round is always the hardest because there's sometimes 4 games during a day, and last season I was uploading 4 times a day, and it just kills the original video. And I really didn't do too great numbers wise and stuff because of that. Because there'll be some people, they'll see the third video, they'll see the third and fourth video I did, but they won't see 1 and 2 because the feed is like you. So I said for this season, let me just combine the both of them so I make the video longer, but then I talk about 2 games at once, and then I'll only have to upload twice a day, every single day, but then you get 4 games within both of those, across those uploads. But I missed out on some things, just stuff like distractions and things out of my control. Because I only had 1 game. I think I had 1 game talking about Celtics and Magic, and then I had half a mention maybe of Celtics and Heat, I think, and then Grizzlies and OKC. I think I had 1 upload. So some things I wanted to do better. The only thing I can say I markedly improved on compared to last thing, because I actively rewatch some of my old stuff, and I frame my mind from the perspective of, if I'm watching this channel and I'm somebody who has nothing to do with myself, I'm not me, what's key differences here? What can be improved? What can be augmented and things? And I say, yeah, the production wise and editing is better. But in coverage, I think step back was taken a little bit, but how it was covered was still good. But the only thing that stayed consistent was that I did this season compared to last season. Last season, if a game came on at 10 and it ended at 12 something, then I wouldn't upload unless it was a big deal game. I would just upload in the morning. This season, I just been uploading at 2, 3 in the morning, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. As I said, that don't matter. Let me just do it anyway. But that's now going to be the norm. If things, however next season looks or something, that'll be the norm. Uploads will be uploaded at all times. I'm not going to wait until the morning. But in just the editing process for these playoffs has been the worst for me personally since I've been doing this channel. These are only the 3rd playoffs I've done. But this channel has only been around for 2.5 years. So it's 2023 playoffs. I started with the 2023 playoffs. That's when I first started uploading. And then I covered. So I was next. So yeah, this is the 3rd playoffs. But the editing has been horrible. I don't know what happened with YouTube over the past few months, but I've seen a difference in how they treat my channel and some other channels as opposed to some other ones. Because I'll upload something to private and it'll be copyrighted. Then I re-edit it, copyright it, re-edit it, copyright it. And every single time I do that, that's 30 to 45 minutes. And that's not even in me changing things. That's just the video being processed and being uploaded with bad internet sometimes and all that. So every single time it's a failed attempt to upload, that's another hour gone. I'm like, oh my God. And you don't get, do you know how I get damn near that? I ain't even go pause so that I get orgasmic when I can upload a video and there's no issues and it says no issues found. I'm like, oh yes. Oh yes. I don't see that too often. I've been lucky the past week or two where it's kind of a few times here and there. But that editing thing has been horrible. It's taken years off of what little life I have left. Very egregious. I never had to go through any of this previous playoffs. I didn't have to go through this last thing. I don't know whatever they changed, but it's just highly frustrating. This year's fine. I stopped watching them after the Knicks got knocked out. Well, I can understand that. I kind of wish you did longer form videos for the playoffs with 10-minute long summaries for funny. So, okay. And so, usually one as a subscriber receives only 3 notifications from each channel a day. I was subscribed to a channel that used to upload almost 30 vids in a single day. Ugh. You gonna name your Civ capital Doja Cat? Yes, yes. Should do that. Yeah, should do. Actually, yeah. This historically accurate name won't do. Actually, no, I'll keep I'll name it this. That's Doja's actual name. Yes. Beautiful name, beautiful stage name too she has. You gotta hire an editing team. I'm near almost 100% no on ever doing that. Cause I want everything to be done a certain way, and then you can get anybody who's watched enough of your content, then it's all like, oh yeah, I can edit. Like they can pick up your style and do that, but there's something about making it myself. I get more joy out of doing that. That if I were to just do it voice, it takes some of the fun out of it for me. So I don't know if I'll ever have an editor for anything. If anything, I'll just get better at editing myself. Use proper software instead of just my phone and an app on my phone. Because that's how I've been making all my videos. Which is why I've been having audio issues and stuff. Because some people say they hear on one side but not the other. It's always got to be an issue. Something that I can't ever get some right sometimes. But I may never have an editor. Creatively, I don't really like having people do all of this and then I just talk. Depending on what it is in the future, if I ever had anybody doing anything for me, I would probably just have thumbnails. Somebody to just do the thumbnails. But other than that, I wouldn't editing, voicing, making things and all that. I would do all of that myself because I enjoy it. YouTube is what makes it unenjoyable. I know a lot of different content creators, even people that first start out, no matter what size your channel is or just doing anything, most of everyone hates the editing process, but I love the editing part. It's only YouTube that makes that annoying. It makes it very annoying. For America. Prime Scarlett Johansson, Margot Robbie, Doja Cat. I'd marry Scarlett F Margot Robbie and kill Doja Cat. You see, that's where you messed up. That's your mistake. We already have a problem. May need to be incarcerated and put behind bars because this is blasphemous. And you can't kill that which is immortal? But that's only because I don't listen to her music. Sorry, miss. You need to start doing that. You need to listen to a few songs. She can actually say, see, I'm very big on somebody this if you can have looks don't mean nothing at a certain point. You could have a shit personality, and I cannot deal with somebody with terrible personality but they have great looks. You just have more slack. You have more that you be able to get away with that one would tolerate if you look a certain way. But if you've got talent and you've got good looks, now Doja's personality is not with her outbursts and some things and stuff, but this is why I need to be in charge. Once I am there, these things will get ironed out. Because I started off a portion of the channel, I was over here talking about, I was like, I got my two wives being Ice Spice and Doja Cat, but if I'm being very honest with just stuff aside, it's like, yeah, Ice Spice, she's got the looks, she's got the assets, very much so. Her music is trash. She is not a good artist. She never has been, she never will be. And that, I don't feel the same way about you. Like, you're just like, if we're just being serious, all jokes aside. No, I don't have a single Ice Spice song on my playlist or anything. It's like, that's just meme music. You're not like that. You really aren't. Real quick, like I'm an example. Who's seen Better Call Saul in here? I love Better Call Saul. I love Breaking Bad and all that. Like, who's watched Better Call Saul? So I'm gonna make an example. Oh, a little bit, you say. Jonathan says me. Okay, that's good enough. All I need is one person. That just makes you feel. But whether you have or haven't, there's a scene in there where Saul, he has a brother. And his brother is a lawyer. And he lives and breathes litigation. He's about that life. This is what he's been put on earth to do. This is his lot in life. And you've got Saul over here who, in his opinion, and there's an argument to be made, and I certainly agree in some respects, you don't care about this as much as me. You don't value this as much as me. And then he has a whole segment, there's beautiful acting. That whole show is remarkable. He goes and says, I put my life into this. You don't just get to pretend to be a lawyer. That's how if it were up to me and I had powers to just snap my fingers and make certain things certain, there would be people who would not be allowed to have a platform and not be allowed to make music. Because you don't deserve it. You treat it as a joke. People that just get to, like, they say, hey, I'm gonna make a song and I'm gonna just go like, and then it goes viral. Shit like that goes viral. These people don't love the craft. They aren't here for the art. They make a movie and then it's not even a movie to be taken. It's just nonsense in a movie. That's how much they care about what it is they're doing. Very little. There are a ton of pretenders all across YouTube. From big creators to small creators, and even in entertainment. There are people who are in situations and positions that do not deserve to be there because they do not care. And Ice Spice falls under that category. Sorry. You look good, but you do not love that. You are not passionate about any of this. I would feel the same way as Saul's brother. So she gets to be a rapper? People like her and Ruby Rose. Ruby Rose looks good, but you do not deserve to be here. You are not an artist. A lot of y'all are strippers. Y'all are strippers that went and got put into a booth and you look good and whatever, but because a bunch of simps and all that stuff. At least with Doja's actually talented. Doja can make music. She can sing and she can dance. She can damn well dance. I look at people like Sexy Red, like Ruby Rose and them. I'm like, what a sick joke. She gets to be a rapper? You get up and work a 9 to 5 every single day and break your back to provide for your family, and a girl gets up on stage and twerks and makes your entire life salary? What a sick joke. What is happening? All of that because of internet stuff. That's how I look at that. It disgusts me on such an atomic level. Imagine going to the Grammys and you toil away making an album. You curate it, you write it, you produce it, you master it. From a baby, you were singing out the womb damn near, and you're sitting next to somebody who said, you think she's the shit, bitch? She's not even the fart? What the hell are we even doing? I'm sitting next to this trash bag? Why? Because she looks good? Does she know a measure? Does she even know what that is? Can she read or write music? Can she do anything? No. I'm not saying she has zero talent. It's chicanery. It's literal chicanery. Thank you. I forgot. Chuck said that. Chicanery. Not saying she has zero talent, because I've seen her having to rap live. That does take talent, breath control, and doing all that. But they're shit lyrics. It's nothing. It's do nothing music. It's not even fast food music. It's like what's something that's like, it's just gum. It's not even fast food. It's not good enough to be fast food, because at least you eat that and you have to digest it, and it may keep you satiated for a few hours. Gum, that as quick as you put that in your mouth and you start chewing, that shit is gone. Like 30 minutes or something like that. Oh, let me put another stick of gum in. That's all it is. And I see people do that. It's like, you don't love this. You don't deserve to be here. You really don't. I would be at it. I don't want to judge them as people sometimes, because it's like, I see your music. You make trash music. I'm not saying you're a trash person. But the artist side in me, the person who gives a damn about this, I'm compelled to not like you as a person simply because of the things you throw together and call music. So I'm sitting here at the Grammys alongside someone. I'm like, look who they got me sitting next to. Who is this? Is this like, what is this? School doesn't work that way. A lot of other things, though, I know it's based on supply and demand and entertainment. But you go through school, it's like putting an F student next to an honor roll student. But we only put the F student here because she looks good. That's it. You're as good as her. That's why Saul's brother got as insulted as he was, because he's like, this man cuts corners. He cuts corners, and just because he does that, he can sit on the same stage as me? He's like, you're not a real lawyer. He said American Samoa. What a sick joke. I was like, American. Yeah, headset's broken. It's all the way broken. I was just talking about this with some of my friends just before I got online. There's a who was that? There's a woman. She went viral, but this is a numerous examples. There's a woman that went viral because she was outside talking to a tree, and the wind blew the tree in a certain way that it made it look like the tree was responding to her commands. Where she was all like, "Come forward if you understand what I'm saying." Oh, I see you understand. That went viral, and she got tens of thousands of followers because people don't know how wind works. Who sees that on their timeline and says, let me find out more? They not only found out more, they went to her profile. There's people that I even think she may have an OnlyFans or something. Why? Grown men, grown women These aren't people that are kids making these people famous. These are grown adults who saw that and think, I think she's actually talking to the tree. Dumbasses! But yeah, you do all this other stuff. You spend hours editing and doing all this, and then somebody be like, oh, this video got less amount of views as usual. This video's like, what? The brain rot, yeah, brain rot era. It boggles the mind, and it's all because of the internet being what it is. If you go back to the year 2000, 25 years ago, and let's say we're currently in the year 2000, how many bags of trash would not be famous right now because the internet didn't exist to the same level that it does now, at least not to the evolutionary scale that it's on? You would not have Logan Paul. You would not have any streamers. I'm tired of streamers. I'm streaming right now. I'm tired of myself, but I'm sick of streamers in general. Because now a lot of them, they've gotten into reality TV area. Because people will watch these streams and think it's so entertaining. But a lot of these people will be set up. They put in set pieces and people to do certain things. It's just another branch of reality television. Not that every single stream is fake, but that's what a lot of these people are now doing. Because reality is always going to be more disappointing than anything that chalks up to fiction. So let me put some fiction in there to get people to watch. You wouldn't have streamers. You wouldn't have no Logan Paul. You wouldn't have Neon. You wouldn't have Andrew Tate. You wouldn't have none of the OnlyFans. All the OnlyFans girls would be gone. How much better the world would be. And I don't even blame the OnlyFans girls so much because the men can't stop gooning. If you simply didn't pay for OnlyFans, we wouldn't have these people like Sophie Rain making as much as Jason Tatum. Why we got OnlyFans girls making the same amount as Jason Tatum? Because they can't stop stroking it. They don't know how to put the corn away. They see it and they can't stop. You get rid of one thing, the other can't exist. It's if they were to make drugs legal tomorrow. If they made all drugs legal tomorrow, I would not in any way, shape, or form just decide to do cocaine because it's free. I don't want to do it because what that can do to you, and I have no interest in it. They could make like gambling and all that. I will never promote gambling on this channel, but just because it's there and it can make me money and I sorely need it, I'm not going to sacrifice my values to tell people to throw their life savings away while I sit there and reap the benefit. If you get rid of one, you wouldn't have the other. Get rid of the guys gooning 24/7. The OnlyFans girls don't exist. They would have to go out and get real jobs. They would still find ways to luck themselves into higher positions, but they would not be making NBA all-star money, MVP-esque money. You got some of these girls making as much as Giannis, making as much as Jason Tatum. Unacceptable because the guys can't stop. That's a hawk tour. Someone who said that? Who said that? Let me thank you. Let me thank you for that. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Damn it. Damn it. Where is it? Okay, yeah, Ethan. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Where the Hawk Tour. There are people that purchased Hawk Tour coin. Why? Why? This girl walked up and said a random bit of nonsense and got millions of dollars. It's not our fault. Because I think most of you in here would have seen that in your feed and you would not have looked any further. You just would have scrolled away. The individuals who that came up in their timeline and they went and looked for this girl, they are part of the problem. And the girl, somewhat even worse than Hawk Tuah. There are people worse than that. What's that one girl that slept with 100 men in one day? There's a girl that slept with a man and she tried for 1,000. I don't know if she did it. I don't want to know. I don't care to know. I think her name is Bonnie something. Why is she famous? Because people saw that and said, let me know more. How is she going to do? Stop! Don't ask questions. Don't inquire further. Leave it alone. Leave it be. Stop. It's time to stop. See it and walk away. Just see mention of it. Whenever it's on my Twitter feed, I'm like, Bonnie, skip. Why can't people do that? Why? I'll replay that clip by Kodak Black every single time. Y'all be entertained by bullshit. I think people have become bored of traditional talent. You see somebody play the piano and sing and play a guitar with their feet. Oh, that's boring. Hawk Tuah girl, I want to know more. Stop! You can learn about it in jail. I would incarcerate these people. These people need to be put behind bars. What you define as entertainment is sorely bad. Something else I need to say more of. Opinions can be wrong. I don't care what no one says. What's my opinion? Your opinion is trash and it's wrong. Sorry. You don't get that people, but they be hiding behind that. Let me just say something factually bad that can be proven with evidence, but it's my opinion, so it's whatever. Get the fuck out of here. I wipe my ass with your opinion. Your opinion isn't worth a used piece of toilet paper. Let me think of some wrong opinions. Think of some wrong opinions. Like Drake, for example. Let me just use Drake as an example. And the beef that happened. You've got people like Academic. I swear, if I had the chance to call Academic, like he be randomly talking to some people. And it's a shame, as I've been subbed to Academic since like 2013, 2014. But Academics has got, he and these other people, he's all like, I'm not no, it's how you talk about Kendrick. It's how you talk about people that I know where your allegiances lie. You are painfully biased. There's no room in your heart to be open. And he's saying, this is why I think Drake is the greatest rapper. By factual evidence, he cannot be the greatest rapper because he had ghostwriters. I don't care if that ghostwriter they put a dot at the end of your sentence and cross the T. The second you use them, you are done. Because now I think you could have used them at other points. Just like with basketball, performance enhancing drugs. If I know for even one possession you used PEDs, you're done. Jordan could tomorrow say he used PEDs for one game. Bye. Air Jordan, Air PED, bye. You're done. I don't care. You're out of here. That's what Drake. By factual evidence, you cannot be the greatest rapper. So then what are you? Drake is the best rap artist. Kanye exists. No, you're not. Kendrick exists. No, you're not. Andre 3000 exists. No, you're not. So what are you? He's the best pop rapper? That's it. That's all you are. You can't be any of those other two things. But your opinion's wrong. But other rappers have used ghostwriters. Show them. Show me. Give me examples. Show them. I will take them all out too. Eminem, if he got caught, get him out of here. On the podcast, like Playoff P, like the amount, the sheer amount of tomfuckery that goes on now, it's spread into everything. That's why I've been finding myself disliking the NBA more and more. I actually dislike the NBA more now than I did when I first started this channel. And when I make NBA Sucks Part 2, I may be even angrier. I'm not going to yell through it. There'll be like certain instances I'll yell, but I'm going to make it differently. It's not going to be the same as the other video. I've done that format too many times. But podcasters and stuff and people like Paul George and all that, like you on here talking about the game instead of playing the game and stuff, that didn't exist in the early 2000s. That didn't exist at any other point, or even the late 2000s. Because you guys get paid too much money. We're getting close to the point that players are going to start making $100 million per season. How do you get these people to care if they make that amount of money? If someone told you right now, whatever job that you work, and they gave you a salary of $100 million, and you don't, and it's not predicated on you coming into work, would you come into work? No! It's guaranteed. There's no drawbacks. As human beings, we are going to switch off and do less. And as they get paid more money, the effort and dedication to the game will continue to decrease. And that is factual. And we've seen that too many times. If it wasn't factual, the All-Star game wouldn't be the state that it is now. I don't want to hear about people saying the game, it's an inconsequential game. It used to be an inconsequential game that mattered. But now it's an inconsequential game that no one cares about. And why is that? They get paid too much money to care about that. You'll see it little by little. You dunk contests don't matter. Regular season games don't matter. All-Star weekend, All-Star game doesn't matter. None of these were a problem 10 years ago. They didn't get paid that much. There needs to be non-guaranteed contracts. You go out there and stand around in the All-Star game. Well, let's not even say All-Star game. Regular season. You go in the middle of the season and then I have to ask you where you're at. You're missing team flights and you're throwing a tantrum because you lost your joy. Like Jimmy Butler says, your contract's gone. I bet you your joy come back then, won't it? Take that away. I gotta bring a scale with me every time on the team bus, Zion. Let me have to pick the scale up one more time. I pick your contract up and throw it in the garbage. I bet you he lose weight then. What would it take for you to buy a Draymond jersey? Pfft, I damn near have to get Doja's number or something to buy a Draymond jersey. And Ben Simmons, yeah, he's probably the worst of them because then he's just scammed the whole league, and the league is fine with giving tens of millions of dollars to somebody who doesn't work, doesn't play basketball, doesn't do anything. My biggest issue are with the people that see these things and just don't take it seriously, or they don't treat it as anything. Because across NBA YouTubedom, there's like 3 brackets of people, and most of the time it's like 2 brackets. It's either one, the people that are old head, and that's all they are, that's all they're going to be. Everything back then was better. Nothing that exists now is as good or worth anything. And then you've got the newer people who are younger most of the time to say everything now is better than it ever was back then. All those people back then are overrated. Most 90% of YouTubers fall into one or the other. I try to bridge the divide, but there's so much fuckery now that it's like it's hard for me to remain a centrist when we've got a dude in Zion that has a weight clause in his contract and a bone clause in his contract, and you expect me to take that seriously? Even Charles Barkley, when he was intentionally trying to gain weight because he didn't want to be on the 76ers, did not have a weight clause in his contract. But people are always going to be one or the other. There are things about today's game that are assuredly better than what came before. The complexity of offense and everything is better. in different ways. You've got a lot of different ball movement. You got players playing different positions and stuff. But at the same time, you will lament those changes because it seems as though there's no set skill that people learn and try to get good at. It's all about positionless basketball, so much to the point that nobody plays their position at all. You've got Chet Holmgren and others like him that forget how tall they are. I'm 7 foot. What? I didn't know that. Let me play like a guard. That type of that. There are very few things that are more irritating to me than seeing somebody who's 6'8" or higher playing like they're 6'2". Stop it. I'm not even telling you to be in the post. Just stop playing on scary. Just stop I'm seeing Chet struggle for rebounds and stuff. Like, what you struggling for? You stand upright and you get the rebound. You can't stand upright? These other dudes gotta jump. Just stand up still. Put your arms up. Get the post. Luka over here with this weight issue. I knew it was an issue, but not until he was on the Lakers where I just see it's like, God, man, like, what? You can't stay in shape? What we paying you all this money for? Simple. I'm not asking you to do much. I just stay in shape. I'm not even asking you to play the game better. Just keep yourself in a professional capacity. And a lot of these players can't even be bothered to do that, but yet will cry and complain for more money and less games played. And 65 games have to be played. There's no added bonus, no added incentive. Also, you need even more. And that's something about like using hockey as an example. When I see people play hockey, and I'm not even into hockey like that, but when I see a hockey game, I see heart. I see dedication. I don't ever look at a hockey player and say, that guy right there doesn't want to be here today, or that guy right here, he's cheating the game. I don't see that. I see everybody fighting stuff out there. That's why I haven't heard of any ratings issues with hockey. I think it stayed stable, but I don't know. Somebody'd have to tell me about that. But I don't question people's heart and dedication in hockey. NFL, there's some people you can name, like you can name someone like Dak Prescott or something. Like year to year, you don't seem to improve, making the same mistakes and some other things. But basketball, there's like 20 different players you can name. You question their heart, mind, and soul. Wait, let me scroll up here. Who said? Oh, okay, never mind. YouTuber Emblem, thank you very much for the $5. And to go back to Kevin Ly's statement that F, marry, kill, that's marry Doja, F, Scarlett Johansson, kill Margot Robbie. I've never, like, Margot Robbie has been, but prime Scarlett Johansson was something else. Like, Chet, I'm like, Chet, what are you doing? Like, it's not, it, I go back to that eye test and I use my grandmother as an example. If a normal individual can see you play the game of basketball and question why you are, it's like, why didn't he do that there? Or why didn't you do, and there's no set rule as to why you didn't do it there. There is a lack of effort on your part. I shouldn't be asking this as a normal viewer. I shouldn't be thinking that if I had the same physical gifts as you, the same height, I could do better. There's plenty of people, you give the height of a Chet Holmgren to some of these people, it's just normal height individuals. It's like, yeah, you could do better than that. It's like some of them, it's like, but Chet, he had an upbringing that he had to work for a lot of the stuff that, so I say that not entirely thinking that but it's just an irritating known thing that I've seen him do this series. He worked very hard to be where he's at. There's some others that did, but at some point, I think it becomes guaranteed. Like if you're a Ben Simmons or someone, all you really got to do. Oh, hello to you, Nemus. Is it Nemus? How are you doing today? All you really got to do is you play good enough to, not that this is saying this is easy, you get to a certain point in your young career before hitting the NBA where everything is assured to you. It's going to be an inevitability. You go as a high draft pick and you get this money. So now that you get that money, if it's somewhere you don't want to go, all you got to do is just pay it to the point they give you your rookie extension and demand a trade. You don't got to be there. I don't want to be here no more. You got a player right now, I forgot his name. I may make a video or something about it. He's coming into the draft and he's choosing not to show up to certain drills. Because he's like, I know what I am. I'm going to be a top this and that and stuff. That's disrespectful. That's unprofessional. This is a prime opportunity that only less than 1% of the 1% of people get to experience. And you over here blowing off team practice and everything. Yeah, Ace Bailey. Like, he's somebody. I've been hearing, it's like, what are you doing? You don't even have a name yet to behave like this. You got players coming into the NBA thinking like that because they're making millions. I think Cooper Flagg is already a millionaire. He done made millions before he even gets to the NBA, which I don't necessarily have a problem with if you're playing in college, because I think they had changed that only a few years ago. It was never fair to me that colleges can profit off of these players, but yet they don't make anything. So I think that's fine, but the endorsement deals and all this stuff is icing. You're giving them all these things and they haven't done anything on a reputable level, on like a professional, reputable level. So as they get richer and richer, that's distractions. Hanging out and all these different parties and all that, you become distracted. You can't work on your game when IG models and all that is all over the place and following you, and you get invited to little baby shows and all that. Like, you ain't working on your game. And something, I don't even care if that, maybe this isn't the case, but this is how I feel. Players with tattoos, the more tattoos you have, the more you don't care about the game, the less you care about it. The more tattoos, the less dedication. Look at LaMelo. LaMelo is showing off more tattoos, I guess. It's not like whole lot of no basketball being played, whole lot of no craft and anything getting it. The players I see with the most tattoos, I'm starting to think it's like y'all doing everything else but play basketball. How would you fix the issues in the NBA if you were to replace Adam Silver? Well, the whole job first, no matter who the commissioner, like if there would be marketed changes that I could make or that one could make, but the bulk of some things with how the league is structured now, it doesn't really mean too much. Like, you can't do upheaval because it's been so player centric and player dominated type of thing. So it's similar to asking me, be like, hey, what would you do if you were president? It doesn't matter too much unless I have control of the Senate and the House. If the party that I'm a part of gets all their representatives and senators in there to where I can pass anything I want and not get blockaded by filibusters. So yeah, this guy could be a transformative president. He could be the main character president we've been waiting on. But his party didn't win the Senate or the House. So how much can he really do? You can do some obvious things. If I was president, one of the first things I would do is get rid of student debt. That can be signed right now by executive law, and none of them do that. Joe Biden didn't do it. Trump didn't do it, because I know what team they play for. They all play for the same team. You telling me something that's there that can easily, just with a flick of a pen, get rid of, abolish all student debt immediately? Nope, still there. But if I were to make changes, if I had dictatorial control over the NBA, I wouldn't be ultra conservative and I wouldn't be ultra progressive. I would be open-minded with some of the changes. First would be non-guaranteed contracts. You get this contract. This is how much you'll be making if you show yourself dutiful in your profession. If I have repeated instances of players or executives or other people saying you're not doing this and that, and I'm seeing it, this canon will be taken away immediately. So they need to have that. Flopping, they instituted rules, and I was so happy. I was like, oh yes, they get rid of it. They don't even enforce them, because if anything, it's as bad, if not worse than it was before they instituted the rule. Any flop should be $100,000. It may be extreme. I'd be willing to go 50, but I'm gonna say $50,000 to $100,000, because anything lower than that isn't gonna hurt them, because they make too much money now. But I would say $100,000 per flop. If I look at that replay and nobody touched you and your ass went on the ground, 100,000, give it here. Do it again. See what happened. That's how we get rid of LeBron and them doing all that other type. We get rid of Shea doing all the push-off stuff, push-offs and all that. Offensive fouls too. I would find that as well. It wouldn't be like 100,000. I said like 10,000. If I look at the replay and I blatantly see you elbow somebody to create space, $10,000 fine. Do it again. I would bring the decals on the court and all that back. All-Star Weekend would be completely changed. The skills competition is a waste of damn time. I'd get rid of that, because nobody cares about it and nobody takes it seriously. And you can see just how talented some of these players actually are or aren't. You got some of them that when they're right next to the rim, they can't even do that. Like just basic shots that you would expect a professional to make. Because y'all don't work on that aspect of your game, because you won't have to. You're going to make tens of millions without having to work on it. Jaylen Brown made it how long into his career without knowing how to properly dribble with his left hand? That shows you how the NBA you can't take the league seriously at some points. So I get rid of the skills challenge and introduce 2v2s and 1v1s or 3v3s. Players are too bitch made. If I'm the best and I think I'm the best at this, I will show you. Bring somebody here. I'll have them go one-on-one right now. I don't care what Twitter says. Or so-and-so got dropped off. Who cares? I did it. You wouldn't do it, would you? You're just a spectator. I hate it when people do that. Flopping rules are refs enforceable. We all know the refs go into business for themselves. Yeah, they don't even enforce it. Commissioner, have you ever been so far to even pretend to want to do more like? What do you mean? What do you mean? Keep the 3-point shout out though. 3-point line, it's a 3-point line and all that. It's like I don't think push it back. If they were to push it back, I don't think it is, because then we get a bunch of NBA narratives and all that and stuff like, oh, you'll have people looking, they'll be like, Curry, yeah, he may have been the greatest shooter back then, but he wasn't shooting from the same distance as X, Y, and Z players. So no, keep the 3-point line where it's at. But maybe I bring back hand checking, or maybe I bring back defensive toolkit. Give the defending player an ability to actually stop the offensive player, to be able to do something. Because playing defense sucks now. In general, people don't want to play. People, if they had to choose, if you poll a bunch of people, would you rather be on offense or defense? The bulk of everyone is always going to pick offense. It's just a more fun thing to do. But with how much they've made drawbacks and taking the ability to do anything to the shooter and to the offensive player, they take that away. You leave the defensive player with nothing. every little thing I do is like I can't do anything. So no, I would change that to where hand checking or something like that would be. How difficult is it to make you the actual commissioner of the NBA? I wouldn't even care to be the main thing of that. Ultimately, everything that I truly want to do and passionate about has nothing to do with the NBA or sports. But if I were the commissioner, those would be things that I would change. Some of the logos and all that would look pretty bad. I would change that. The blackouts wouldn't be a thing. Gambling would be abolished. Get rid of that immediately. Any and all commercials and sponsorships immediately gotten rid of. I'm tired of that. Tired of seeing that. Because now it's become more about gambling itself than enjoying the game. So get rid of that. Maybe, yeah, tweak the in-season tournament to make it work to where that game actually counts. It's not just a game played in a vacuum. And the stakes need to be improved, not just money. I'm not going to give you more of the thing you already have too much of. Something to do with either drafting or free agent signings or something like that to improve your overall team and organization. Yeah, Players Association. To hell with the Players Association. I'm sick of the Players Association. Everything they want is in net. It's in direct contrast to the consumer. That's why Kevin Durant and some other players, they'll be arguing on the behalf of players and other players like them, but they'll never think about it as an entertainment product. They're not thinking of it from the perspective of those who sit down and tune into your overpaid ass. Is Chris Paul still the president? Isn't it isn't CJ McCollum the president? Chris Paul was the president for a while, but I thought it was CJ McCollum, I thought. Yeah. Okay, I was right. Okay. Players should never have this much power. We're the reason they're here in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, load management too, yeah. These injuries, a lot of the injuries we see aren't actually real. Not the ones that take place on the court, but players being out for unspecified reasons. When you say, I just saw him play the other game, he didn't look fine, and then he's like, those things aren't really, I know what they are. That's just them saying load management, or them saying any little bit of discomfort. There could be the slightest bit of discomfort in your ankle or your wrist. Slight. And maybe it could go away after 30 minutes. They'll be like, oh, that's good enough. You're out next game. Just do that. I'd also make the season in a way that it stretch it out or make it start sooner, but then end at a certain period to where there's more time in between games. There needs to be more time in between games so we have even less injuries occurring and stuff like that. For the lottery, we should have a tournament that determines for which team is the number one pick between Warriors. Yeah, those types of changes and things like that. A lot of these are some aesthetic things and icing and stuff, but there's a lot more that needs to go into it. That There's two different groups that will sometimes be. It's always more the people who are the proprietors and then the people who work for them, same as jobs, or you have unions. You've got people who are on high, who run the corporations. They will see things differently and want a set amount of possibilities or assurances privy to them and not to the people who are working for them, and vice versa. But the power will still ultimately always lie with the people, because the people dictate whether your company exists or not. If we were all quit, you have nothing. Everything about what it is you do and stuff is gone, because you guys don't make anything. You don't create anything. You sit up there. More often than not, I think it should be the people should be given more than just the individuals who run said corporation, organization, or entertainment entity thing, because they're the lifeblood of it. You cannot have one without the other. We can do without you guys up there. You disappear from up there, we'll just hire from our own group, or people will move up the chain to replace you. You get rid of us, you cease to exist. I feel some similar or very similar to when it comes to wars and how people go about nation building and how they run things as a whole. Because you see things that's going on here with Iran and Israel and just countless wars and all that, and then people want to pick sides. So think about the innocents that suffer because of the decisions of a few individuals. If ever you want to go to war, people like Putin, Netanyahu, and all them, instead like Kim Jong-un, okay, go to war. Pick up a gun, go into an area and shoot at each other. We ain't doing it because you got a problem with him. The people and civilians of these countries, they just trying to live their life and be at peace. That's what all of us want. We just want to be able to live our life, take care of those that we care about, and go about our merry way. But being told by 1 to 2 people who control everything, hey, you go fight and die because this, that, and the other. It's like, what? You go and do that. Yeah, Ben Simmons, how he got paid, he got that $20 million that he had waited for. They end up paying him that anyway. It's like, why are you paying him money for shit he didn't do? Don't give him nothing. That money is just permanently revoked. Lowe gets pissed when Chuck and Shaq make fun of these people. Make fun of who? What people? Just players in general. Some of the unmentionable players, or the players that normally I complain about. So any other things that grind your gears? Oh, so many. So very many. Ja and Zion. Yeah, yes. Entitled, spoiled behavior for some players. I don't see players in other leagues act even halfway as much as bad as some of these players the NBA be doing, because they just been given too much allotment to get away with things and not be punished for it. You got players, multiple star players all across the league complaining about things that are mild punishment, if even that. Imagine if you actually hit them with things that were proper repercussions. They'd be over here staging protests. Probably had Ben Simmons, Zion over here walking around with a picket sign. Nemus. A lot of YouTubers defend Modern League, man. It's annoying. Yeah, they. I think because it's with YouTube in general, even when it's not just about not even basketball itself. If you make a channel about a specific thing, since it's your channel, you're going to want to defend these things, and you've built up a subscriber base of people that if you were to tell it like it is or be the opposite to what the content it is you've been saying thus far, they may not like that. I would do it anyway if I thoroughly believe it. If I say, hey, this is how I really feel, even if it's wrong, I'm not going to change aspects of myself and how I think just to appease people who have subscribed. But you also have to do right by those who have subscribed, because people can tell whether or not you're being authentic. But then there's also people who they may genuinely see a lot of these issues with the NBA and think there's nothing wrong. But ratings would say to the contrary. And a lot of people's sentiment, a lot of NBA fans who don't watch the same way. These finals being the lowest rated finals since the bubble finals. And I'll never get over how low those bubble finals were when everybody's trapped in their houses. They still didn't want to watch that. Everyone's at home. Can't go nowhere, can't do nothing. All you can do is watch TV or get on your phone, and they chose not to watch those finals. Like, you would think if everybody's trapped in one spot, hey, let me do the one source of entertainment that I have of the two or three that are available to me. Be like, maybe this is one of the more higher rated ones, but no. Yeah, the finals and the bubble were a disgrace. That was a joke. I preferred them just not coming back, period. I was fine with the season ending. It just ends and then it's like, whatever. It's unfortunate, but there were far more important things going on in the world. And nobody was thinking about basketball like that. So reading the room or reading the world, just go about doing something else. But they insisted on coming back. Some players did, LeBron being one of them. A majority of players didn't. And you saw these performances by players that most people don't know, that they were lighting it up in the bubble but haven't been able to produce that same level since. Because there's just people's, I don't want to be like that. Whole Clippers team didn't want to be there. But you can't fault others for showing up and then doing the best with what they had at their disposal, because it was the same for everybody. One of the main things I think, or reasons why I think people hate on the bubble as much as they do, other than it just being a weird like a weird mishmash of unnecessariness, because the Lakers won that ring. And once they won it, you had people saying, oh, this thing that here, like if I knew once they were talking about bringing the NBA back, in the back of my mind, I was like, if I'm LeBron, I would not want to win this ring. Because that's all people gonna be like, oh, this ring is an asterisk in a ring. I'd be like, nope, they need to cancel the league. I mean, I got AD, we got the same team, we just do it next season. I ain't about to win this ring. They gonna be talking about this ring forever. Say it's Fabergé and all that. I don't want that. But he came back, won it. And then I think in the first two games, you had 2 or 3 Heat players that were injured. And yet the Heat still took them 6 games. It's just weird. So if Lakers didn't win that ring, I don't think the bubble would have gotten as much. It would still get hate. But I don't think it would reach 10 on the Richter scale. I think it would get as high as 6. People would just stop caring about it. They'd be like, it don't really matter. Mr. Bungle Entertainment, how are you doing? Last Bardo, Doja Cat was part of the team who whacked Kobe. Psst, what? I don't remember anything from the bubble finals. That whole period was just very weird, unnecessary. When it was there, I was like, I'm watching it because the main reason I was watching it was because it was just so unprecedented. It was just so strange and weird to see. And see all these teams. I was like, yeah. But there were people that just didn't want any parts of that, and they just left. But Lakers had the number 1 seed in the West prior to that happening. So I think they still you could still, but then it's like when we get into hypotheses and all that, and and then it gets into territory. It's like, there's no point really. It's not a hypothetical really worth talking about. People who showed up, and the people who won it. And it being LeBron particularly makes people look at that ring a certain way and stuff. And I say, like, if people don't want to count it, I can understand why. I myself, a championship is a championship. It's legitimized by the NBA. It's whatever. But I'm certainly not going to argue with somebody really if they feel as though it wasn't, because we saw, like I said, a lot of players performing at a level we'd never seen them do at any time prior or after. You had players disengaged. You had overall scheduling and everything that was weird, all types of stuff. I'm still going to consider it a ring. It's just a ring that's, it's just a ring you don't really feel too good about winning. Probably. I think what made it worse for LeBron, it's not that he won it, because that was bad enough. People are going to hate him no matter what he does. It's that he tried to big up the ring and make it seem harder than it actually was, and said this was the hardest ring ever. No other player in NBA history had to do. I was like, you had me at no other player had to quite deal with these circumstances, but for you to say that it's the most difficult, when you had Steven Adams said, we're in a resort, mate. It's not that hard. It's not just whatever. Everybody's own individual experiences are different. But people were starving to death and couldn't work and couldn't pay their bills during COVID. And you want to talk about how hard this ring was. For who? Other than you. Bill Russell was dealing with racism. He was dealing with people trying to lynch him for some of the rings that he was winning. And you gonna say this one of the hardest? Get the hell out of here. Do you think bubble was purest form of basketball? I could see an argument for that, because there's no distractions, really. There's no fans interrupting. You can get more of a constant of some players doing some things uninterrupted by some of the distractions. I think there's an argument for it, but I know when LeBron says it, he's only trying to make it seem better than what it was. Just the whole bubble experience. It's like a gym. You see players hitting a free throw in the bubble isn't comparable to hitting a free throw in a game where there's a bunch of fans and all that cheering and booing, because the pressure and stuff just isn't there. The effect, the awe and the stigma isn't the same. It's like being in a gym and then you could just hit something that's not so I can see what he meant when he said that. Yeah, EuroLeague, I've heard plenty of great things from you. I've looked at just some of the stuff I've seen. It's like, yeah, they get down there. It'd be no nonsense, and you like a little bit of nonsense here and there. That's part of the entertainment aspect. But the nonsense category is overflowing in the NBA, and it's been that way since possibly like what 2016, 2015, 2016. Pedro says thoughts on Gil downplaying Kobe. What was he saying? Seemed like Gil saying something wrong every other day. He just an assembly line of bad takes. Who am I still at war with? Look at that. Oh, what the hell are all these settlers here? Get the hell out of here. Blow that up. Get that out of here. Taxpayers' money going to waste underwater. Like, why are you rushing me with settlers? This AI is just weird. I don't know what the AI be doing. He said Kobe was a sidekick for his first 3 rings. People just love to say. I mean, yes, he won finals and like Shaq got finals MVP and stuff, but to say he's sidekick, Shaq doesn't get those without Kobe. You could say that and vice versa. It's like a tandem. People been talking differently too. Just when Kobe being not with us anymore, people be talking differently than when he was here. When he was here, he'll say that. Oh, look at this.
Collector's passion borders on the chaos of memories.
Oh. It's sensational. Architectural brilliance. Oh. This garbage city up here. Yeah, they got a big update coming for this in a couple days. I can't wait. It's gonna change the game. Next big dynasties. I don't know if we'll ever see dynasties for a while, because they just with the way the NBA, that CBA. I don't know where y'all think y'all going in this carriage. Get out of here. I need a fleet. I need a fleet to. What's the war? Huh? Yeah. No matter what people want to say about the game itself, it just looks beautiful. The game looks beautiful. I need an aircraft carrier. Alright. Imagine LeBron playing Civ 7 and saying victory doesn't matter. It's just gold in the bank. And it's just civilizing. It's just civilizing. would you consider playing Total War, like Rome or Empire? I've seen some stuff about it, but yeah, I would consider playing any type of thing, as I love things like this. I'm a big history buff, and I used to play garbage versions of these types of games on the internet, on just like not even anywhere near, not even 1% as good looking as any of this. Like I used to play a game called Cyber Nations, and that was just pixels. Couldn't see really nothing. It was all just numbers and pixels. It wasn't really anything else. So history was my favorite class, other than drama. Whenever I did have it, 'cause I didn't have that often, and English and science are like my main through. Like hated math. To this day, I hate math. Respect those who do it and are very proficient at math, but it never agreed with me. I'm not a very analytical person. It does not do well. I don't do well with it. Darth Savant, I know what you mean. I woke up pumped thinking I was going to watch Game 7, only realized it's tomorrow. Yeah. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's just not a blowout or anything. Because these Game 7s thus far in these playoffs have been pretty bad. Anticlimactic. Yeah, no, look at how beautiful this looks. Do you see this? I got Machu Picchu here. Look at that. Look how detailed this is. It's just the way this game released was unacceptable. The practices of these suits and things and how they but look at the individual. Like you could see the water down there and the fountain move. You see the smoke. You see birds moving. You see the little sparks and embers. Beautiful. Oh, you're very welcome, Neon. By the time you do decide to get Civ, it will be in a far better state with more things. But like a lot of these games go, they're never going to be as good until time goes on. Time goes on, they get much better and better. See, look at them chickens. Look at my farmland. The Mirror, what's up to you? Thoughts on Scott Foster reffing for Game 7? Is he? Because I saw news of that and it was from a troll account, which I've had the unfortunate displeasure of falling for before and made a video about, that I quickly deleted after 15 minutes of being up. Just horrible work on my part. But is he really? Because of that, that'll be a difference maker. If he's ref, I'm going to have Game 8. Ha. If you ever become commissioner of the league, you need to get rid of Scott Foster. I don't even know how he's still able to be there. You got some old threads that were around during peak fixing time and all that. That was they themselves a part of some of it. Scott Foster too. So I don't know how he's still there. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? What is happening? happening? What just happened? Oh no, the game might be about to crash. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me exit out. Let me exit out. The hell? See this stuff I'm talking about. This. Need to add some better leaders though too, because some of these I was like, I don't really want to. Some are great, but some other ones I say you could have added that maybe some other time. Like get the ones people really care about out the way first. Yes, Siakam, he'd be getting MVP, I imagine. And you'd have some people getting on Halliburton a certain way because he'd be getting a similar treatment to Jason Tatum when Jason Tatum didn't win Finals MVP. Unite MPT. You making Caruso the pest of mosquito sound effects. Funniest thing I saw in a while. Glad to have brought you some laughs. That every time I see Caruso, that's the first thing I think. And I see it and I say like, Hall of Fame pest. They got a party or something going on down the street. A bunch of cars there. You'll be getting a lot of, I said earlier in the stream, but there'll be a lot of skits, far more being uploaded, like shorts, more hip-hop videos, and more, there'll be trades and everything else going on with the NBA. It'll just be a part of normal scheduled videos, but just a lot more of grandiose types of things, since now I'll be freed up to expand some more, because I want things to mostly be at least have a good mixture. Basketball, have some hip hop, and there's like, are things having to do with things in relation to the NBA or some pop culture type things, but not straying too far away from basketball. So I'm not gonna, I'll save any of those other things for other channel, like talking about movies, anime and stuff. I won't put something like that on this one. Would you do a collaboration video with other YouTubers? Yeah, when life gets sorted out and it's not off the rails like this, then yeah. My main reason for not doing so now has been the chaotic nature of how life has been for me. Unless it's just simple as just showing up to somewhere. It's like if it's Discord and I show up and then it's but extensive collaborative work, I don't want my own BS to affect the creator that I'm working with. and just mismanagement, time being random and all that. So it's better to just wait, things calm down. Burn a mass murder, no talent, ass clown Travis Scott. Damn. Damn. His apology video for that was atrocious, though. So he made things far worse for himself. How do you feel about Pusha T trying to beef with Travis Scott? Talked about it earlier. I don't know if you were here though when I first talked about Silent G, but yeah, I said both tracks Pusha did great, cool. I have both of those in my playlist. It's just how he is going about it, and it's being brought up now for album promo. I see it as a little weak, a little bit, but not discounting anything and how he said and the package it was put in, because it was great. It's visceral and all that, but it'd be different if that stuff happened a few months ago, but that's like what, 2 years or more ago, and that just out of nowhere and just so purposefully done for album promo is why I feel a certain way about it. Because I know rappers now, especially with how hip hop is, drum up controversy and create issues and then release the album because that nets to streams and album sales, but most of the time it don't be working out as good, depending on the rapper though. If it's something that just so happens to correlate or happen when your album was going to come out soon anyway, then that's one thing. Because it's like, well, I mean, he was already going to come out with something. So, yeah, you go talk about some of it there. Yeah, I could see him trying to bait Travis Scott, but Travis don't really rap. He's not a savant type person. He's not a rapidy rapper. So you can expect a non-response from Travis because people don't really, and if he were to respond, he just does more damage to himself by responding. Unless his response was just something like, oh, damn, is he capable of that? Maybe. But if one were to think that he isn't, I wouldn't see that person who thinks that he isn't to be unfounded, because he's just not that caliber of rapper. Yeah, he called Travis harmless. That was funny. He's like, it's just Travis. He's harmless. Very disrespectful. Something needs to be done. I couldn't. Oh, but he's right in what he was saying about Travis and how like Travis be playing both sides and he be doing things, but that level of disrespect is just ugh. Travis shouldn't respond in a song. It'd probably not. It'd probably be best if he didn't. But for the art of hip hop, for the love of the game, we always want to see a rapper respond in the booth. But for the type of rapper that Travis is, if he were to respond outside of the booth, then I would see that. I could see him doing that. I would prefer any and all grievances to be done in a booth, because that's what the genre is about. This guy's gangster. His real name's Travis. Ah, that works great. It ain't gonna work out for him. Yeah. And we know Pusha T, he has This isn't even Pusha T's final form. Pusha T just dissed him in bass. He didn't transform Super Saiyan 1, 2, or 3. He dissed him in bass, and the bass attack is scathing. So then Travis Scott, like you go try to respond back to a man or try to do something to a man that hits you like that in bass? That must be real cool, though, to be at that type of skill level, that type of confidence, and knowing what power you have to wield and how to wield it. And you can just so easily diss some people. And fear alone, your aura alone will keep them from dissing you just because they're afraid of what you're capable of. And you just know this. You'd be like, oh, what are you going to do? You're harmless. And ugh. Nate Cook says Halliburton buzzer beater tomorrow. Watch. Yeah, that would be that a walk-off type buzzer beater, like last possession of the game. Let's say Pacers down 2 points. Halliburton last shot does a 3 and send them home. Ugh. Ooh, no. Ooh. They may give him Finals MVP just for doing that, even though numbers-wise Siakam should get it. But just for that, then be that actually not Siakam. We giving this to Halliburton. Milestone. Oh, I got a lot of milestones done. Military path 30 times. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. I wish PlayStation would add something that
built from the bones of the
is
past, refashioned for a new
if the
future.
game crashes or the game
has arrived.
close application, it shouldn't stop the stream. The stream should still be able to keep going. I guess that's what people be using the computer to stream and all that too, instead of having to deal with this. Play Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I did play a good amount. I haven't played it in a few months though. But I very much enjoyed it.
Borders on the chaotic, but the collector's passion borders on the chaos.
Oh, well, I get to see this get built again. Yeah. Hermitage. Or is it Hermitage? I don't know. Hermitage. Let's say Hermitage. Ah, yes. The quote alone, too. Very poignant. This is Civ 7. Yeah, I lost a little bit of progress just in that one turn. Because they got autosave in the game. Because they know a game like this, something could happen, crashing, so it's alright.
Every passion borders.
Oh, wait, I already played that. Never mind. I should have watched it again, but whatever. It's that beautiful. A lot more of a hassle on PlayStation. My PC is randomly rebooting for years. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I hate technology type stuff. I'm just not good with it. Stuff be breaking, error codes and all that. I don't have the patience for it. Like, there's a scene in the Steve Jobs movie, not the one that damn, what is his name? It's the one with that damn Michael Fassbender plays Steve Jobs. It's now I forget the other guy's name that was in that 70s show that played Kelso. And he said, when the computer and the Macintosh reveal, he says, Why isn't it working? It's supposed to say hello and it isn't saying hello. It worked yesterday. It worked a few hours ago. Now it's not working. It's like, well, it's not working now. Or it could be a blah blah error. Ashton Kutcher, thank you. God, cannot think. The heat is messing with my brain. I can't remember people's name. But you had somebody like a Steve Jobs. I know some stuff is played up for movies, so I don't know exactly if that had happened, but people who are that adept with technology and software and programming, and they're wondering why something isn't working. No, and they like that type of stuff. They find that stuff interesting. I get mad. I see one error code. They don't even get, no, I get angrier when it's an error code, but there's no error code given. When they say a problem has occurred, what's the problem? Something went wrong. What's the something? Tenement. 17. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Ah, the city looks beautiful. Beautiful. Great with PCs. Been a PC gamer my whole life. I've been building my PC since I was 10. Damn. And I can't figure out the rebooting thing, so yeah, so many moving parts, man. Dang, you that much experience doing it, you can't figure that. Like, I couldn't. You, better you than me. You'd be far more capable than I. First time catching you live. Oh, Peng Zay, how are you doing? Thank you for tuning in. That's got 8 more turns to get destroyed. Oh yeah, that's right. I bought an aircraft carrier, but because I had to leave that one, didn't process. Where the hell are you going? Out of here. And then you call yourself bringing a tank over here? What you think, I'm gonna let you do that? That shit out of here. More taxpayers' money. Down sleeping with the fishes. You're unguarded. I already took care of that. Oh, what? Oh, he attacked? You think you go attack? Yeah, get out of here. Scrap metal. I forgot to buy the aircraft carrier again.
All birds need to fly at the right shaped wings, the right pressure, and the right
Yakum sacrificing virgins behind the scenes. Ha ha ha. King's trying not to been a wreck ever since. Outside the Suns probably have a worse future. And yeah. Some of these organizations just never see success because of bad decision making. What is the heavy bomber? Why does it look like that? Is there another upgrade for that? I ain't never seen that. can't attack. Helldivers 2. Yeah, I did. I used to play Helldivers a good amount, a lot. I just haven't been playing much games really at all recently. Civ is the only thing that I really play extensively anymore. And that's when I'm not uploading or editing or doing something, because it calms my nerves. I very much enjoy it. Who can you attack right now? Is that okay? Heavy Gauntler. Yeah, really. Yeah, the music too. I love the score in this game. I turned the music down for this stream though. I don't want it to be too loud. Yeah, look at you. Trying to beg for peace after declaring war on me. I'll accept it this time, but only this time. Happens again, you're done. Am I still at war with Napoleon? No, I'm not. I'm only at war with Simon Bolivar. War with him and Hatshepsut. Need to get rid of one of these carriers. Sorry, you need to go. Oh, that was just an ally ship, no wonder. Department store. People needs to shop. Give them some shopping. Thoughts on the ring? Oh yeah, the ring culture thing. Thought about making a video on it, but yes, LeBron does look very hypocritical talking about ring culture when he himself is engaged in ring culture and has advertised ring culture quite some time. People's opinion can change and they can think differently later, but you can't be over here saying not 1, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, and then talking about that one right there made me the greatest of all time, and then later say, oh, ring culture, I never understood ring culture. It's like, yeah, but you engage in it. You've been doing a lot of talking on that podcast with Steve Nash. Changes his takes to fit his narrative. He knows he'll never catch up to my Damn Napoleon, man! You know something? I can't ever play this. Then maybe they'll change this. Upplay. I can't ever play this and not be at war with somebody. It's always somebody starting with me or doing something. Can't never. Can't live a nice, peaceful life on this game. He contradicts himself a lot. Actually, and it's in poor taste when he decides to speak up. Yeah. Sean, you don't need 7 rings to be better than Mike. LBJ already is. Nah. Certain aspects of the game, is a better passer and stuff, but I've grown quite weary of the GOAT debate, and I feel similar to how Jordan and them was saying that different eras and different rules. The rules and the eras are just so different, and how people conduct themselves in GOAT debates now, it's made the whole affair just not fun to take part in anymore. It's like you roll around in the mud with somebody else and you both come out still looking like pigs. In a different NBA where under those set of rules, one person played this way, and now in this NBA that's more player oriented and what it is they want to do, positionless basketball, you have somebody in a LeBron who's doing this, that, and other, but another, like, they don't never talk about, they say the weakest part of Jordan's game was his passing, but he's still among the top shooting guards in NBA history in passing. And if you want to say it's his weakest aspect, then yeah, I say some of maybe the 3-point shooting as well certain times, yeah, because the line, that was different time, but it gets to the point it's just not fun to take part in anymore, because everyone, they do so much to hate on the other individual and disrespect who it is they're debating with, rather than having proper discourse. And the era bashing too that Ethan just brought up. If I can't make an argument to supersede this player that I want to be superseded, then let me just trash the whole era that player is from. So if the average person regards Jordan as the greatest, and it becomes a little bit difficult to make an argument for LeBron under certain circumstances, or some people just don't know how to argue, or they don't know how to use their mind, I just disrespect the whole era. The whole era is trash. There, that's easy. That I can do that rather than actually have to use my brain, talk about different play schemes, scenarios under different situations, and like that. That's what people do. That's what the whole done with the 80s and 90s movement is. You can take moments from any period in NBA history of trash basketball, and you can find a lot of them and put them all together, and you can get a lot of them from the same game. It can't even really be used as a proper metric to argue, because you could do that with anything. You could take any individual thing of a player playing and say, really, this is your goal? You could do that for everybody. The only thing that has any meaning at the end of the day, because of how topsy-turvy people's arguments are and what they care about and what they choose to care about, is just who won more. And that will always be Jordan over LeBron, and LeBron fandom, who are the LeBron-tomatons, not just normal LeBron fans. they'll just disrespect the whole era. Then just say, just do that. Because I do think that LeBron was given a pretty, his situation when compared to a lot of the other immediate greats has some bad luck associated with it. Because pros and cons, you get drafted to Cleveland. That's where you're from. That's where all that. Yay, great. Bad, that organization doesn't give a damn the same way about like that others do. When you look at when Jordan got drafted to the Bulls, they were a bad organization, but they needed something to jumpstart them, to want them, or like to get the ball rolling. And it was at least in their mind, and Jerry Reinsdorf's mind and all of them, to, yeah, I want to do this with the team, but right now, I mean, what am I in a rush for? Team is trash. People's snorting left and right, it's whatever. You get somebody like Jordan there, generational, lifetime. Yeah, let's start making some things here and there. But Jerry Reinsdorf cared more about the game of basketball than Cleveland's owner did. I forget his name now. It was not a priority to do a bunch of things the same way that it was for some of the others. And then you look at Magic, you got drafted to the Lakers. Larry drafted to the Celtics. Franchises that give a damn, they have a history of winning. Jordan got drafted somewhere. Jordan's thing could have very easily it ended up bad. He could have been an amazing player who just couldn't win because of shit situation. But he had an owner that gave a damn, and they put things around him. They got him a coach, some stuff. LeBron didn't really have those things going for him in Cleveland. That doesn't excuse some of his play, because now the narrative a lot of people like to use is, in 2007, they don't even count that against LeBron. They just say, I mean, what was he supposed to do? LeBron shot the ball horribly in there. LeBron had numerous games he shat himself. There's no excuse for that. Like, you just didn't play good. That's just bad play. I don't care if you were facing the Spurs. You played like shit. And in 2011, it's just the biggest thing. That's near inexcusable. That's near all time unacceptable. You were the favorites coming in and I think they were up. They were up on the Mavericks and they still lost. They also like to look at 2015, and I do think 2015, that was unfair. I mean, it's very unlucky for LeBron. Your next best player is Dellavedova. You lost Kyrie, and you lost Kevin Love because of stupid-ass Kelly Olynyk pulling his arm out of his socket. That bastard. I permanently don't like him. I'm going to do that. When you look at the play, too, he did it intentionally. Pull my arm out of my socket. They go like, huh? Shut up. Hate him. Never liked him after that. But then they try to go and they say, well, LeBron, I mean, that gets excused. LeBron was up a game or two on the Warriors, wasn't he? I think he was up a game. And then you proceeded to shit the bed there, too. And you had a game or two you didn't play good. I see more and more people, they get, it's if somebody thinks LeBron is the greatest, like someone in here, I read his comment, say it is, it's like, well, let me ask why. It's not immediately, I'm going to be like, blasphemous, how could you with that? I don't think, I mean, given everything that LeBron has done up until this point, if somebody were to say he's better than Jordan, I'm not going to automatically get up in arms and get angry, but like, oh, that's like, well, I think you can get that type of consideration with stuff. It's like, okay, well, why is he? Like, tell me why. Explain some things. But I notice a lot of different people in LeBron's fandom, the Brontomatons, not just the normal fans, they'll begin and end with Jordan wasn't playing this good for this long. Jordan is like, well, I mean, he didn't have to. He got through winning two sets of three-peats. And he's over here gambling in a casino. He did all his stuff and all that. I guarantee you, if LeBron had as many rings as Jordan right now or more, he would not be playing right now. Because what are you playing for? It can't just be your love of the game. Because no matter what people say, choosing to play an entire NBA season every single year, especially being at his age, that takes a lot out of you. That man has a whole family, responsibilities. He can't jump as high anymore. He's got a ton of things. Does it make sense to play that long unless you're trying to achieve something? Brady's case, you could use Tom Brady as an example. I think it's just him really loving the game, but also I don't think he knows what to do with himself when he isn't really playing. That now he got used to that, which is why he had that divorce with his wife. Because even she started asking, I mean, what you playing for? You've got more rings than an organization, and any organization in football. And you go play some more? Like, what about the kids? What about me? And he still want to play, and then that led to back and forth stuff, and then divorce and some other things. Bron has nothing more to prove. I don't believe. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to me. I don't believe he has anything to prove. But to himself, he wants to prove to himself that he's the greatest. To himself. When it comes to everything else, he doesn't have anything to prove to anyone else. Like, what more do you want? He's got 4 different rings and multiple of those rings on different teams, while being their best player and doing all those things. Just think about how history could have gone. Like, let's say if Kyrie or Kevin Love is there for a good stretch of that final series in 2015, you can very easily make the point that LeBron wins that, and then he would have, 5 rings? And let's say he doesn't wet himself in 2011, and he has 6. Technically, there's a timeline that exists that LeBron has 6 or 7 rings. And then what does the conversation look like then? But when he had everything at his disposal, did he perform or did he not? He didn't perform. And it's really hard for me to argue against somebody that doesn't have a single blemish on their finals record. It'd be different if Jordan was like 5-2 or 4-3 or like even 6-3. You could say, oh, Jordan failed this here, failed here. The man is flawless. You're comparing every other player in past, present, and future to somebody with flawlessness on their record. That you have to be perfect in order to equate to Jordan when it comes to that record. And if you aren't perfect, sorry, that's how a lot of people are going to look. You're not perfect, sorry. I think that irritates a lot of Brontomaton's brain, because it's just the fact that and it's not just 6 rings across his 15-year career. It's 3 consecutive rings, timeout, 3 consecutive rings. That is disgusting. That is unheard of. The man came back and won like he never left. It's like you can, which is why people then make the argument, if he didn't retire the first time, he could have had 8. And something people don't bring up often enough as the final, like when they bring up anything to try to prop up LeBron and then put Jordan down, they talk about Jordan's finals competition. But LeBron had pretty weak ass playoff competition getting to the finals. He had to face a behemoth in the finals, but he's over here going up a bunch of runts of the litter. Teams that don't nobody remembers, like that Hawks team and all that. Don't nobody think about any of them. And their record is one thing, but how they play is something else. He's going up against a weak ass East, a Swiss cheese SpongeBob Eastern Conference. Eastern Conference was a dog when Jordan was there, but who he faced in the finals, you could say, yeah, the finals competition wasn't all that. It's like they have opposites of each other. I see the road getting there is more impressive than you getting there and doing whatever. So Jordan's road to the finals, to me, is more impressive than some of his finals competition. You had to get your ass whooped by the Pistons. You had to get your ass whooped by the Pacers. You had to get ass whooped by the Knicks. Back then when they didn't even have a flagrant foul didn't even exist back then. I think they added it somewhere. I forget what time it was in the 90s specifically. You could elbow somebody in the face and that's not a flagrant. That's a normal foul. He had to go through that to get the 6 rings. LeBron had to go against a bunch of nobodies. Not all of them nobodies, some of them reputable teams, but his most impressive run to the finals to me is that 2018 run. That 2018 run, he was Thanos. I was in awe. I'd never seen a performance like that. He beat 3 teams he had no business beating. Everybody he faced in the playoffs was better than him and his team. And he somehow was able to get to the finals, but it's like, but once you get to the finals, it's over. That's when reality kicks in. You're not winning against Kevin Durant and Warriors. Bad boy Pistons literally ruined the storybook that the league wanted. The league wanted Jordan to win. They saw him as that guy. They know what he's capable of. Our overall selling point does better if Jordan gets up there. And the Pistons spoiled that party. And they knew they spoiled the party. The league didn't want that. They wanted their new face of the league to be minted, and he couldn't get up there. He's getting his ass whooped every single year. And Jordan's story is just better. It's just cooler. It resonates with more people. It resonates with me more. Somebody that Jordan was never thought of as just he's a sure thing in the same way that LeBron was thought of. LeBron couldn't even touch an NBA court without them calling him the chosen one already. They weren't talking about Jordan like that. Jordan wasn't even a first round draft. I mean, no, not a first round. He wasn't even a number 1 pick. He wasn't a number 2 pick. He was a number 3 pick. Because that era cared more about centers and big men. And they said, Jordan's so good, draft him at center. He's like, well, I mean, I need a center, so no. LeBron drafted number 1, all these expectations and stuff, but you get drafted to a team, you go and do these things for this team, but that next level that people were expecting, you failed to do that there, and half of that is due to ownership, because ownership is trash, but the other half is due to you. You didn't play as good. LeBron's first go around in Cleveland, it's not as if you can't look at that without seeing blemishes. There are blemishes there. You can't look at his first go around in Cleveland and say there was nothing LeBron could have done. He did everything he was supposed to do. He had shit playing games. He had games that he did not play properly. Jordan, you can look at some of his and say, I don't know what more he could have done. That man dropped 60 and still lost. You knew he was that guy. He was that dude. And then you could say, well, he just needs the personnel. What happened when LeBron got the personnel? He still lost. And he had, who was guarding LeBron? JJ Barea and Jason Terry? And he missing shots? just does not look good. When we talk about greatness, we have to nitpick and we have to talk about careers with a microscope, and that just doesn't look good. Your story just doesn't look good. You assembled a group of jocks in a gym and got your asses whooped. Like, how does that even make you look? Like, I bet in 2011, he was over here. He was mad too in 2011. He said, "Oh, you know, these people that say these things about me, they got to go back to their life every single day. I mean, yeah, they enjoy it for a few months or stuff, but that man was mad. I can imagine. That man was pissed off." And he almost got bounced again the next year. That classic picture of him looking up like that. He almost got kicked out that year. He had to turn into something else. He was like, I ain't going, Imagine if LeBron would have lost again in 2012. Oh my God. With the Heat, if he had, man, that was possible too. That was very possible. Imagine if Ray Allen doesn't make that shot. Even though LeBron put them in that position, for Ray Allen to even make that shot, which is, a lot of people don't talk about that. LeBron scored nearly all their points. It's just when things came, okay, I need you to do more. He just couldn't do nothing else. And it wasn't just him being tired. He just was missing. You had Ray Allen make that shot. If you don't make that shot, what? Miami Heat won one ring in 4 years? Is Kareem near LeBron in your eyes? I made a members only video where I gave my top 10. For me personally, when I first started this channel, I had LeBron at number 2, but I wasn't paying as close attention to the game as I am now. And a lot of things that I felt, I'll say a lot, say almost half, decent amount of things I felt that way then, I don't feel the same way now. And when I had him at 2, it wasn't because I myself put him at 2, it was because I thought that's what made sense, because people were saying he should be at 2. Because Stephen A. and all these other people who are up there getting paid millions to have an opinion and talk about basketball, they're saying he's at 2. He should be at 2 at the very least. There's anything else, you don't know ball. So I was like, well, I don't want to not know ball. Let me put him at 2. I mean, he's great. He's one of the best I've ever seen. So it's half and half. But which one of those things overpowers the other? The thing that overpowers my mind then more so than the other was people saying he's at 2. But do you believe he's at 2, Commissioner? Now I'm paying attention to something. I'm looking back at old highlights and I'm looking at stuff. I take a whole career and pay attention to it in a way that I've never done so before, because now I have a channel that is about this thing. And I said, no, I have him at 3. Because when it came to winning, with the most important sport and metric, or like the most important thing about winning, I have him at 3. I say, like, then someone said Kareem is overrated, but Kareem, look at what Kareem did and how he did it. And he has the longevity that people talk about with LeBron. And he had a go-to move that nobody really knew how to deal with. And he kept doing that and nobody knew how to deal with it. And he has an illustrious damn career. He has all the MVPs. He got all this. It's like, in terms of consistency and producing and winning when it mattered most, the things that should matter, chief among them are everything. Kareem just did better than LeBron. And that's with Kareem having shittier hand than LeBron, and Kareem existing in a time period in the NBA where players don't have autonomy to create their own teams and do whatever. He was still able to do that. Now we talk about a thing of who's the better player. That's a different argument. Who's the greatest player and who's the better player? Who's the more skillful player? Yeah, LeBron's better than Kareem. And the better player. Who's the greater player? Kareem is greater than LeBron. But Jordan is one of the only people that, no matter both of those lists, he still is better. Who was greater between LeBron and Jordan? Who was the better player? Jordan. I get somebody who was a part of all those NBA all-defensive teams, who was a scoring champion all those times, who was getting all these different steals per game, who was casually dropping 30 and 40. Like, people even pay attention to Jordan's averages in the playoffs. The man had like 30-something plus points in the playoffs. He literally turned into somebody else. And then they say, well, to contrast that, well, the Bulls, they made it to the playoffs without Jordan. But did they win, though? No. Couldn't do it without him, could they? Use LeBron, for example. When LeBron is on a team, they're this. But when he leaves, that team is in the gutter. Well, that's partly because LeBron is the GM and he instructs the front office to give these shit-ass contracts. Look how he left the Cleveland, like the Cavaliers, after he left in 2018. Garbage roster. That whole roster is ass. Bunch of Shumpert was overpaid. Tristan Thompson's overpaid. All these players overpaid. Yeah, the team go fall off a cliff when he leaves, because they were barely on a cliff when he there. And in a weak Eastern Conference. What has LeBron done since he's been in the West? First round exit. Yeah, you got the finals and you got the win in a time that people was over here was like, oh, I don't count the bubble championship. Have you been able to replicate that bubble? When you've got the same core together, you still had AD, you're still on the team, you've got some others. I don't like the Lakers trading half the damn team away after they won. That was stupid. But it's not like this team is that much worse than that one. You still got relative players, and then they won't go and get the same players they traded away and bring them back. Stupid ass organization. But you have not been able to replicate this success outside of the bubble. Despite having a top 10 player, arguably top 5 sometimes when you want to be an AD on your team. Fritz Cato, Commissioner, you need a Discord. This is a great convo, especially because people aren't getting banned for honest takes. Yeah, I mean to make a Discord. I need to make that. That's on my priority list. I'm gonna have one in the coming weeks, I hope. LeBron has now, unfortunately, due to the longevity is a double-edged sword. You have now played with better talent than Jordan ever did. And you have more years of losing than Jordan ever did. In 22 years, you've gotten 4 rings. That's 4 out of 22. That's a failing score. Jordan is 6 out of 15. And those 2 extra years are those Wizard years, but we have to be fair and count them because he played. There's some Jordan stands that don't want to count those years. If you didn't count them, then you'd be all like, damn, like half the time this man was in the league, he won a ring. But now it's less than half. But still, he did all those wins at the time that he did it while averaging historical numbers. And he had some bad games in between there. But you never had an instance and point of a whole series where he's lesser, where he's supposed to be the guy, but he isn't. You've got multiple of that with LeBron. And that's a stain that you just can't wipe away. And to me, it's disrespectful if they try to prop him up and people want to put that over Jordan's career. Because that career is damn illustrious. That's near stainless career. That's Jordan's career is probably as perfect as one can ever get without playing 2K My Player. How do you really beat that? That irritates the hell out of LeBron fans, which is why they shit on the whole 90s decade, shit on the 80s too by collateral, and then they shit on Jordan and say he's overrated. What more can you do? You're going up, you're looking at somebody who's a basketball equivalent to the second coming of Jesus, damn near. And that's not even glazed. The man went 3 years without losing back-to-back games, damn near. Do you know what that is? Like that, just really think about that. As a team, the Bulls went I think it was like 3 years without winning 2 to 3, losing 2 to 3 games in a row. And look what he accomplished while he was doing it. He won Defensive Player of the Year, like he was winning Defensive Player of the Year, and won MVP, and won Finals MVP, and NBA champ. That is nasty. That is gross. Defensive Player of the Year, that may have been a different year or something. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. But he's one of the only people to even have that. That man try harder during the regular season, got an MVP. Try harder during the finals, got a Finals MVP. Got all those things you could possibly win every single season, and did it again. And the only reason people even bring up Bill Russell, unfortunately, because they disrespect the man. They bring him up to shit on Jordan because they want to use that same argument that lacks context, because that's the only talking point they have, because it's from LeBron, because LeBron said it in an interview in like 2000, 10 or 11 or something, 11 or 12. He said rings aren't just the only thing, because then if I look at Bill Russell, then Bill Russell would be like, but y'all don't ever bring Bill Russell up in any other conversation. He's just used as an attack point. That's so disrespectful what that man accomplished in his career, and all he's used as is a toolie to shoot Jordan? I hate NBA discourse. Some of these content creators should be ashamed of themselves. Oh yeah, this is Civ 7. Dukas Fat School? Hope I'm not. Yeah, this is Civ 7. Civ 6 was my first civilization. And thank you for the best Giannis impression on the internet. Thank you very much. Do you remember Russell's last ring? Off the top of my head, no. At the moment, I cannot. And people seem to forget every time when Bill Russell was facing Wilt, most of the time Bill Russell was locking Wilt up. Like he was showing himself to be the winner. He just unfortunately played during a time that there's only a few teams in the NBA. Like it's like half the amount of teams now. You got a lot of people that's not doing certain things, but I don't just look at it as he's playing a bunch of firemen and all that. That's part of evolution. That's just how things work. Nobody looks at any of these things with nuance and consideration. They don't think of evolution in the sense of the game of basketball being played on a player-to-player basis, where we need to think up new things to do to evolve the game. They look at who's good and who isn't. And it's not that simple. You look at, like, take Fortnite, for example. If you look at the first few seasons of Fortnite when it first came out, there was barely anybody building a wall and a ramp and a ramp. That was it. That was like 3-4 things. And you had 1 to 2 players that were over here building buildings. And those players didn't know how to adjust to that. But once they saw that was possible, they adjusted accordingly and they started incorporating it into their game. You need evolution. Nobody just comes into the NBA with handles like Kyrie Irving. How did Kyrie know he could handle the ball like that? Because he saw Iverson and Isaiah Thomas do it. You don't just get gifted these things and create it out of nowhere. That rarely, if ever, happens in anything. You got to see it before you know it's possible, and then you create it. And every player takes something from other players and they establish their own game. People can't think that. Think, Mark. Think Iverson was just that good automatically? No, he wouldn't have known he could even do these things if he didn't see other players do it. It's like we're looking at composite players. Even in today's NBA, you're seeing composites of greats in the past. All their games rolled into one. Because without them, you don't get this version of player. But no, let's just say everybody before 1980, NBA doesn't exist. Everybody's firemen. Everybody's plumbers. Everybody's dentists and everything else. I hate that. How do you evaluate ringless players? CP3. It's I saw like on Karl Malone and John Stockton, that's on you for not being able to win when it mattered most. Losing to Jordan twice, and you had things going for you. Like Karl Malone and said that was a matchup. That was a bad matchup for the Bulls. You didn't take advantage of that. So it's more so of them not being able to rise to the occasion. And you just got outplayed. As good as your career is, I don't think it's bad luck. You got outplayed. CP3, I think it's a mixture of bad luck, but also him getting outplayed and just a bunch of other stuff. Like, near Doc Rivers levels of just incompetence sometimes with some things. And Barkley, yeah, you got outplayed too. He even says it himself. He said he felt bad because he couldn't will his team to a win over the Bulls. You need to start a live party because this is getting spicy and many of us have sauce to add. I know. I did. Damn it. I want to like get on Fortnite and just invite some people. Not even to just play, but just to hear what people have to say. Because since I don't have a Discord at the moment, and that's the only way I'd hear some of you talking. I do want to do that, but then I'd have to stop the stream and start another one. And I don't know. Maybe. Staying here at 3 a.m. Thank you, Nemus. I appreciate that. Yes, it has gotten quite spicy. It'll get so much into like when these debates, people make them and they get into numbers and they want to approach it in like a statistical thing and they want to do it's like we don't have to do it. We do. You could go by what does your eyes tell you and who had the most or had the less and what could they accomplish with it when they had it or what wasn't accomplished. One of the bad things that has befallen LeBron now is since he's been playing longer, he's had more and more stretches of just not looking good that you can make whole multi-hour compilations of just his Lakers tenure of him standing still, not doing anything and not like that. He's been standing still more and more and more. He's been granted offensive No, they've been letting him get away with offensive fouls more and more and more. They've been doing that to help him look better than he actually is. But I'm never going to forget those Heat years. I'm never going to forget what he did to my Pistons in the late 2000s. I'm not going to forget any of that because he was playing out of his mind. But the question will always remain, these same Bron-tomatons who want to glaze the hell out of him at all times and do to LeBron the thing that they hate Jordan fans do to Jordan. Say, how good was prime LeBron? Oh, prime LeBron was this. Prime LeBron, nobody could touch him. Why did he only win 4 rings now? How does somebody that good win less than the guy he's supposed to be better than? In an easier officiated era. If you're that good, you should be winning more, shouldn't you? If you're that good with more talent on your team, you should be winning more. The wins should accrue more, and they don't. And going back to what happened when he got to the West, if LeBron was drafted on a Western team, his career wouldn't look the same as it does now because that Eastern Conference was just so bad. If LeBron got drafted to the West, who would he have to play in order to get to the finals? He would have had to go through the Suns, would have to go deal with the Mavericks, the Lakers, would have had to deal with the Rockets, would have had to deal with all those different teams, the Spurs. A lot of those teams were juggernauts. A lot of those teams, some of them were all-time great. East, who did you have in the East that was giving him any types of problems like that? Not until later. And they say, like, another argument Bron-tomatons will use. Jordan never had to play against a player like LeBron in his era. If he did, then Jordan wouldn't have won as well. It's like LeBron didn't have to play against somebody like Giannis for a majority of his career in the East. LeBron didn't have to play against somebody like any of those people like that in the East. There weren't players like that. Everybody was out West, which is why all the East and West All-Star games was bad, because it's just the West. I used to hate picking the East. Whenever I play 2Ks, the old 2Ks, the East was never good. There was only LeBron on there, and you had maybe like a few other players. Other than that, everybody was on the West. You had Kobe, you had Tim Duncan, had Dirk. All of them on the West and the East. There ain't nobody there. Where do you rank Jokic and Giannis relatively all time and against each other? Neither of them I have in my top 10. Not yet. I think Jokic, if he's on the list, because now it's Jokic and Giannis are now at least probably on the top 20 at the very least. And I think Jokic is higher than Giannis on that list, but not by like 8, 9 different players or something, but the top 10 is like, I can't really, only in deciding who, again, talking about greatness, these players on the top 10 are the greatest, and who more often than not could win. better than the others. So I wouldn't, with one ring respectively between the both of them, like both of them with one ring. Everybody up in the top 10 has won like several. If either one of them win another ring, like Silent G said, or how Fritz had said, then I think it's a very good argument. So you wouldn't really have to argue too much. One of them gets put on the outskirts of the top 10 to 11 to where they are in the top 10. Let me ask people right now, is Curry in the top 10? Sure, dumb. Would you sacrifice your brother for that? Hell no, I'm not crazy. I mean, I am, but not like that. Nah. Yep, I think so. I think so too. If he gets one more, Bron is out. It makes LeBron like it. We have to have disturbing conversations if Curry were to get another one. But I don't think you could put LeBron out. I think that's a little. That's kind of sacrilegious. I don't think you could do that. Let me just name my top 10 because I made that when I made that video. I'm pulling up the top 10 list. Okay, I have the list in front of me. Now, just to reiterate, for me, when I think of, I'm going in literal terms of greatest, like this is some of the list right here, greatest of all time. Greatness to me means greater, who's not the best player at dribbling, best this and that, just overall, who won the most and whose career and domineering over the NBA. At number 10, I have Shaq at number 10. At number 9, I have Curry. Shaq himself even said he thinks Curry is higher all time than him now. But a lot of players be saying all types of stuff now, like just to create a dialogue and stuff. But I do think, and somebody in Shaq that is very sensitive and some things, like I would say, hey, I think he's telling the truth there. It's not just saying something to say something. So Curry at 9, Tim Duncan at 8, Larry Bird at 7, I'm going to say Kobe at 6. And I know people may not like this next one. I have Russell ahead of Kobe because I'm going by my own literal thing of greatness. Who's greater in accumulating the most this, that, another, and doing it at the highest level, sustained amount of time, this, that, and some stuff. And then I take things like, if he had finals MVPs and all that and stuff at the time, but they didn't have that. So I would say Bill Russell, that because you can't, the man had 11. I just can't in good conscience I don't care what time. I don't care if it was prehistoric time in NBA. 11 rings. That I got to do that. So yeah, Kobe at 6, Russell at 5. Why am I having a hard time to read that? Magic Johnson at 4. Kareem at 3. No, wait. No. LeBron at 3. Kareem at 2. Jordan at 1. No, Shaq's at 10. Unless I said said a number wrong or something. But yeah, Shaq's on my list. He's 10. There was one YouTuber, and he's kind of, well, big is a relative term of YouTubers. Like if we're going by technicality, in my own opinion, a big YouTuber is a YouTuber with maybe like 600,000 to a million. And I say this, so this guy, he has like lesser than that. I'm not gonna say who it is though, because they made a list. Like maybe people will guess who it is. They made a list and they got a couple 100,000 subscribers. They made an atrocious list, garbage list, and it wasn't just because they had like certain players, or like they had LeBron higher or something. Like they had some like players that's playing right now, that's like at 5 and something like ugh. Nah. And the reasons why didn't make no sense. I can tell. It's like, yeah, you're today's, you're very much into today's NBA, and you probably think it's better than whatever was before, and just only that one way of thinking. It was atrocious. It was absolutely, and his comment section too, they was like, no, this ain't it. They was like, this ain't it at all. People who were subbed to him for a while, they was like, yeah, nah. And then his own fan base was arguing with each other. They're like, well, you're only saying that just because he doesn't have Jordan as number 1. People say, ain't even Jordan not being number 1. This list is garbage. Yeah, make a Discord and put in your description under each video. That chat finna be hotter. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I'm making that. Whenever I'm not doing what I'm doing right now, I'm immediately looking into that to establish a Discord. Real talk, is Jokic having the greatest peak ever? He's possibly one of the greatest. And I think, is it just me in thinking that people who are Bron Tomatons or Bron sexuals don't like Jokic? Is that just me reaching, thinking that's something that's not actually there? I just feel as though people that love and worship LeBron and have him at number 1 do not like Jokic. Or they just say he's overrated, or he's just like whatever. Who wins tomorrow? Who I'd like to win is Pacers. But I can't even give a clear-cut answer on who. Anybody that beat LeBron is his cultists hate. Yeah. And they tear down and do whatever and stuff. So, Yeah, he's doing stuff that is it's just it's difficult to put into words and how he does it. But I do think this current version of the NBA that's been around since maybe 2011 to 2012, maybe something like that, or a little bit after that. This current version and how they make rules and how they officiate things in general, ever since Malice at the Palace, because Malice at the Palace changed NBA history and how a lot of different things are run and stuff. I think it's just easier for some things have just been made easier for players to do now as opposed to then. The defensive schemes and offensive schemes are more complex than they've ever been, but the lack of hand checking and just things like illegal defense and all these other things, when added up, scoring and doing so in a certain way is, in my opinion, a bit easier than it was then. Only because the defensive player has little to no way to stop you. And rules get broken every single possession. Every other possession, you see players travel now. You see players gathering. You see players holding the ball, double dribbles. They used to call that stuff over and over and over back then. If you look at early footage of when Iverson was first playing, they were constantly calling Iverson, being like, "Oh, that's a gather." Because they didn't quite see a player doing what Iverson was doing. Now everybody they be playing like Iverson, but there's no rules against it. If they officiated the league like they did back then, you'd see players not be able to do certain things that they would, because it's just not that easy. But I know why they kind of do it, because we need to have the future ever better than the past. If the past was permanently better, then it hurts our brand and our product if these current players aren't matching past brilliance. Even if some of them are. I'm not saying that there aren't players who are better than a lot of players who may be back then and some stuff, but in order for us to facilitate the newer is better, what's hip is now is wow, we need to make things easier a little bit, just little tweaks here and there. Because doesn't it hurt the end product or the end goal of your league if 100 years from now there's still people saying Jordan was the best? There's never going to be somebody to something like that. It's like, no, we need to make things, the league will get changed little by little to where players can have more success than just before. And they want to make the game prettier to look at for people. And I do think the game is prettier to look at. It's more pleasing to the eye to bear witness to. But I think it's watered down. Because, yeah, back then you had people like the paint was clogged up, but you saw people trying different things. Now, kick it out for a three. Kick it out for a three. Let me set up a three. Oh, I ran over here. I could get a mid-range. No, let me get a three. It's just been boiled down to one specific motion, one specific set idea that it becomes boring to watch. That it's only this. Fritz asks, do you plan on doing other sports? Not expecting you to branch out outside of the season, but just picking a... Yeah, it was originally in the plans for me to do NFL content, but NFL is real strict on their footage. And I've done a couple NFL videos, but almost all of them have just been about... I think all of them have been, with the exception of one, Detroit Lions. But yeah, I would do other sports here, like maybe not in the same abundance as NBA content, but I would talk about football. I would like to talk about baseball. I've gotten more into baseball in the past year and two. Other things like that. Like sports related anything. Cool. Basketball being the main focal point, and then hip hop as a side venture thing that I also do, because both audiences kind of relate to one another, or most chances of people that's watching basketball, they also listen to rap or hip hop. Not everybody, but there's like a growing thing with that. So just talk about all those things. Because fast school can miss your humor is crazy good, man. Keep up. Would you ever consider recording some bars? You sound like you could spit some fire. For real. Thank you. Yeah, I got different. I don't know if you heard any of the raps and stuff. I put in some videos, but yeah, I've been working, or I haven't. If I'm being honest, I haven't, outside of just little things here and there. I had this whole album planned that would be NBA themed, and it would be a trilogy, and it takes inspiration from Lil Wayne's Carter series, and all three of them would be conceptual albums, and they'd have me doing impressions of certain players, rapping, and a bunch of other stuff. And the first one was supposed to be called The Flagrant 2, and technically that should have been out almost a year and a half to 2 years ago, because I remember the first video I made for it, like a 2-3 minute little rap, it said out this October, and that was before the season started, and that was like 2-3 Octobers ago. So I wanted to do that. The second one would be called The Suspension. Oh no, the ejection. So first it's The Flagrant 2, then The Ejection, then The Suspension. So it's following the domino effect of what happens with something. So player, you get Flagrant 2, you get kicked out the game. Depending on what that flagrant was, you get ejected. And now, because of how bad whatever it was, Draymond-like in nature, you are now suspended. So all three of them relate to each other and stuff. But in order to make it proper, I wanted to have the proper audio stuff and all that, because me just talking into my phone, like, it hasn't produced good enough audio quality to where I'd like it. So that's been the main reason why it hasn't been finished. And then one of the songs that I wanted to release first, where it would be, I showed off like 10 seconds of it. It was Giannis, but I rap like Giannis for the song with Lil Yachty and Ian. That 12 times for the hoes that save me. 12 times for the hoes, like I would be doing that, but then it's just like stuff that I wrote for Giannis. That got banned in all of South America and then parts of Europe because of the instrumental, which I don't understand. And I'm very angry because I wrote the whole song for it, not expecting the song to get banned in 1/3 of the world. So now I'm like, so now I say, what do I find? I have to find something else and then put those lyrics on there, but then it just doesn't have, so I may have to make something else. Then I just kind of stopped working on it entirely. But I had a track list, and I think I still have the track list too. It's like the track list and everything is there. I was going to have a halftime show interlude. Bunch of different things, but I haven't had the time outside of just making videos to do it. And other videos have taken precedence, because that's a passion project, and I know it's going to be demonetized. And I don't care if it's demonetized, but if it's blocked in 1/3 of the world, that's a problem where I can't do it. And one of those songs got blocked in 1/3 of the world. So now it just derailed everything I was going to do. Kevin Lai says, "Are you watching baseball? Like the Detroit Tigers are really good. They're contending with the New York Yankees. My team, the Houston Astros. I don't know which team is going to beat the Dodgers though." Yeah, I've been hurt. My grandma's been watching baseball extensively. I've been so zeroed into basketball. I haven't been looking at too many other things other than just entertainment type stuff on my own accord. But I've been meaning to watch more of that, and I love that now they're doing good. It seems like all the Detroit teams have gotten good at the same time, and we all haven't been this good since I think like maybe 2006, where it was 3 out of our 4 teams were all doing good. Big ringer mics are quite good and crazy cheap. I'll have to look into that. Crazy mics at AliExpress, man, like $50. They sound crisp. And then I'm bad with the utilization of these things, because I have a laptop that somebody kindly had gifted me, and I have a mic for that laptop, this Apple laptop, and I have a mic. I made 2 or 3 videos using it, and this was last year. And a lot of people, when they heard it, the audio, they were like, "Yeah, I don't like how the audio sounds." And I tried to tweak it and toy with it, and everyone said, "No, the old audio sounded way better." Then I just never got around to doing it. I have not been good with technology. That's been like one of my main weaknesses, content creation wise. That I said if I ever did have help doing anything, it wouldn't be with editing. It would be with either thumbnails or just the technological aspect of things, or networking, because I don't know how to use social media either. I don't much like it. If I didn't have a YouTube channel, I wouldn't be using social media. I wouldn't have a Twitter. I wouldn't care to have any of these things. I wouldn't have an IG. All of that is just for, because you have a channel, so do this and do that. And my friends was like, "You gotta advertise, you gotta network your channel, I was like, "But I don't like these things." And they're like, "Too bad. It's what you have to do." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're right, but I just..." Yeah, I know I need to get more headphones. Bro, you kill me. You got the concepts and everything ready. Please do. Do you need another beat or something so you won't get blocked? I have a whole collection of beats. It's just I really wanted that one. Sometimes when I get set on an idea and I feel really good about it and I think, "Oh, I definitely want to do this," and then I can't do that, it just ruins. It's like me trying to, okay, I have to compromise, but I'm compromising with a faceless entity. I'm compromising with something that's like, so I could just put it on my Patreon, but then not everybody is going to want to do that. And I understand why they wouldn't want to do that. If I were to release anything special, I want as many people to hear it as possible. I don't want to put it behind a paywall and say this and that. I have members only videos just for exclusive stuff for members, but for the stuff that's really things I'm passionate about, I'm never going to lock it away from people. But YouTube, with how they act and how they just run themselves, is so annoying. Just very, very annoying. I can have a canvas. I have a blank canvas, and I have all these different paint brushes I want to use, and then YouTube comes like, "Can't use this color, can't use that color, can't do this, can't do that," and now I'm left with like 3-4 colors. I'm not even gonna do the idea anymore because it's not what it's supposed to be. It's not as good as it should be, which is what I wanted to do with the NBA. I had an NBA presidential debate thing where I'd act out 2 different things, which I'm still gonna end up doing, but now it has to be different from what I originally planned. It's gonna be Democrat side being they're progressive. They like all the changes of the NBA, and then you've got the Republican side conservative. They're more old headish in nature. So then I'd be arguing on both for how I make it comical and funny. I ended up that got blocked, that got copyright strike, that had all types of stuff, the original version of that. And it got to the point that I said, I don't want to do this anymore if I can't do it the way it was supposed to be. Because the way it was supposed to be was going to be an A. And now if I do it in this version that you're forcing me to do, it's going to be a C minus. I was like, I refuse to put out a C minus concept. Now I'm not making garbage just to make garbage. I was like, I'll shelve it until later. Yeah, being center and rational is yeah, both sides are just too crazy. It's like you can't help but just be in the center. But then you also have the thing of people saying you gotta like pick a side, because I can see how being a centrist at times can be deemed as a weakness because you don't stand on anything. It's like, yeah, there's certain things I stand on, but when there's a bunch of crazy people in the room, why would I choose to be crazy? I'm not gonna pick one just to pick one. Banjo Natiro said, hey, Commissioner, we need more bend over video. Yes, you will have far more of those. This off season, barring unforeseen circumstance and things, because there's a bunch of things, as there has been since I created this channel, that's been gotten in the way, or had been continually ruining my creativity and getting in the way. I'll be having way more short skits, longer form skits, more diverse topics being discussed that won't just be basketball, but there'll be things closely aligned to it for the most part. Like it'll just be the furthest I'd stray away from on this channel of having a thing. It'll always be, it's like basketball primary focus, hip hop, rap related stuff, and then maybe something being like a celebrity or something that's close to one of those two that I may talk about in there. But most of the time be basketball. But basketball isn't what I really want to do long term. No matter how successful this channel gets, it's not where my true passions lie. I love basketball. I love the sport of basketball. But in terms of a career path, lots of people, they'll leave a message and things like, you should be an ESPN commentator. You should be, nothing I want to do has anything to do with ESPN or sports commentating or basketball in general. It's limiting, if anything. I mean, Kamish, have you thought of a Patreon or something where you can put wherever you want? Yeah, I have a Patreon. I just don't promote it properly. Because I forget a lot of times, as I've been very forgetful in the past few months of many different things, even making certain videos and what I want to put in them. And there's been a feeling of guilt because I too many times have had to ask people to help when I've been in bad situations that I can't get myself out of, despite having like going to work, trying to just, I make like YouTube, I make enough to help only myself as an individual, but to support two other people and the house and all of that is just not, hasn't been enough. So then doing odd jobs and doing other things is other stuff that I've been doing. Like I've had at one point tried doing 2 different jobs plus YouTube, and it just hasn't been making a certain amount. And I think that's something a lot of people, they don't really know until you lose somebody and you lose the breadwinner of your house. And when that happens, you have to struggle and try to find something to make ends meet, to make the equivalent of what they made. And depending on whatever their profession was or their job, you're just not going to be able to accomplish that. So unless you have something that's a safety net, you can lose everything because you just don't make enough. There's nothing that you can do to, like, my heart would go out to those who, let's say, of the mother and father, one of them has a very important job, a very well-paying job, and it's so well-paying that maybe the spouse just doesn't work at all. And you've got a family that also themselves may not work, and that one individual works and provides for everyone. If something happens to them, and let's say they either don't have life insurance or they do, but it isn't enough to cover the cost of living for a year or more, you're gonna get thrown into a different life. And that's what happened with us. And that's something that I think a lot of conservatives and things, they don't take into consideration, because when they see people who are homeless or destitute, they think, you didn't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You didn't do this and that. It was all like, well, no, not taking into consideration somebody who was the main focal point of that household passed away. That person had seizures, had hospitalizations, almost got deported, has been doing this, that. The other person got hospitalized. Life can throw so much at you that it won't necessarily be your fault. You'll just have a shitty hand. But there's things I haven't done right in all this, so I wish I could have done them better. Or it's like hindsight 2020. Maybe I could have fixed something or behaved better or done something different than what I did. Oh, someone sent something. Thank you very much, Jacob, for your donation. Hello there, King. How are you doing? Yeah, I know it doesn't make you weak. It's been too many times. If I didn't have this channel, we would have been on the street already. I had no choice but to make this. This isn't even my first channel. My first real channel is some years old, but I was going about YouTube the wrong way. And I didn't start taking it seriously until after Mom had passed, and I said that, well, I want to just know that I could at least do it with, because that's always been entertaining, being an actor and going into the arts and show business. That's been my main passion. So then I was always told by so many people, oh, you're so good at this and this and that. But then translating that to the internet is different. There's different audiences for certain things, and there's different ways to go about entertainment. What's funny on TV won't be what's necessarily the same as what's funny on the internet. And then I look down on the internet too, because I never wanted to be a YouTuber. I never found interest in it. There was nothing about it that appealed to me. It was just be an actor, do movies, do things like that. YouTube, I was looking down on it. But then I did it just because I was like, I mean, I might as well, since that's with everything going on in my life, I'm not going to have time to do anything else. And it was peak COVID, so couldn't go anywhere to do anything. So tried YouTube stuff, and then stuff became really bad. And then I said, this channel isn't working out. It's dead. I make topics on too many things that aren't the same thing. YouTube wants you to niche down. So I say, let me try making another channel where I just talk about one thing, and let me see how that works. And in 1 month, I got as many subscribers as I had. It took years just to get on that other one, which I, of course, got pissed off of, because then it just confirmed you were doing this whole thing wrong. If you were doing it right, like, I won't get too lofty into what could have been. But if I did YouTube the right way, when I first started taking it seriously, could have maybe been at 100,000 on that other channel doing something else or doing whatever, but I don't know. But that's very, it's a little ostentatious to think that way. Like a little, can't really make sense of hypotheticals. King As do you read a lot? Recently, I haven't been. Everything has been basketball, kind of 24/7, and just looking at what's going on in the league. But in general, yeah, I have. I've always read a lot, but recently less. Everyone, yeah, everyone fighting for eyeballs is tough. I've thought about making a tech channel for my native language audience, but I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, yeah, Nemus, you should definitely do that. One of the biggest things that stop people from making content is just deciding if they should or shouldn't, and then not being afraid of making bad videos at first, because you're not going to have great videos out the gate, and you're not going to have this, that, and the other. But at the same time, the conversation that some people don't have with those who maybe want to venture into that space or do something, you have to be prepared to fail and realize that either you aren't good enough and this isn't for you, and you just don't have the fortitude needed to be in this level. And I say that to my little brother, where he looks at what I do on the channel, or he doesn't look at it really because he's younger. He wouldn't really be looking at stuff. He looks at the shorts I do, but he's all like, wow, you got, wow, 60 some subscribers, or oh, you got this and that. And I said, well, don't look at anything I'm doing and just want to have that idea in your head that you want to be a professional YouTuber, which I don't consider myself professional really, but like a content creator. There's too many of those now. There's a lot of people that I say, like, if I took 100% of all content creation on the internet, I want to say like 70% of everybody that creates content on the internet should not be creating content because they're in it for money. They're not in it for the passion, not in it for the art. It's just something they, oh, let me just do this and that. Like, they're not, they don't go to sleep and wake up every single night dreaming about it and doing like creating things. I say, if you aren't passionate about this and you come into this looking for money and that's it, it's not good. Eventually, even if it works out, eventually I think it'll backfire. Too many content creators like that. They go and start some NFT, or they do some blockchain bull crap, or they do some coin and tell their fans, hey, everybody, get my coin. And it's all it does is scam people. And then they go and do something like just horrible. Which makes me even angrier about people like Logan Paul and all them, because you've got all these people, you've got this massive platform, and the most creative thing you can think of doing for your fandom is creating a crypto scam or like a blockchain shit thing. That's all they do. That's what they all do. It's like, oh, I got 1 million, 2 million, 3 million subscribers. Time to do something crypto related. Who cares about a coin? That coin don't do nothing for nobody. All these resources at your disposal, and this is the first thing you think of: trash. Talk to the Deep Three. It's a YouTube channel. The Deep Three. I don't think I've heard of them. Yeah, Commissioner Coin, never. Absolutely not. Even the entertainment value is just so low. It's just not it's just not good enough. I should turn this light. Oh no, it's light enough here. Like the first thing they think of is that Aiden Ross and them, they be having these creator bouts where creators box other creators. It's always one or the other. It's either crypto stuff or it's boxing. That's boring. It's so formulaic. That's all we can think of. I ain't never cared about any of the people I've been subbed to boxing anyone. I just don't care enough. If it were me and some people we wanted to see me box, okay, but I wouldn't care. I wouldn't see the entertainment value in it. I see it, but it's just like low form of entertainment. ESPN and them, they market streamers so much, and I can tell the ESPN audience is different from it's just like a bulk of that audience isn't familiar with streamdom. So they see these streamers get forced in their faces. They're like, why should I care about this person? No, I never wanted unlimited liquor. I never want to do that, period. Thoughts on taking gambling sponsors? No, I've been very clear with that. Never. Ever. Never. I would sooner make a whole month's worth of videos talking great about Ben Simmons and how great of a player he is and all these other things than I would make one single gambling sponsorship video, even if it was a lot of money, which would be something. But some people in the comments have said I should do it anyway, because why would you say no? Because it's that bag. You got to chase that bag. As soon as you lower yourself for one thing, you'd be open to lowering yourself for other things. First it's gambling, then it'll be something else. Not that it's not my nature to do it, but that's normally how it starts. That's like the gateway to fuckery. Gambling. And it's not just about me being morally against it. I'm not interested in it personally. The most gambling I've ever done in my life was on 2 occasions. One, a random casino I went into 2 years ago when it was like a little special event with friends. I went there and played one machine and I got like $1 or something. That, and on 2K, stupid ass damn card packs. Never again. And nobody stops. I get mostly angry about those that do gambling sponsorships, but they have no real reason to do it. I see creators like Drewski and them on these commercials doing gambling. Kevin Hart, he be doing the gambling. Why? What on earth could you possibly be doing this for? Are you that greedy? Are you not already a millionaire that we need gambling money on top of that? I wouldn't fault a creator my size or lower or a little bit higher doing it if it was just about money. It's like, okay, yeah, you need money, but Kevin Hart, you don't need gambling? It's just annoying. And no, they don't stop. It's somebody needs to tell people to stop. And I wonder if working at ESPN, if it's part of the contract that you have to gamble there, because they have ESPN Bet and all that. Stephen A be doing it and stuff. So if Stephen A doesn't want to gamble, can he continue to work there? Or is that just their purview now? That's just what we do. Can you not do it? I wonder, did Stephen A volunteer to do it, or did they ask him and he say okay? Because if they ask me, I'd be like, nope. It better not be in my contract. If I were to look at a contract and they say, oh, there's some open to gambling sponsorships, like, absolutely not signing this. Need to stop. Yeah, Barkley too, with that parlay stuff. Like, they do it on Inside the NBA, the same thing. Oh, who are you taking? No, the over and under. It becomes more about gambling than the love and joy of the game. You've turned it into a slot machine. You've turned it into something that preys upon people with addiction just to make money. And they got nerve to put at the bottom of these videos and commercials, have a gambling problem? Have a gambling problem? Yeah, I do. Thank you for pointing it out and feeding into it. It's funny how the NBA will now support and heavily promote gambling, but their players themselves, like Jonte Porter, he gets banned for life. I was like, you ban him for life for that? And an inconsequential player too. I guarantee you, if Steph Curry or LeBron was caught gambling, neither of them would be banned for life. They only did that to Jonte Porter to make an example out of him and play politics. Because they want to say, hey, this is how against that we really are. So if you do any of this, you'll suffer the same fate. You're not about to ban Steph Curry for life. He could be caught gambling tomorrow. You would, at most, I think the biggest punishment they would do for Curry, they would suspend him for a whole month. Jokic did a gambling ad for Serbian TV. Ah, not him. They don't know how to. It's too much. Been waiting on somebody to just say stop. Enough with the gambling. Enough. We get it. There are other things in life. We don't need to keep doing this. I miss when that used to be illegal. I miss not seeing those commercials 24/7. I'm not gonna fault any of you or other people want to do it. Like it's a recreational thing people want to do. Then fine. It's the practices behind it and just how they do it, how it's instituted. And you had JB Bickerstaff when he was still coaching the Cavs. When I had made a video on it, he had gotten like people were harassing him outside of the arena. People were calling his house. They got his phone number and stuff just because he didn't keep certain players in the game long enough for them to get a certain amount of assists or rebounds or points. And it messed up some people's parlay. And then they went and started doing weirdo, crazy things. None of this would be a problem if gambling was not in permittance the way that it is now. And I think you're going to see more and more things like that as time goes by. One of these days, there will be an NBA player that gets jumped or attacked or hospitalized because of a parlay, and it'll become this huge incident, but nothing will happen. It'll just be dialogue over it, but they're not going to get rid of it. And it'll be a problem they caused, not agreed. Like Barkley and them with that money like that, I guess it must be a broadcasting contract thing, maybe. Because if I'm making $10 million, if someone were to give me $10 million in my hand and I put that in the bank, what the hell am I gambling? What am I doing gambling ads for? Like, what's the point? There should be some things you just don't do. You shouldn't need to do it. How much more do you need? I'd be completely satisfied with 10 million. I forgot how much it's calculated as, what a person would need to live the rest of their life on it. I think it's like 7 or 8 million or something. And that's like with smart investments or something like that. You get that, you're fine, you're Gucci. Don't need none more. I will be donating to charity and stuff like that. It's like, I don't need, what am I trying to get more for? But I'm not a very material type person. Because even when we had the luxury of having money or having disposable income, there wasn't anything I could really think to buy. The most expensive thing I've ever bought in my life, I think, was this PS5. It was a bundle. It was like 500 something, 600 something. And that was like in 2020. That was like the first few weeks after it came out. That was when we had money. I said, oh yeah, let me get that. It's like most expensive thing I've ever gotten. And then I struggled to think of anything else. Like, what else do you want? I don't care for chains. I don't like chains. I don't have tattoos. I don't smoke. I don't drink. There's nothing else I really want. What do I go buy myself a drone? I actually thought about it. I was like, maybe I should get a drone. Maybe I'll like it. I was like, what am I going to do with this? Yeah, Wimby over here training to be he training to be the Avatar. You see him over here, he done shaved his head and stuff. Like he ain't got to worry about that with Wimby. He doing some Shaolin monk training right now. Yeah, damn FanDuel commercials. Tired of it. Sick of it. Got the PS5 Pro. I just got I have a damn near day one PS5. I haven't had a PS5 Pro or anything. I had no plans to get it really either. Don't nobody got no money to do any of that. Gambling sponsor make 100 DeAndre Ayton video. 100 DeAndre Ayton videos easy. That man play 2K more than he do. He'd rather play and care about playing a virtual simulation of his actual life than just get better at the thing he does in real life. Yeah, I feel the same way. Nemus, or is it Namus? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing people's names. Yeah, decent job. You got a phone. Yeah, PC, TV, PS5. It's like, yeah, what more else? You don't need nothing else. Oh, is that Chop? Hello, Chop. How are you doing? It's been a while. Opinion on NFL playoffs? Well, other than the Lions shit in the bed and then making me look foolish. That was a painful loss. I thought that last year's was painful, but the recent one was very painful. According to him, do you feel like Eddie? Do you feel like taking a sip of water for your mouth? You've been talking for hours now. Actually, yeah, you bring up a good point. Drink some hot room temperature water. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done in the history of this channel so far. But there will be more. I always say things and I barely get to commit to them. I very much like to stream at least 2 days a week at the least. It may be easier to do that now since off season will start. I thought about streaming after playoff games, but I'd like to talk about the game, like show things and put things in there that I just can't do the same. It's just not going to be the same thing if I stream after the game. I thought about streaming during the finals, but then that would mess up the finals video. Because then as I'm streaming looking at it, then I can't make it. Or if I make it, it'd have to come out, upload early in the morning. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. It is a game 7. Maybe I should stream. It's not like we get game 7s in the finals often. Maybe I might. I don't know. Stephen Davis says, can you tell us if you think the Mavericks colluding with the first pick, thoughts and beliefs? Is this worse than Dark Room? They know what they did with that pick. That pick that doesn't just happen. They know what they do with it, but people go be watching regardless. They could do rigged things and they can do outright tampered with things, and it's not really gonna matter. They'll do it right in front of you if necessary. And what honestly is gonna happen because of that? Is there gonna be a whole bunch of people not watching? Like, they go look at it anyway. They can do just pure WWE things if they want to, and then just be like, whatever. So long as it's entertaining, that's how people feel. Will you stream after the draft or during? That, for most likely, I'll stream during the draft. Anything aside, I don't be knowing just with how power outages and all that aside. Would a Ben Simmons gambling ad be proof that we've reached the end times? I mean, we've reached the end times, like, maybe like 2020 and onwards. I've been seeing, like, with this AI, all this AI stuff, and it's just nothing can be taken seriously anymore. There's all types of nonsense. Bunch of things just don't make sense no more. NBA is WWE at this point. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, and that episode last night was great. John Cena, his promo, how he had mirrored CM Punk's promo, and I think Cena's heel run could have been a little better, but there's a part of me that I see what he's going for, and it's somebody who, as he puts it, trying to ruin wrestling, or I'm not doing nothing for y'all, then it makes sense for his heel character to keep the same look, not change his gimmick, not change his music and stuff. He's all like, no, to hell with all of you. I ain't doing nothing for you. So it makes sense. Damn, this game is beautiful. I can't wait till they add a modern era to this game. I mean, not, they already got a modern era. I mean, information age era and stuff. Have jets and all that. That's beautiful. Yeah, Triple H, he's that man. I consider him to be a top 5 heel of all time at the very least. That man, he was a despicable heel. I hated Triple H. Like, anytime you can make me hate you, and I was, even when I was a kid, and I thought, is this real? I thought wrestling may be real stuff. Even after I knew it wasn't real, I still hated Triple H. Like, Triple H pissed me off. I hated JBL. I hated JBL. I say, you play a damn good role. Well, I hate you in real life. Jim Ross, yeah, he hated Triple H. He said, Triple H, why? Tell me why. He's like, damn Triple H, damn him to hell. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Yeah, this is Civ 7, Sam. Yeah, damn you, Triple H! Damn your soul! Triple H has always been a sick bastard. Even his promo, and like how he was talking to not John Cena, he was talking to Randy Orton when they first start, when they, like, you had like that 2009 Orton. He said to Orton, he's like, I wasn't happy that you got the heavyweight championship. I'm not a good person, and I don't pretend to be. He delights in his wickedness. That's been in my top 3 things I've ever wanted to be. That if I could go back to the starting menu of real life right now and customize myself or customize my life any way I wanted to, the top 3 careers that I've ever wanted: number 1, be an actor or some type of entertaining type thing, actor, something like that. Number 2, WWE wrestler. Or 3, basketball player. And the only reason WWE wrestling is above NBA or it's just because it's like you could the things I could say like oh my god, I would have so much fun if I was a WWE wrestler, the promos and stuff and the things that you can say and do like oh the short dominator. What places should have an NFL team? I only been getting in the NFL now, like re-getting into it the past 2 years or so, because I've been out of that a long time. Like I think I dropped out of getting in the NFL. I think like late 2000s, like 2010 or something. But team like cities that have, I don't know. I have to think about that. And The Rock, and I think The Rock is probably it's perplexing how interesting he was of a wrestler and what he could do and say, and his film career is so much less so than the versatility that he displayed as a WWE wrestler. But I have him, I want to say, I think to me, he's number 1 all time on the mic. And then coming second, third, and all that would be Stone Cold, and then a couple other ones. Cena, I would also put Cena somewhere in the top 10 on a microphone. That man is amazing on a microphone. Cena damn near top 5. Oh wait, just a second. Hold on. I am back now. He's talking to Doja Cat right now. I wish. Ooh. That Doja Cat thing ain't just for videos and just some running gag. Like that shit is real. Ooh. And she freaky too. Like she legitimately type freaky. She's a freakiness that I myself wouldn't engage in because I have a level to something. I say I ain't doing all that. This person went viral on Instagram and he backed it up with actual stuff that he showed. He used to work at a bar at some type of important place somewhere. And this was some years ago. And Doja and some friends were in there. And then she was up there, and of course he's white, because Doja with these white men, I'm tired of this. Like, how are you half of one of us, and you don't give us the time at that? Calm down. But then she starts to talk to him, and I guess she hits on him a little bit. They exchange numbers, and then they begin talking. And then she sent him a message. She says, "Do you eat ass?" I was like, Couldn't be me, sorry. Because it's her, there can be contractual discussions. But 99% of the time, hell no, I don't do that. That's gross. Find you something else to get off on. We don't do that here. We don't do that here, no. Yeah, but yeah, what was I saying? Uh, yes, the stream is still going. Just a guy, 21. Oh yeah, yeah, The Rock. I have him number one on the mic at all time of all time. That man, he, as he said, simply electrifying. What that man could do and come up with, and what he could say on the mic, and it's not just great trash talk. There's a showmanship to it. Because some people will be great on the mic, but then they don't have the showmanship to go along with it. Like CM Punk is amazing on the mic, but that showmanship isn't on the same level as someone that's like a Stone Cold or like a Rock. Yeah. Dude. Like that meant like if you want to see what like taking one of this is one of the things like this is one of Rock's promos. He was in the ring and this I don't know the context. It was him, Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, Mick Foley, I think one or two other people. And he's being scolded by Kane, Kurt Angle, and Chris Benoit. And unfortunately, you can't say this now. But how he just said it, and there were people in the ring, they were like masking their laughter because he said, because Kane, he listened to what Kane and Benoit were saying. And then Kane was like, I'm going to find this and that. And then Rock, you're done. And then Benoit was looking for something. And this man said, Kane, since you want to find things, and Benoit, since you want to look for things, get together somewhere close, private, and this is what you do. Kane, he said, Benoit, when you're by yourself with Kane, pull your pants down and prove to Kane that you're not a woman. And everyone was like, oh. And then Benoit was walking towards him mad, and the refs had to separate him. And then he said, and Kane, since you like finding things, you go and find the penis Benoit claims he has. And it kept getting better. I was like, oh my God. And then he said, and when you're through touching when you're through touching each other or doing touchy-feely with Benoit's little inky-winky. Amazing. He said, you go and bring your candy asses right back down to Jabroni Drive if you smile with it. That man is incredible. That man, sensational. Man, he had it all. The glasses that he had, those damn drug leader type attire that he had on, with then he had the sideburns, and then all of the things that he said that anybody would talk or something. And then he's like, The Rock and Stone Cold have a date with destiny, Kurt Angle. I see it differently. It doesn't matter how you see it. Oh man. And this, he's like, oh, you looking at the people's strudel? He's like, oh, the people's elbow. He's all that. He's like, I've been whooping ass since I was little with the people's rattle. And even when I get older, I'll still be whooping ass with the people's stroller with the thing. That man is I'll never take that away from him. That man is something else. Spectacular. Everyone been spamming the laugh button. Oh, that's what that is. Until now, I didn't know what that meant. Wow. That's what that meant this whole time? I didn't even know that. Neon Wolves. This whole time, that's what I'm looking at that and I'm seeing the things. I'm like, I guess that's just there for aesthetic. I didn't know that's what people are actually doing. Wow. You see, that's how bad I am with this stuff. I got Gramps utilization. And I've grown up with these things, and that's how much I don't use them. I swear to you, if I didn't have a channel, I wouldn't know how to use any of this. Sound like 60-some years old, 50-some years old. This is ridiculous. Yeah, that's, I can't deny the unkness. It's just not for me. I don't know how to, I swear, like a person, if you're very good at networking and knowing how to use social media, that in and of itself, I do consider that to be a talent and knowing how to do some things. But those people would probably fare way better than me from scratch, even given where I currently am channel wise. Because I bet you somebody could look at me and be like, have you done this? Have you done that? Have you done? I'm like, no. No, like, you haven't done any of this? Have you done collabs? Have you paid for promotion? Have you done? I'm like, no. And they're like, you don't want to get to 100,000 subscribers. What are you even doing? I was like, I don't know how to do any of this. Dynamo, if you were to get Doja, small if, we gotta keep hope alive, you'd be Peter Parker or MJ, a regular dude bagging a girl that's out of his league. But this is a real life, not a comic book. You ain't getting it. No, first of all, Kevin, first of all, let me tell you something. And let me get this is a tangent. Now, thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much, Kevin. Because now we can go to a tangent. We can go and it's Doja's related to this. But this is a time when I had a crush on somebody. This was this is the most recent, second to most recent well, no, it was that other crush didn't count. This was a crush that mattered. Because I used to work when I was working at the movie theater. And I worked my way up to supervisor. But when I first got there, I didn't care about the job like that. I wasn't trying to be supervisor or anything like that. But stuff just happened. And then I became a tryhard. I put up wilt numbers. I put everyone to shame there. I was literally running to clean out theaters. I was the only person running. I took my job very seriously. But there was this girl here who worked here, and her name was Helen. Her name is forbidden around these parts. And I talk to my friends and stuff. I don't even like saying her name. Whenever I do say her name, I have to say it like Helen. But she was, I think she was mixed. She was like black Puerto Rican or something. And there was a guy that I'm still good friends with. He's a chief of security, and he just moved on to some other things. And he was saying, wait, I told him about it. He's like, oh yeah, I like her. And he's like, you like Helen? Helen. He's like, why didn't you tell me this? He's like, I could have been doing some stuff to try to help you, to try to get. And he was like, but I'm gonna be honest with you, she's out of your league. And at the moment, at the person of who I wasn't yet commissioner. I wasn't missioner. I wasn't a dynamo in any way. This wasn't even that long ago. It was like 2017, 2018, 2017, whatever. But I said, yeah, maybe it's right. Or so. No. There's no such thing. I don't believe there's no such thing in an individual being out of someone's league necessarily. Because people who look good don't have game. They don't know how to talk to people that way because they don't have to. You put raw meat in the middle of a junkyard dogs run to come and eat it. The meat doesn't have to beg and plead with the dogs to be eaten and chewed on. The dogs come here and did it because they smell it. Oh my God, there's meat on the ground. Oh, come here. Like that. That's all these people are. They don't have game. Us average looking individuals need game in order to get us somewhere. But then the content of the character is what truly matters here, Kevin. And I can look at Helen now, and then I look at myself then, and I say, I see what you were doing wrong there, Commissioner. I friend zoned myself. And I didn't realize it because there's such a thing as being too nice to a girl. You be too nice, you get into brother category. You don't want that. But then, was she out of my league? Hell no. She was stuck up and into herself, obsessed even. She, at her newer job, had a picture of herself looking at herself at the cubicle. Who do you know has a picture of themselves in their job cubicle going, who does that? Who wants to look at the how self-absorbed can you possibly be? There's a you looking at you. Imagine being a customer to someone like that. You sit down, they do business with you. You look at them and it's like, why is there a picture of you? And I think she had a second picture. Who has two pictures of themselves looking at themselves going, a vain, irrational person? And she couldn't just be honest with me and tell me, you know what? I don't think, no, or something. She gave me hope. She led a brother on for no reason. We went and saw 2 different movies together, and she even asked me to go shopping with her. I didn't buy nothing. She just wanted me there for company and like just to talk to. There was no incentive for her in any of this. We both work at a spot that gives us free movies. A girl asking you to go and see a movie with her and you don't have to pay for anything. She wants to go there to see it with you. I was there. I was there, but then I friend zoned it myself. I would have liked a simple yes or no when I did tell her this and that, but she led me on. I said I'd even take her out to dinner. I'd do this and that. There was this nice restaurant that was nearby. I was going to do it. Never said yes or no. I thought at the very least she was a friend. She wasn't even that. When she stopped working there, it was always me initiating conversation, me starting up any sort of anything. Never said nothing. And I'm sending messages, and this was when I was using Snapchat, and I was only on Snapchat because people at work were saying you should get it. I was like, what is this trash? I only have it because I'm working here. I don't fucks with social media like that, but whatever. I send her a message. She don't even say nothing. She don't respond, but she's still Snapchatting. So she's putting stuff on her story, but she can't be bothered to respond. My friends had to literally sit me down when we were in a voice chat on PlayStation. And I'm over here. I mean, well, maybe she didn't see it. I mean, I don't know. You know, she's busy. She's got a lot of people. They're like, hang it, like, end it. She doesn't care like that it's over. You don't have a chance. You don't whatever. Like, just stop it. They had to talk me out of that in order for me to delete her. And I was so angry. I wasn't just angry because it didn't work out. I'm angry because you weren't even a friend. I thought at the very least you were a friend. Like, what friend doesn't even say anything to the other friend? I got to initiate conversation with you every single time. And that was after that. I said, it will never be me again. I'm never going to send multiple messages. I will send one message. If you don't respond to it, I'm never sending a second. I ain't about to beg and plead for attention. I shouldn't have to remind you I exist every single day. Somebody that she had told me herself all the good qualities that I have. The chief of security guy even spoke on my behalf because she was talking about some other guy that she liked that was being rude or not, whatever. And she's like, boys are always the same. Guys are always that. And the chief of security guy, he was like, you know who isn't like that? You know who isn't like that? So-and-so. You know who isn't like that? Christian. This is my real name. Christian's not like that. Christian's not this. And she's like, yeah, you're right. He isn't. But I don't know if it would work. I don't know this and that. Always, I don't know. I don't maybe, perhaps. It's never a yes or no. But that's when I learned you can be out of someone's league and not even know it, but not for the reasons you think. There are people all over the place. There are homeless people that have more content of character than half of these celebrities. I don't know what type of person Doja is exactly. Like, because you just don't know her. I'm not there with her every single day. I'd like to be. But I guarantee you, if anyone's out of anyone's league, she is out or I'm out of her league. I provide entertainment 24/7, 365, 7 days a week. I'm 7-Eleven. I'm Walmart before COVID. I don't close for anybody. Her years of her life would be added with me. She needs me more so than that. Well, I don't know. It's equal needing. She should consider herself lucky if she were to ever be in my good graces. The things I could do, the things I could achieve, the things that we could do together. She doesn't know. She just doesn't get it. That's why from now on, for the rest of my life, I don't care how good looking a person is. I don't care what their status is in life, what they own, or how big breasts they got, or how much of a BBL they got. You are not better than me just because you look better. That's it. That's not all that matters. I see that and I say like, yeah, nah. And yeah, I don't like BBLs like that. Like they, and they be getting out of control. Like Mariah Mills level BBLs and stuff. Nope, very unattractive. Built like an ant, walk like one too. Nope. But yeah, I don't care. I don't bend over backwards or anything for nobody. I'm not gonna be like, oh, well, she's got things that I don't have and she's just better. It's like, no, please, I know what type of person I am. I'm not somebody that, I'm not an average individual by any means. I'm not a run of the mill Homo sapien, if you will. Like, no, there are things that's like, it's just different. I'm also a gentleman. I know these things. I know what I am compared to some others. And when I have that video, I need to re-upload that other crush that I had. I had it before, but then it got demonetized, and then they were about to age restrict it for some dumb reason. So I put it on private, but I'll re-upload it again when I had this other crush. And this crush, this was like, ugh. And her too. Like it's been nothing but crushes all over the place, but I don't look at none of them and say they're out of my league or something like that. They're like, please, please. I wish I might start thinking like that again. At most, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, look how good she looks. I'm like, oh, my, like, oh, she's beautiful, this and that. But in terms of just everything else and stuff, even that so much, that doesn't intimidate me in the slightest. I was like, look, there's a dime a dozen of you. I could see a good looking girl anywhere, but she could be annoying as hell to someone else. She could have a horrible personality. She could just be all looks and nothing else. I was like, where's the content of your character? But me, I'd be like, well, me? What I could do to you on a day-to-day basis? I could move mountains, walk on water. And I carry you with the force. My midichlorian count is too high to think that another woman's out of my league. I'm out of her league. What nigga do you know that can quote Shakespeare on the fly? Nobody. Recite Hamlet? Nobody. A Midsummer Night's Dream? Nobody. But that other crush, she went with this dime a dozen, this pig pen of an individual. Was so mad. And he went and got her pregnant. No, I said. That man, she just got tired of saying no to everybody, and then this guy came along, and then this other girl, not Helen, but the other crush. He just got lucky. He played in a weak Eastern Conference and got a ring he didn't deserve. Everybody was injured. That's all that run was. And he got a ring out of it that he doesn't deserve. Bastard. Yeah, this was with the other crush, not Helen. But the other crush. I got plenty of other story time stuff. There's all types of things. Like who was there was this other girl too. It was in high school. Is that I saw what was going on. Like I got tired of the jokes and some things. Like I got tired of the teasing and the oh yeah, we would make a good couple, and then just not do that because I like saying it, but not actively going to achieve that. And I said, let me distance myself from this person because I'm tired of this. And I moved to another side of the classroom and I'm listening to headphones. I had like that hoodie with the headphones in them, minding my own business. And I look out the corner of my eye. She comes in. She stops, looks at the space where we usually sit together. She sees I'm not there, looks across the classroom, sees me, looks back at the space, sees me. Then just stand there. She stands there. She ponders. Then she walks over here. Then she just stands here. She's disrupting my presence. Like she's disrupting my just my day to day, my peace and prosperity. And then she goes and like what? And she's like, why are you sitting over here instead of over here? I was like, because I want to. She was like, sit back over there. I said, no. And she's like, fine, well, I'm sitting over here. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? You don't want to take this to a boyfriend-girlfriend thing, and then you just want to be friends? You want to confide in me? I don't know. No, I don't want that. Pick one. I got tired of that too many different times. The nice guy type this, like, enough. What a waste of my time and brain power. And you know what and I ended up getting mad. Like I felt so insulted when something had happened. And I was a much nicer me then. I hadn't gone through anywhere near as much shit as current me has. And I had to hear, so at first I heard it in rumors. And then to hear it uttered from her mouth that she went and fooled around with another guy whose name was Christian. Another nigga named the same as me, the same name. And she goes in the school parking lot and begins to play rodeo with this dude in the car. She go, not actually playing Travis Scott's rodeo, no. She saddled up on him like a pony and with the car rocking back and forth in the school parking lot and people saw them. You couldn't wait until you got home? You are that damn horny. You had to do that right there in the school parking lot. People saw him. It became a rumor. And then it was like, hey, you know your girl. You know what she was doing. Just because people saw us together so much, they just assumed we were. I'm like, we're not. She was like, oh, you know, she was with. And I was like, And then she disappears a day or two. She comes back. And then I was like, well, I've been hearing like, what were you going for? She was like, well, people kept telling all these rumors and stuff about me. And I was like, so they're not true. She was like, oh, no, it happened. I'm like, and then she started describing what had happened. She was like, I mean, we were in the car and then you know, we kind of, and then one thing led to another. I said, I don't want to hear that. Am I gay? Do you think I'm gay? Really? Like I said this in the middle of class. I was so angry. I was so mad. I said, and then like people were hearing me. I was like, am I gay? Do you think I'm gay? Why would I want to hear about you saddling up on another man? Why? Do you not know how disrespectful that is to me? Especially after I told you how I kind of feel a certain way about you. Never again. I never talked to her anymore for the rest of it. I ignored the hell out of her. But she kept seeking attention from me. Get away from me. Now, this is the other girl. There's been I have a whole 15 woman roster of these stories. There's a whole 15. I can pull up some girls from the G League too. That's how many times this happened. Because I'm being too nice. I can have a whole rotation. Benches real deep. I don't even need people on two-way contracts and stuff like that. A whole 15-woman roster of this nonsense. This other girl I like named Amanda, the guy that she was involved with threw her out of a moving vehicle, and she still went to sophomore prom, or not the prom, what is it, homecoming. She still went to homecoming with her. She got thrown out of a moving vehicle and still went with them. I'm like, damn, what the hell is wrong with me? If I'm not as good enough as a guy that with attempted manslaughter, I'm not doing something right then. But throughout all of this, I never once internalized that type of incel thinking where girls just don't like nice guys. Nice guys finna, because a lot of these so-called nice guys will be creeps, and they'll only appear a certain way to get what they want. And it's just very backwards way of thinking. I've never once thought all girls are like this, all this and that and stuff. I just had a lot of bad experiences. But at the same time, the bad luck persists to such a degree that I just didn't want, I've been like, well, maybe nothing just works out. It's just not supposed to be this way. Not talking about hoops tonight. Yeah, we was talking about hoops the past few hours. I had a lengthy hoops discussion numerous times. It just kind of got kind of off subject. This is all Kevin's fault. Blame Kevin. Kevin did this. I forgot what I was even talking about before that. I was talking about WWE. And Kevin had to bring Doja into this my chances are slim. That if the Mavericks can get Cooper Flag, I can get Doja, damn it. Those chances aren't fair. This stream is that behind? Oh no, that's me that's behind. Never mind. This is Doja Cat. Now I don't care. Life is too. I don't. It's whatever. Feelings and emotion have been routed to near zero, to where it's just like it's whatever. I just, if something happens, it does. If it doesn't, then it's what. It's just like. The dependence and overall want and stuff isn't what it used to be. When I was like, oh, it'd be so nice if I get, this relates. Like, I just don't really care. And emotional unavailability has actually worked better than giving a damn. Because there have been plenty of different interactions and some things where talking to someone and then it turns into something. I'm just like, oh, wow, not giving a shit helps. Too bad I give so less of a shit that I can't be bothered to pursue it any further because life is just not good. And I don't want any of what I'm dealing with to affect the person that I'm with. So, because I'm not going to be able to be there as much as I'd like to be emotionally available to the degree that I'd like. So I say, well, why get involved in something and have it blow up in your face or give that person undue stress and stuff? So jumping into a relationship with someone just to jump into it, bad implications. Going to hit. I believe you. This stream is lagging or something. Both my actual, or maybe it's me, or maybe it's my internet. I don't know. I'm looking at myself on the stream and I'm like 2 minutes behind, and I already pressed the live thing to update it, but I don't know. I guess it's just me. I'm not sure. What, Trump? Wait, who said something about that? I can't. See, it sends me messages from right now, but then the stream is backwards. And then the messages aren't even up to date. Let me close it and reopen. Trump just did. What do he do now? Silent G, 1.8% chance of getting Doja. I mean, you work for the Mavericks. I mean, there's a chance. There's hope. But the fact that that guy could go on Instagram and he could say, he was all like, oh yeah, he used to talk to her. She was asking him about eating ass or something. She's like, do you eat ass? I was like, how lucky you are. I'd say no though, because we don't get down in the rectal activities here. We don't do that. She could persuade me, but 99% of the time the answer would be no. Geo Commish, what are your opinions on the U.S. entering war against Iran and the possibility that we get drafted? Well, the only good thing when it comes to me about that is, since I have bad feet and have numerous hospitalizations due to things like seizures and some stuff, I wouldn't be drafted. I wouldn't be of help to anybody. But when it comes to the actual thing itself, it's just endless wars for endless war's sake, and a lot of the United States creating its own problems, and people in positions of power telling the collective to do things when it should just be them to go and do it. I really wish there was a way I could snap my fingers and just have admin powers. Maybe there's a cheat code in real life. Maybe I have to do 2 backflips or something to get admin of this server, because this server is garbage. But if I could get admin powers, I'd make it so every world leader that starts these endless wars, these pointless, life wasting wars, all of you fight amongst yourself. You want to go to war so badly, pick up a gun, pick up a machete, pick up anything, and go fight in a desert. You could fight it out yourself. The people and civilians, we go back to living our lives. Tell me to go to war just because you did something stupid with someone else, and then I wish that were the case. Because most people on Earth, they just want to live their lives peacefully and go about their day. It's only a small percentage of greedy bastards and just unfeeling idiots that go and make people do that. Dr. Egg says, Commish, do you think Luka is going to come back with a vengeance and win MVP next season? I hope. I'd like to see Luka win MVP. He's been an MVP capable player. I see he's lost a lot of weight, or looks like he has. I just don't know if I think it's definitely possible. It would be cool though to bear witness to. I don't mind the Lakers. It's this go around of them losing. It's been funny and all, but I've gotten kind of bored of Lakers hatred a bit, and like wanting LeBron to be in like bad situations and stuff, but like some of the because it's happened so much now that I just get bored. And it's been 2 seasons now. I've laughed at his expense numerous times and made videos. Because I laughed when the Nuggets eliminated them that first time, then the second time, now this third time. And I say, yeah, 3-3 is it. Usually for a trilogy, No, 1, 2, 3 movies. A fourth isn't needed. Toy Story 4, we don't need that shit. But they did it anyway, didn't they? Should have stopped at 3. So I may just stop at 3. I'll just be undefined and uncaring about the Lakers. So if they win, I'll be like, whatever. They don't win, it's whatever. Unless they give me a reason to get back on them again. Toy Story 5 now, garbage. And you know what the plot for Toy Story 5 is supposed to be? The villain of 5 is supposed to be some sort of iPad, kids pad thing. And it has malicious or bad intentions for Bonnie and what it wants for Bonnie as opposed to what the toys want. Such a lame, just a lagging. They're lagging in real life. If you were gonna do an idea like that, that should have been for Toy Story 4. But no, you want to make a you want to make a whole movie about a spork. Weak ass toy, spork. It couldn't be my daughter. What a weak ass toy is that? I wish I would see my kid playing with something so trash like that. I done bought you all these toys. I done got you all this. You got a Sheriff Woody doll. Reach for the sky and Buzz Lightyear and you go play with a spork? I'll take that spork and throw it in the trash. And then that becomes her main toy. And then he keep trying to throw himself in the garbage because he knows he's trash. Whole movie. That movie wasn't trash, but it wasn't good. Making a Frozen 3. More unnecessary bull jive, Shannon would say. Yeah, Andy he did donate them to her, but if you remember, he was having some stuff, like he donated them to her, but Woody wasn't part of the equation. She reached in there and she was like, oh, look, my cowboy dog. He's like, Woody, what's he doing here? She pulled the string. He's like, there's a snake in my boot. Or he pulled it after she said it. And she's like, he took it. He was like, bitch! The fuck? He's like, this, what did you think this was? You think shit's sweet here? So I'll do something to you strange out here. And you try to take my Woody from me, I'll have you looking like Lotso. The hell? And then he thought about it. He was all like, okay, maybe I shouldn't. Now, even worse than Lotso, he's like, I'll turn you into Stinky Pete out here. I'll put you on the head of a truck. Put you on a windshield wiper or something. No, that was with Lotso. No, I'd have you all Barbied up and, well, no, she'd like that. Never mind. Forget what I'm saying. Oh, look at that. We got Kim Jong-un here. Pacers in 7. That's the plan. I would like that to be the case, but I don't know. I think the average person wants Pacers to win. I do as well. I don't get bored with Lakers losing. They had countless opportunities to get their act together, yet the NBA bails them out with Luka ratings saving the league. Yeah, NBA did bail them out, and the other stuff too. So, I just get certain things I get bored of. I can get bored of relatively quickly. When I make the next NBA Sucks Part 2 video, that format that was used for the first one, the WNBA video, and I think I'd use that same format for the Drake one, and then the sports betting one. Not going to use that format no more. It's going to be changed. It's going to be better in every way. There's a good amount of the problems I had with the league and that one was as bad, if not worse, with only like one or two issues not being as bad. You gonna make WNBA videos now the NBA season is over? Yeah, I might. It'll be mostly a combination of just either videos about select players that I've been procrastinating on. Like there was a video about Anthony Edwards I wanted to make solely about him, but the way it was going to be about having to do with his braggadociousness, but failure to capitalize on it and how the public views him, was make that another Kevin Durant type video, and there'll be trades and stuff like that to talk about plenty in the off season, but there'll be a lot more hip hop related videos since some stuff going on there, like just casual this and that, and but it's not go stray too far away from sports. That'll always be the main thing, or basketball. At least until the quota and the dream is met, and then things would change drastically. I'm for this channel and what I wanted to do with this channel, I'm behind schedule on what I would like to do. In a perfect world, I'd like for next season, I'd like for things to be far less trash for me personally than they are now. And by the time next season starts, I want to have a green screen and I'll have glasses and stuff, and I'm talking about the game, but with the game highlights playing behind me, so I don't have to worry about copyright anymore. Because if you obscure the image, then it'll be something. So it'd either be behind me but then I turn it into ESPN type of format like that. But it just be as me with a host, or like a late night show every other video, but with me talking, and then I have the box there, and then it's like the green screen, like have that. But I don't have the facilities for that. And I probably won't with how things are looking. Oh, hello there, Marcus. Had no idea you played Civ. Shout out, yes. I want to so very much talk about Civ as well, too. Like, I can't get over the beauty. You see the redwoods here? Look at that. You see how beautiful those look? Look at the birds and stuff. You see the fog? Beauty. See the hanging gardens there? Oh, hello to you. Why am I put? But I have to catch a commission stream for the first time. I'm probably butchering your name. I blame the heat. The heat has affected my ability to think. Oh, look, we got Nathan here. I didn't see you earlier, Nathan. Spork Sam, you're on. Oh, that was you that said that, Nathan. Maybe you should focus on buying some monoliths. A monolith or two in your room would do wonders. Play Frostpunk. It's in your wheelhouse. How would you with my wheelhouse? As if you know what my wheelhouse is, Nathan. My wheelhouse is what I make it. Beautiful pyramids. You see the I even got but the wrath of Huxley was too great. Got that statue Libertas. Statue of Liberty. Machu Picchu. I normally don't like putting wonders right next to each other, but sometimes, depending on how they look and what they function as, I don't mind it, but most of the time I don't like doing that. Look at that. Do you see that Eiffel? That Eiffel. Oh. Will you ever play as Korea? Korea was in Civ 6. They don't have it in here, though. They need to add more Civs in here pronto. I know they had to fix the game first. What excuse me? Hatshepsut? Excuse me? You moving? Nope. This cannot slide. Not at all. Where's my bombers? Are these dive bombers or are these? Oh, they're dive bombers. Oh, well, I do need those. Do I not have? I know I have to have some. Okay, yeah. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. The fuck out of here. The fuck off my shore. Back to the murky depths with ye. Yeah, certain leaders they'll never have in Civ. They're not gonna have. If they were to have a dictator, it would have to be. Even then, probably not. I think Civ 1 or Civ 2 had Joseph Stalin, and one other one had that. They're never gonna have Hitler on here for obvious reasons. They're never gonna have people like Kim Jong-un. They did have Mao Zedong. I think they had Mao Zedong. Civ 3 or something? I don't know. But I didn't play any of those. I only remember like the leader count. The leader list. My go commish, you think Siakam going for 50 tomorrow? Well, yeah, with the demons he's in touch with, you saw his eyes go back into his head. Yeah. I could see both he and Halliburton going for no less than 30 apiece, probably. What just happened to the messages? Why did the messages disappear? Wall. How does it feel losing in the first round? Look at where we were the year previous and look at where we at. It's not anything. Playoffs, just stepping foot in the playoffs was the equivalent of a finals almost. Like, that's mission accomplished. We were the worst team of all time last season. We weren't even supposed to be in the top 12 teams. Not where people projected us after that season. And what was the other thing you said? Have you ever fell for a Centel post? Not a Centel post specifically, but something like it, where I made a haphazard video last year. Bronny, but last November, I think it was last November or something, I made a video where there's a fake Bronny account, and the one time I didn't do my due diligence, and I was in a rush that day because I was making some stuff, and my little brother wanted to go to the movies, and I felt bad because I promised him that I would go, but I'm taking too long. And then I saw this, and I said, okay, wait, we'll go to movies just after this. I have to make this. It was this fake Bronny account that he was talking, like he ported a picture of LeBron dunking on somebody or something or whatever. And I thought this was actually Bronny. I made a whole 8-minute video about that. Something that never happened, something that isn't real. and I uploaded it. And luckily, since I pay attention to when I first upload a video, where I'm watching along with people sometimes, because I like to see is like, what can I improve on? There's some people who was like, this isn't real, Commissioner. This isn't real. That's a fake account. So I deleted it within the first 15 minutes. But that video in particular, a lot of people were watching that at first. Like in just 15 minutes, it had like over 2,000 people saw it. But I put a community post where I apologized, and that was just bad. To be at a certain level and to make dumb mistakes like that, uncalled for. Elusive Grain, why are you playing mid? Excuse me, sir, I'll have you know. Even though despite the game released in a pitiful state, and they should feel sorry for themselves, and they've deserved the hate they've gotten thus far, this game, there's a lot that I really love about this game. And they're going to have a big update in the next few days. It's going to change it. Much needed. What is this I'm getting? So that's why somebody asked me. U.S. enters war with Iran, bombing key nuclear sites. Are you serious? Oh my God. Oh, wow. Because this is all I've been doing. I haven't been looking at social media or anything while I've been here. No wonder some people are asking me about that. You being drafted first. I mean, I ain't being drafted nowhere. I said earlier, somebody's like, how do you feel about that? I got bad feet, medical condition with my feet, and I have too many trips to the hospital. I done had seizures and stuff. They don't want me. If they do want me, they just want to lose. Because I don't know why you'd get somebody with bad feet and then have a mental breakage and stuff. That's just bad. You don't want to win no war. I can't even play Call of Duty. I can't survive in the first 20 seconds without getting killed. Hell no. I do it for Doja, though. Very easily. Commissioner, will you trade Doja for a Pistons Lions championship in the same season? For a Pistons and Lions championship in the same season? Trade Doja? Absolutely not. Sorry. I did think about it, though, but no. If you had just said Pistons championship or Lions championship by themselves, like one wins but not the other, it would have been an immediate no. The two of them together, you put, that did require thought, but no. Silent G. Doja ain't Helen of Troy. She ain't worth a war. Please. Please. What is that?
The door was
Why you gotta bang on the door to open it?
because the door was open. Do you not know
If it's open, why'd you have to hit it? What is this?
because it would open when I pushed.
What is that in there?
It's just yours because I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat this.
Let me see. What is funny? This is mine. Why are you trying to eat my food?
I'm hungry. There's no other chicken.
What do you mean there's no other? I only ate one piece. There's macaroni and broccoli. What do you
What
mean?
am I supposed to eat?
There's nothing else. How is there nothing else down there?
All there's left is spaghetti, and I don't want spaghetti.
Who ate up what did you eat earlier? How many pieces did you eat?
2, and that was it. I saw like 4 more in there, and now they're gone. Hours ago. Mom probably ate up all the chicken.
What about spaghetti? Just eat some spaghetti.
No.
Put this back in the refrigerator.
I don't want that.
then you aren't hungry. What is funny?
No.
Close the door. Hello? Oh, God. Damn remote. Yeah, that was my little brother. You like, I don't want this. Is this yours? I want it. The only play I make stuff for him, like grandma made stuff earlier, and then I made his plate for him, put it away all neat and stuff for when he's hungry when he eats, and then I ate a little bit myself of what was made, and then I set it aside to be eaten later. He takes my leftovers and say, "Can I? What is this? Is this yours? Can I eat it?" Get off of my food! Let's say there's spaghetti. He's like, "I don't want spaghetti. You aren't hungry. I don't want spaghetti." There'd be somebody you on an island by yourself, ain't nothing to eat, and they'd be like, "Oh, there's a Burger King right over there on the other side of the island." I don't want Burger King. It's a starve. But anyway, back to Doja. Not Helen of Troy. Please. Are you aware? Like, she nerfed herself. Do you remember how she used to look? That moo Doja? That moo and say so Doja? Oh! It was if she was carved by Hephaestus. Perfection. 100%. I said, did this to be made like this? All her stats and attributes and everything just got put, and she knew. She said, "I look too good. I have to nerf myself, or else women all over the planet will be up in arms and stage a revolution." She did what was needed to be done for the greater good. I didn't agree with it though. Cut all her hair off. I don't mind the hair, like sometimes with that. Some people look good less hair and bald, but eyebrows, that's a no. You can't touch eyebrows. I need to see you to emote. You can't. I don't know if you angry, sad, upset, happy. No, can't have that. And then she lost weight for no reason. All these changes I don't agree with. More of a reason why I need to be in charge. Ice Spice did the same thing. Lost all that weight. How are you going to lose the one thing people care about you for and the reason that you're famous? The ass. How you gonna get rid of that? And as quick as she got rid of it, she saw, that wasn't a good idea, and she got it all back. It shouldn't have got rid of it in the first place. Lord knows your music not gonna make people pay attention. God, I be going hard. Never. Doja, mid 4.5. Are we talking out of 10? Blasphemous. That is absolutely blasphemous. A trade just happened. The reanimation jutsu from Naruto isn't as broken as Dragon Balls, because you need a large amount of chakra to bring people back, so people are less likely to be brought back, unlike DBZ. Well, yeah, but and they aren't used anywhere near as much as the Dragon Balls are. So yeah, that war arc was just not good. Wall just lied. See, he's been lying. He's been in here. He's been spreading misinformation. 4.5, please. I can't even utter that myself. I can't even say that with a straight face. Doja 4.5, please. She plays Fortnite and stuff. She streams herself playing Fortnite, and she's not good. If I would have been there, I could carry Doja. I would be, and she be playing no builds like all these other people. Like y'all not that. I see these celebrities and stuff that y'all play Fortnite. Yeah, you may like Fortnite, but no builds. No builds are for weaklings. Get good at the game. I practiced building and learned how to do all that. I'm not gonna not do it. How you learn a skill to not use it? Just because you would some people building some stuff. Build as good as them. Well, I mean, now you don't have to build as good as them, but you don't need to build all that. Simple adjustments. And she playing no builds. It's like something else. I'd be like, you better get your ass on the builds. Unless you told me no, and then I'd say, well, of course, Queen, whatever you say. Sorry for speaking out of turn. She be talking that spicy too. She be talking shit and stuff. I like that. That's a turn on. I like that. Can't be with no Hinata type from Naruto. Naruto like that's boring. That bore the hell out of me. I don't care how good you look. I was like, I need some spicy meatball. Need a little bit. Need to be able to have somebody who's like, you can roast them, they roast you right back. That makings of a great relationship. Billie Eilish way better than Doja. I mean, well, she got them things though. She's definitely got that there, but nah. Other than no. Those Billies she got, yeah, she got 100%. Yeah, that's the only thing she has over Doja. I'll give her. Because Doja got work done, foolish work done, stupid. She had gotten, I think, like liposuction or something, but then it's like you were perfectly made. Like it's fine to be natural. And then she got something like that done. Then she had mentioned she has to go and get some other procedure done. It doesn't matter how good the person looks. Everybody is going to find something to complain about. They're always going to look you up and down and be like, your eyebrow is 2-3 centimeters higher than the other one. Or it's like, don't care about them. These the same people that still, they be gooning to all your stuff. So why listen? Saw one person's picture. I was like, damn, she was all natural and everything. But one of her toes, I think like her toenail was long, or one of her toes was longer than the other one by like a little bit. And people are like, oh, her toes are longer than. Don't nobody care about no toes. They don't care about no feet. Andy, buddy, Commish, you ever play Red Dead Redemption? Yes, I did. I played Red Dead Redemption 2. I never got to play the original one though. Red Dead Redemption 2. That was a great story. The gameplay I wish was better because I just get tired of shootouts every single time. Like I like options and how I approach missions sometimes, but story was great. Arthur, amazing character. All the characters in there done great. Story was really good. It had certain parts that was great. Some parts I didn't care to, like that Tahiti part. Very unnecessary. I didn't need that. If the Pistons trade Cunningham, will it ever be justified? What is up with you, Wall? Everything you say sounds awful. It's just, where's the win condition in any of this? What benefits me in any of these questions? That's awful. Who we trading them for? Bet not say nobody like no Draymond or Ben Simmons. It just gets worse and worse. Some of y'all making my blood pressure go up. Wait, let me see some of that news that's going on. Planes are now payload of bombs was dropped on primary circle. I cannot believe we just bombed Iran. What? I cannot believe that. Sabrina Carpenter makes the most generic. Yeah, her music is generic. Oh man, this is bad. This is. See. Ain't nobody gonna be even talking about no Game 7 with what's going on right now in the world. Just out of nowhere. I had no idea. I'm over here enjoying the stream, talking to people. And this happens, and I'm not even aware of it. People had to tell me in the chat. Bombed a whole nother country. We just bombed Iran. 3 separate sites. I guess I should commence some bombing in a far better, safe, digital sense here. Yeah, I do have a Nintendo Switch. I got that too. Was a gift. One of my friends gave that to me. I haven't played anything on Nintendo Switch in months now. The only game I've played with any consistency in the past few months has been this game here in Civ. Few games I played Fortnite last stream with some fans. So I say subs. Still, it's weird me saying if I say fans. Look at all this. Who does she think she is?
The center of authority in this new system is no longer an all-powerful king.
Oh, it got dark. I forgot it. I should have separated that attack. Had enough there to separate. Where's my bomber? Where are all my bombers? Only got one. Warriors ain't winning shit. Do you hate Ben Simmons or James Harden more? Ben Simmons. I started off this channel, and the first big video of this channel, I said, to hell with Ben Simmons. Oh, is that another? Wait, where are my explorers? Go. Where's my other one? Okay. Turn the light on. Yes, I should turn on a light. I will do that. Yeah, ha 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 ha. I gotta get up to go. What's here? Oh. Yes, Nathan is one of the main squad of friends. Be on chat talking a lot. Can't build one there. You brought this on yourself. Should have left me be. I don't like a department store being right next to the Forbidden City. Need to fix this. I can't see. What is this? More Doja slander? Doja's not worth watching the world burn. That's where you're wrong, Chief. No, actually, you're right. She's not worth watching the world burn. She's worth watching a great many worlds burn. Yes. Shoot their ashes. Fools, all of them. Coming over here into my territory. If you had to pick, would you pick peace in Iran or a night with Doja? Okay, if we're being realistic and I'm being honest, then yeah, I'm not gonna throw innocent lives away or a chance at peace for another woman. You have to think about that, though. That's why I named my capital. That's her real name, Amala. Heavy bump. Build another. And the bomb them until they learn the lesson. It's the only way they'll learn. Diddler associate, please. She wouldn't involve herself in such flexible behavior. President of my. You see that Silent G. You see why do we have to? Why do we have to take it there? Why do we need to mention that man's name? Let's just pretend he doesn't exist. And hope he dies in the next Avengers movie. Don't ask, Ethan. Don't give him fuel. That you don't need to know. Let's just. Did my lights just flicker? Or is that just me seeing stuff? That signal for my power may be about to go out again. This is one of the many problems and issues to be dealing with. Thank you very much for the donation, Juice. Rank the ops by who you would let your daughter and why. Let your daughter. Let your daughter date? Why do I have to pick any of them? Jalen, I mean, if it was that, I'd pick Brunson, because Brunson's only on the list because he sent us home. But the other people on there, they're on the list as I don't like them. He currently lives free, and there's no dwelling in any domicile that I own that he'd be in. He doesn't deserve that. He can't afford to live in my head rent free. That place is reserved for her and her alone. What in the... Brother. He's downstairs eating now, I think. I'm gonna have to... I've been on significantly longer than I expected. Because I've been enjoying... And it's been necessary too, because I don't get to stream much, but I might be about to leave now mainly just because that light is flickering and I don't want my power to go out again. Care about them horses. Turn them to glue. One attack? That's it? How? There should be more than that. Turn them into a fine paste. Send them to Timbuktu. See what I did there? See what I did there? Yes. Yes, you did. Let me turn this. Like what was like what Doja does to Abbott? All right, that's enough. I've had enough. I will. My eyes refuse to bear witness to this continued Doja slander. Wait. Let alone that reprobate Joseph Quinn. To hear them, they're both their names in the same sentence, like that. Ugh. It's all right. See, we'll pick the stream up very soon in the very near future. And when I come back, I'd expect there to be far more respect for Doja than what has been displayed here today by some individuals. Far more. Silent G, you should be silent when it comes to Doja slander. We don't speak ill of her here. Anything wrong with her is what's really wrong with us. We just don't want to say it. But yeah, I think I shall call it a day for now, and I will return maybe not tomorrow, but day after, because that'd be like talk about the finals and some more stuff. I appreciate all of you for tuning in, showing up, and sticking around, and sharing your company with me today. It really means a lot. I will try my best to stream far more. This really takes my mind off of some things. Civ as well is very relaxing. So, Doja is prettiest woman alive. Thank you, Nia. Now I should be clear. It's like, yeah, we want to respect and compliment her, but we don't want to compliment her too much now, because then I'll have to add you to the list. Like that, like one step at a time, all right? We'll need to. There can only be one bus rider, and that's me. That's me, Miss Buzz. But appreciate you all very much. Thank you very much, Skylar. Good to have you here. Silent G, am I on the list? Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm gonna make a separate list. I'll be a op subscriber list. People talking reckless out here. They did nonsense. Was it you that said 4.5? I don't know. Whoever said that 4.5. A drone is being sent to your establishment as we speak. Your location, we have it. We know that and more. Bank records, social security number, we have it all. 4.5, please. 4.5. 4. Alright. But yeah, I will see y'all. Pleasure being here with you today. I will be back on the next one. Once I learn how to end the stream. How do I end the stream? Oh yeah, here we go. Bye. Bye.